got you. They got in your mind. You just said on the
No,
other
no,
side
I'm
of the
not talking about
planet.
myself. I'm not
No,
talking
you
about
just
myself.
spoke
I
about
said somebody.
yourself. Listen, it's recorded. You just spoke about yourself, and you're saying,
I
"Oh, on
bring
the
the
other, it
evidence.
doesn't affect me. Doesn't affect me on the other side of the
And
planet."
then for
There you
somebody
go.
who's on the other side of the
They
planet.
already
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah,
You
so can you
think,
bring the evidence for
you
that, by the way?
believe
Slide up.
you are part of the religion, even though you don't know it.
Right, so you just lied about me, by the way. Can you bring evidence for that?
You just said planet on the other side of the planet, so you think that you're in a planet. So when you talk
No,
about
no,
the
but can
Earth
you
and
bring
you
the
talk about
evidence? Yes or no?
reality,
Or you just gonna... So can you bring the evidence? Or you're gonna concede. What are you gonna do?
you just said on the other side of the planet. You just said that.
That's not what I said. I mean, that's not what I said. But the way that you put it, you just throw a man with me. So are you gonna bring the evidence? Or you're gonna concede?
You're
Which
saying
one?
it
Which
doesn't
one?
affect you because you're on the other side of the planet. Didn't you say that?
I started the whole point by saying hypothetically, I'm not even speaking about myself. And I said, for somebody like me, I said, hypothetic, I'm using me as an example, but I'm not talking about me specifically. Do you understand English, by the way? You want me to give you some lessons?
I'm not. I'm gonna talk about me, but I'm not talking about me. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
using me as an
I
example.
get
See, so you probably
me
don't
as
know
an
like third
example, but not
person.
talking about me.
Okay, fantastic. So you just don't understand English. That's
Just try
fine.
to use a different wording so we don't get confused. Because if
Right.
you
So you
start
just made
talking
that
about
point,
you and then you say you're
right?
not talking
So you
about
just made
you, I mean
an
that's gonna be
accusation. Do you have
confusing
any
though.
proof for that, Big Ben thing, or you just gonna rumble about nonsense? You're gonna keep interrupting, obviously.
Okay, so you got more questions about the topic though?
So okay, so you just gonna not bring evidence? You ask for something and then you don't bring it yourself.
The evidence is already in the text chat though. Has been
You
posted
keep
for
you
you. It's
keep you
been
keep you keep talking about the chat, the conversation
you
being
keep
recorded.
avoiding.
Yet
You keep avoiding.
when
You
somebody
keep
when asks
avoiding
you to
the
bring
evidence.
evidence for you just said right now about me saying something, right? Then you don't bring that. So I guess you're lying also about the chat being recorded.
Avoiding.
And
That's the theme here. You don't want to look at the evidence. That's you.
no, don't change the subject. What are we talking right now? I
What do
use
you mean?
myself as
I'm
a
keeping it on
hypothetical point of
subject.
view.
I'm
I'm
keeping it
using
on the
myself
subject. You're the one
as a
avoiding the
hypothetical.
subject.
You're the one who keep interrupting, by the
You
way.
are
You remember
avoiding
what I
the
said before?
subject.
You don't remember what I said before? You doing it again. You proving me right. Good job. You
You are
just look.
avoiding the
You
subject
don't
though.
understand English. That's fine. Look, man. Listen. I am ready to admit my ignorance about many aspects. I have no problem with that. I'm confident in that. But you clearly do not understand English. So if you want to, I can give you some lessons about that. And I can just explain to you, look, you misunderstood me, or you misheard me, or you probably just have a bad memory. One of these options. But I definitely did not talk about myself. I mentioned possibly myself as an example to ask you something about the point. But then you just start mumbling about nonsense.
Hey,
So the
hey,
question
Jemsy.
is,
Sorry to interrupt y'all. Hey, Jemsy, do you
yeah,
mind if
no,
I ask him a question?
So go ahead.
Okay. How do you say your name? Salis? What is it?
yeah, that's Salis. That's correct. Good
Salis.
way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Salis. Welcome to the room. So I have a question for you. If we can kind of cut through some of this meta, what would you say if you met someone and they knew nothing about the globe, right? Their whole experience of the world has been like we do experience it right now, which is you see flat, you see stationary, right? But you're going to go talk to someone and you have to convince them that what they see and experience is not what's actually happening. And what's actually happening is that the Earth is curved and it's spinning through a space vacuum. What would be your number one best proof that you would present to that person?
Sorry, are you asking me, by the way?
Yes. What is
Amazing.
your best proof for the globe that you would present to
For the
someone who
globe.
had no knowledge of it whatsoever?
All right, so just so I understand correctly your question, you're basically asking me, let's say now tomorrow I come in contact with ET, and then he asks me about the Earth and the shape of the planet. Is that correct? How
Well,
I
not
would
ET,
respond to
right? No, a person who had
anyway,
never experienced anything
would
besides the
say-
Earth as it is right now.
I would say objects disappearing over the horizon.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm talking to Salas. I can talk to you next, but I'd rather talk to one person at a time so it doesn't get confusing.
Amazing. Well, so I mean, that's a good question, by the way. I appreciate that. But it just kind of comes across as if like you're already assuming that I believe the Earth is round. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am making that assumption. I mean, that's generally that's the impression I got. I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm glad to correct you. So I am not convinced yet that the Earth is round because obviously I don't believe anything that comes out of NASA's mouth. I'm definitely not one of those idiots that believe the moon landing was something even remotely logical. But at the same time, I'm not even on the other side of the equation that seems like anything that goes against that logic then surely has to be the truth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable position to take.
Right. So I would say, to answer your point, that I'm more on the middle ground. That's what that was actually what I was trying to understand, right? And actually, for one time, I think Gimsy actually gave me a decent answer, which was, why would I believe your, I don't know, professors, scientists, whatever you want to call them, against NASA? And again, I'm not saying that I believe NASA, but I'm saying, why would I believe your people? Because obviously, me myself, and now, yes, I'm talking about myself. I'm an ignorant when it comes to like science and things like that. I'm completely ready to acknowledge that. But so yeah, that's my point. Like, why would I believe that? And so he
Well,
gave me a good answer.
yeah, basically that we don't expect you to believe anything. That we want you to question and challenge and test it for yourself, and don't take anyone's word for it. But the things that we present to you are verifiable. You know, we make claims that aren't extraordinary claims. Like you can go out to a large body of water and you can test this yourself. Anyone can do this if they want to. Whereas the claims that NASA makes are extraordinary and require you to believe in a place that no one can validate, that violates thermodynamics, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's no surface curvature, but we have to believe that it exists in order to believe all these other things. So you're right not to just trust people, but have you ever actually gone out and done any kind of test yourself or in order to validate it?
I would say that not yet, I would say.
Okay. Do you live near a larger body of water where you could do something like that? Even a large lake would work.
Good question. I'm probably going to move out. Actually, no, wait. A lake. I have a big lake, kind of near to me. I don't know, but it's an artificial lake. I don't know. Does that work?
Well, as long as it's water and it's enough, it's large enough. You can
Right.
if you can determine how long it is, right? Then you can use the Earth curvature calculator and figure out how much drop over distance there should be for that length. And then you can have a friend go to the other end, hold up a mirror, and flash the mirror. And if you can see the mirror flash, assuming that the lake is large enough that your friend should be obscured by Earth curvature. If you see it where you should not see it, then that's a clue that things aren't as we've been told. And if you get to an even larger body of water, and then you start involving things like lasers, then you can see that there's absolutely no curvature to be found anywhere. And we have hundreds of those laser tests. But I always encourage someone to do it themselves because I don't want you to jump from one belief system to another belief system,
Obviously, yeah. Yeah, I actually appreciate that. And actually, thank you a lot for educating me. You see, by the way, I would say actually you should take over the VC more often, to be honest, because you just came here 2 minutes.
Okay.
You actually brought value to the call rather than just talking nonsense with like other people. But I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. What's your name, by the way?
Yeah. I'm over fences, but yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in. Do you have any questions or anything else that you'd like to talk about? Would you like to see some laser tests?
Well, actually, yeah. If you could send in the chat, I'll appreciate that. Obviously, getting educated by logical people, it's always a good way to do it. And what else I was about to say? Yeah, question more less related, right? I mean, I don't. The way I tackle the point of obviously, I can't bring scientific point to tackle any point, and nor against NASA, nor against you guys. Actually, I'm just going to speak about you. But why would you say that we have this? How can I put it? Constant propaganda, perhaps thrown at us. Like, what was again? Like, I don't see it as a logical thing for us to be lied about the curvature of the Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand your question. You're saying you don't see a reason for us to be lied to? Is that what you're saying? You don't see the
Yeah, obviously they
motivation?
do. Yeah, obviously they do. I understand that, but what would be the reason for that, in your opinion?
Well, I think it's important that we kind of break down who exactly has to be lying to us first, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like your school teachers, they weren't lying to you,
Mm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And your professor isn't lying to you.
Mm.
And the average person that works at NASA isn't lying to you. They just believe it the same way we all did, right?
Okay.
So the number of people who actually have to know and be lying is actually pretty small if you think about it. So we're
Okay.
not trying to discern the motivations of millions of people. Maybe it's a few hundred, right? If you really look at who has to be
Okay.
lying. Right?
Do you
Because,
think it's motivated by like some politics, perhaps?
well, I think there's a lot of reasons that are possible, but since I don't know what people are thinking, I can only
Mm-hmm.
guess, right? And I can see a
Mm-hmm.
lot of potential reasons for it. Because why do people lie generally? They lie to gain power, they lie to escape punishment, and they lie to gain something, right? So and not very, like I said, not very many people have to be lying. It's a self-perpetuating system. It's just taught and handed down, and people don't question it. It's very rare for someone to say, well, how do we know this is true? Everyone just accepts it. And the system is set up so that anyone who questions it is mercilessly mocked and treated as a complete moron. So that shuts a lot of people down from even looking at it seriously, which is very effective. So I think there could be a myriad reasons for people to lie. If they make you think that you're an insignificant speck in the universe and you're just here by some random accident, well, that reduces how much power you have as an individual. It makes you meaningless. It makes life meaningless in a lot of ways. And even if you don't think it does, it's knowledge is power. And if they can convince when I say they, I'm not talking about like your teachers or whatever. I'm talking about maybe a few
Yeah.
people who really got this rolling or who know and don't say anything, right? For whatever reason. This is a very big lie. And people are so convinced by it that they deny their own reality. That's a big deal. Like, people look at the flat ocean and they convince themselves they're looking at a ball. People convince themselves they're spinning through space with no evidence of that whatsoever. They deny their own true experience and the reality of it all. And I don't know, I think if you can convince people of something so big, it's easy to convince them of smaller things, especially when you really dig into this and you see how sloppy it all is, how it all falls apart when you really take a hard look at it. And you see how they're not even really trying that hard. With like the videos from space and whatever, there's all these problems, and you realize that they aren't even really trying that hard because they don't have to, because people just
You're talking
believe it
about
and they don't question it.
the CGI
But they're getting
videos. You're talking about the
70 million
CGI
dollars a
videos
day.
in the space.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're sloppy, right? And there's a lot of mistakes. And like Jazzy mentioned about, NASA getting $70 million a day, and you said, well, that's not my government. But it obviously has a cascading effect, because it's like if you had a vending machine and someone figured out that they could hit the vending machine a certain way and it would dispense products for free, right? And then someone else is watching this and they have the choice, do they also go hit the vending machine and get free stuff? Or do they go and tattle about the vending machine, right? So, NASA may have started it, but $70 million a day is pretty convincing for other countries as well. And, maybe they just believe it too, right? Maybe the people that pass the laws that allocate the funding, maybe they think they're really sending people to space. I don't know. But money is a big motivator.
That's a really beautiful point. 100%. That's a really beautiful point, right? So, for example, something to me that is clearly, obviously, what's it called? Politically motivated. Like, for example, the apparent moon landing, right? Obviously, we know that was done for the Soviet Union, whatever, kind of as a flex, whatever. But now my question is this: why would other countries, like for example, now I guess you're American, is that correct?
I am.
Right. So now let's say, for example, Russia. Obviously, in the best interest will be Russia to kind of humble you guys. For example, I'm trying to kind of put it from their perspective and prove you wrong, right? So whatever claim you guys are going to make, they will come along and say, that's wrong, and that's a lie, just to kind of expose you, just to obviously do what you guys done with the moon landing. So what I'm saying right now, why does that not happen? Or at least why I don't see that, Pastor. I don't know if it's happening with behind doors. I don't know, but I just don't see it happening. So I
think it has happened, but the point is, like, who's going to believe them, right? They're going to say, oh, yeah, no, it's Russia. We can't trust them.
And how do they do? And how do they do that without shedding doubt upon their own claimed activities in space?
Right. They're going to cut off their money too.
T-Dub, be quiet.
And I don't think.
For example.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. No, sorry, but just for example, something that I just remember.
Excuse me. You tell me to be quiet one more time, and I don't care how civil a conversation you've had with anybody else, you'll be booted out.
I didn't say nothing. We're talking about. I wasn't talking to anybody.
Well, whoever it was that piped up and said, T-Dub, be quiet.
That was Ashleen again. You see how from earlier we were able to filter a little bit of the nonsense, and now we were able to reset with Over and Salis to be able to speak without the other two guys over speaking and making nonsense conversation. Now, Ashleen took the opportunity to tell you to shut up, T-Dub, but don't do that, Ashleen.
I'm just getting rid of him. Bye, Ashleen.
Yeah, by the way, James, but just to let you say, when you say we, don't bring any we, because the only person here has been actually reasonable between you and your boyfriend who's screaming all the time. He's actually over fences. He's actually respectful and actually educating me, to be honest.
Yes, compared to you. And we agree. You know why, Salis? Because before that happened, there was two LARPers in here. There was two LARPers in here speaking, not trying to have a conversation, and I was able to filter through that and open the panel for her to have a conversation.
No, you didn't open
nothing. That's the way it works. Salis, you probably haven't been here enough time to see that what happened with the other two guys LARPing and trolling and trying to mess around with the conversation. That happens every single day in here. And I serve as a filter for those type of people. And you're here talking to her and you're still complaining.
No, I was talking to her all night until you came in between. Actually, until the boyfriend started screaming as usual, and then you had to obviously come in and defend him. And then again, came back to that jungle and that zoo there was before. But up until you two were muted, nothing happened. Nothing. But watch that. Now he just muted himself.
Hey, you were over talking. Excuse me, I was listening, and you were over talking. There was like 3 people talking at once.
I told you.
I took the opportunity to identify at least one of the people who was over talking, and I muted you, and there was suddenly some sanity in here. All right, I don't care what you think about my tone or how loud you think I talk. I'm not screaming. I took the opportunity just a moment ago to add one comment to the conversation, which I thought may be productive, right? And I got abused by a guest for it. That guest is now gone. I'm sorry if I interpreted that as being you, right? It sounded like your accent. You have a similar accent, maybe. I apologize if I thought it was you. I ended up identifying who it was and removed them from the conversation so that they cannot interfere anymore. Okay? This is just the way I do things here. If you don't like it, too bad. All right? Please continue on, because I was actually enjoying the conversation you were having with Over Fences.
Thanks, T-Dub. Yes, Salas, I actually asked that other guy to mute up a few times, and so he was being kind of disrespectful. So it's probably...
that's now that the other guy wasn't here, the Obi-Wan or whatever. That one was LARPing hard, and that's why I was giving them the treatment.
The Kenobi guy, yeah.
Out. Yeah, Kenobi. I filtered them out, and now we have Salis, which is having he's stepping it up.
Yeah, Salis, we get a lot of...
I'm proud.
Yeah, we get a lot of people pretending to be flat earthers, but they don't understand the arguments, and they think it's funny to try to confuse people who are new to the room.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I appreciate you actually educating me, because I'll be honest. Like, if I'm the type of person that kind of mirror behaviors, right? When I see people just shouting like the other guy or the other guy being kind of condescending, then I have to mirror that, because to be honest, like, that's just how Discord behaves. But when I see people like yourself actually serious, ready to educate other people, I'm fully ready to have a conversation about it. But anyway, let's go back to the point. So, what is it that we were talking about, by the way? I just forgot because the two starts screaming. What is it that we're talking about?
Well, I think the last point you were making was, why wouldn't other countries expose the fraud? Right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Was that the last thing you said?
Yeah, exactly. I was about to mention the fact that I mean, I'm not completely sure about them. I vividly, remotely remember. I think India a couple of months ago, claimed to have sent a Arab country, by the way, India. Anyway, sent a something to the moon, like a robot to the moon. And I watched the video that was supposed to be recording the actual landing on the moon with their a toy, I guess. That's just small. There was CGI.
I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they're not even really trying that hard.
Yeah, that's right. For sure. They were even jumping like North Korea, people when the president comes along. They were just jumping happy, but it was just the most fake experience ever. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was probably India. That was probably India. Yeah, it was like worse than some 8-bit video game. But I thought of another reason why the deception could be maintained, and that is because keeping people in fear allows you to remain in power too. So if you think about all the fear propaganda with outer space and how we're told, this meteor is heading straight for the Earth and it's going to miss it by the width of 6 toasters or whatever random measurement they make up for these, and to create a sense of like constant destabilization, that things could go terribly wrong any moment, and also that that the Earth is a place we need to abandon, we need to leave it, we need to prepare to get away from it. And a lot of people seem to put their hopes in that kind of future, and it's future faking, because obviously we're not leaving. So I think that creates the wrong kind of mindset in people when they think that they have an out. It creates a sense of escapism, and instead of dealing with reality as it is, we have people believing that things are not what they see, that they can't trust their own eyes, they can't trust their own vestibular system. They have to rely on these experts, quote unquote, who actually don't have any evidence either. But it's like set up like a whole religion, a whole religious system where you have the priests at the top telling you that they're the only ones who can translate the holy texts. And you don't read it in that language. But they're telling you just have to believe because they know it's true. And if you question it, well, now you're in a, now we're going to mock you. And, God forbid you leave the religion because now you're an apostate. And we must shun you. And that's exactly what happens, right? When you see how people are just absolutely unwilling to question this. It's strange to me because anything true can stand up to questioning, right? So what are people afraid of doing here? Because if the earth is a sphere, we can question it and we can pull up all the empirical evidence, and yet there is none. So what now? Now, that's why people make up all these other things to talk about. They want to talk about celestial navigation, or they want to talk about satellites, or they want to talk about GPS, or they want to talk about time zones. And they just want to talk about anything that isn't the fact that the Earth's surface has zero curvature. And anyone can find that out for themselves.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously makes sense. Another question as well, by the way, when it comes to the relationship between, by the way, would you specifically consider yourself as a flat earther?
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you say that in your perspective, like, is there any possibility that aliens are possibly a thing? Obviously not in the way that have been portrayed to us. But is that like a possibility in your view?
What do you mean by aliens?
I mean, I don't know. Well, that's a good question. I don't know if you even believe in the space or like the solar system, any of that.
No,
basically extra beings outside of the planet.
Yeah, no, because the Earth is a closed system. It has to be. So, I mean, could something exist outside the Earth? I mean, I can't say one way or another. I don't believe in that. But the fact is, we live in a pressurized system, right? We have pressurized gas that we breathe. In order to have that pressure, there has to be containment, because you can't have pressurized gas next to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr without containment. All of the gas, all the water on Earth, we would all be dead. None of this would be here if it's not contained. So, outer space, like something beyond whatever that container is, or maybe it's just huge. I don't know. I'm just speculating because I don't have proof of any of that. All I know is that the necessary antecedent of gas pressure is a container. It's right there in the definition. So no one's going to an outer space vacuum. And we can't, as for like planets and all that, well, we can't prove any of that, right? We can all see the same things with telescopes, but we don't know what they are, like what they're made of. We don't know where they are, and we don't know how large they are. And anyone who says that they know is wrong or isn't being honest.
Okay, so you basically, like, in a nutshell, you don't see that as a possibility.
No, well, is it possible? Yes, but I wouldn't. I mean, not in any kind of conventional sense. Not in any sense that you are thinking about it right now. Not in any solar system kind of sense. Okay. Flat Earth is not a disk in space, right? It's just what we observe and what we measure and what we know to be true. The rest of it is just speculation, really. The things we can test are real. The things we can prove are real. The rest is just a thought experiment.
The solar system is not actually a thing that we observe. The solar system, as you know it, is a depiction from an outside perspective. When you draw the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth as the third rock from the sun. And that perspective is an outside perspective, outside of reality. No man has point of view to be able to say this is how the solar system looks like. And the Earth is part of that solar system. What we actually observe in reality from the ground, we look up with our eyes or with equipment. We observe the luminaries moving in cycles as observed phenomena. And the sun is part of a system of the sky. The sky is not a solar system. We see the sun as part of a system of the sky, and the sun is following a movement like the other luminaries around a center of the sky. The sky is not solar centric. Nobody observes that. And we don't observe the Earth as part of the system of the sky either. So when we say the Earth is part of the solar system, that is complete nonsense fantasy. What you know of the solar system is that cartoon that you picture in your mind. Nobody observes that. That's not an observable phenomenon.
Okay. Well, anyway, back to the point. Well, of offense. If you can send me those, if you can send it in the chat, those resources and tests that you were mentioning before, I'll appreciate that, and I'll kind of give it a look.
Sorry, I was still muted. Yeah, I can post. We can post some laser tests in the chat, and also I can link you to a couple servers where you'll have access to a lot more than just that. Pretty much like any topic you can think of, you can find information on in those servers. So I'll send you a friend request once we sign off, or once I sign off, and link you to that. And you can ask endless conversations and not have to worry about fighting for a place in here or whatever. But could someone post the Great Salt Lake observation in the side chat? I don't suppose DJ is here, is he? No.
That's fine.
I'm gonna one specific one. Go ahead.
The 21-mile Great Salt Lake observation. So Salas, are you familiar with the Earth curvature calculations based on the radius that we're given? Are you familiar with this?
Not at all.
Has anyone walked you through this at all?
No.
Okay,
not
so
at all.
I apologize that I'm going to say this in miles, but you'll have to translate it into meters and kilometers. So we're told that the radius of the Earth is 3,595 miles. So that necessitates a sphere of a specific size, right? And a sphere means that there is omnidirectional surface curvature. Okay, so that means that wherever you're standing, you're on top of the ball, if you think of it that way. Like the Earth is going to be falling away from you on all directions, no matter where you're standing, if you're on a ball. So therefore, we can take the size that they've given us and we can work out, like I was talking about the lake, we can work out how much drop over distance we should see. And so like I told you, you could test this yourself. Well, one of the examples here is someone went to the Great Salt Lake out in Utah, and thanks, lads. It was posted after 50 minutes past the hour. And they did a laser test over 21 miles and observed zero curvature. I don't have the still shots. Does anyone have the still shots or the maps? I lost like almost all of my my Discord stuff just randomly about a week ago. Anyway, if no one can post it, I can just kind of walk you through it, and you can watch the video for yourself and see, because he's very thorough in the video, going through like his observer height. You know, he does it during the day, he does it at night, but basically there's supposed to be X meters of curvature. Hold on one sec.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, I need to go right now, and unfortunately, I can't really stay over too much.
Okay. Oh yeah.
But if you can,
I apologize. Sorry, but I'll just link you. I'll just give you the information and link it to you, and I'll explain it. And then you and I can, if you have questions, I can answer it, and I can also loop DJ in because he's pretty much the expert on this one. I don't know if you've talked to him, but he's a good guy too.
Is DJ any of these two lunatics, or is it just another person?
He's a mod on one of the servers. He created it actually. He's a mod on both, but he's very familiar with this in particular, and he's a really nice guy. So he can walk you through it and any questions you might have about it.
Well, I appreciate that. And just before I go, I'll just simply say, first and foremost, I appreciate you opening my eyes on this point. And yeah, I would just simply say, how about you guys actually learn from her instead of just screaming? But
all right, take care.
Bye. Thanks for the advice.
He jumped in to comment about the other guy, Obi-Wan or whatever, I don't forget. And he was the one that you banned. He was asking a question. I was trying to reply to him, and then the pretender clown started. Oh, do you want to educate him? Do you want me to do it? Or do you want? He was. I'll educate him or whatever. I was like, okay, you do it then. And then he was like, I believe there is an ice wall beyond the ice wall or whatever. Was obviously everything he was saying. It was kind of like pretending, obviously. And yeah, there was 3 people jumping. Then this guy was jumping up, making an opinion about me trying to control the other 2. And then he went off from there. And I was trying to filter who was actually being sincere, who was actually trying to talk with us. But the one that Tito banned, he was, you guys don't comprehend the language. You don't comprehend, because he was saying in the Arabic or the shape as an egg cosmology, we don't understand the language, whatever. He was kind of calling us stupid because of that. And then the other guy was pretending, the Jedi Obi-Wan or whatever was pretending to be a flat earther, trying to say about the ice wall around the Earth. And then the other guy saying, let him explain his flat earth idea. Let him do it. You guys are not letting him explain himself and how it works. And I was asking him, can you just show what you're trying to say so we can go about it?
Yeah, exactly. He was getting all up in his feelings, trying to, moderate the moderators.
Yeah, you should be doing this way. You interrupting him, bro. Yeah, he wanted to do it his way. There's new people. They don't know how the rooms operate, so he went sideways because of that. But at least the actual trolls showed their faces, and then Overfences was able to get the floor cleaner and have a decent conversation with the other guy at reset it without the other 2 kind of like messing around. Because I was trying to say stuff and they were interrupting me, but they didn't do that to Overfences because they weren't here anymore.
Right. Good job, Overfences. That was actually really good.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's just a little chaotic with those 2 guys before. I hate it when you get LARPers because someone new to the room thinks they don't know any better, and it's just so obnoxious. So I'm glad we cleaned that out. Hey, Rusty P, you want to mic up? I thought your last comment was kind of interesting. Wouldn't mind you expanding on that a little more.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Rusty. Over Fences mentioned your name, so welcome.
Yeah, I was asking something in the chat.
Go ahead. Yeah, do you want to restate your question? I don't have very long, but anybody here is as capable of addressing it.
The question was about something that you were mentioning to the person that was talking to you before about the difference in like it wasn't the difference, but the atmosphere basically ending apparently at the vacuum, and that a vacuum should move to a pressure should move to a vacuum.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that on a globe Earth, apparently the atmosphere would vent out into the vacuum of space.
Right, unless it's contained. Yes, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but why do you think that would happen on a globe Earth? That's what I don't understand.
Because that's what we observe in reality, and we can test that. Because we have no examples. I mean, let me ask you. What do you think is containing the pressurized gas that we breathe?
Well, gravity.
So your contention is that gravity is containing gas, correct? Now, what would you describe as, okay, well, let me quickly ask you, what is gravity?
It's the force that pulls things towards the center of the Earth.
Okay, but not everything, right? Because
context.
It's not pulling gas towards the center of the Earth.
No, it still does that, yeah. Still does it.
Well, actually, we have a lot of evidence that it doesn't. So
we have a lot of evidence that it does.
Well, for example, we have caves that have been undisturbed for, millions of years, and the gas has not stratified according to molecular weight. Now, it remains mixed in undisturbed caves. So if gravity was affecting gas would stratify. But that's not what we observe. And gas for any kind of gas pressure, we require containment. It's just a fact. It's right there in the definition. I'm willing to entertain what you're saying.
Gravity. That's the thing.
Well, I'm willing to entertain this idea if you can show me an example of gravity containing gas next to a vacuum.
Well, that's the thing. You're saying next to a vacuum.
That's correct, because that's what outer space is supposed to be.
Yeah, but the gas pressure on Earth is contained in a gradient. It's not contained like there's gas pressure and then all of a sudden there's a vacuum.
Okay, right. But there's still gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. How can that exist?
Well, what you're saying,
yes, but the vacuum,
if I may, that would be claiming that the entirety of the universe is Earth's atmosphere.
No. No one has said that.
No? So there is a place where it's not Earth's atmosphere.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
It's,
right. There you go. There you go, over fences.
What
yeah, the place where it stops being Earth's atmosphere is basically determined arbitrarily. But
okay, can you provide an example of this so that we know that this is the case in defiance of the second law of thermodynamics? Because I want to see it.
Defiance?
Yes.
There's no defiance on it.
Absolutely. Gas will always seek equilibrium.
If you what about people climbing Mount Everest? Why do they have to take oxygen up there?
It's still because gas is produced at the surface, because it's warmer at the surface. But to have a gradient, which is what you're describing, you also have to have a container. You can't have gas pressure gradients without a container.
No, in a container, it should be equalized.
Well, it depends. Like I explained, the gas is produced at the surface, and the surface is warmer.
There's no gas. Well, there is oxygen being produced on the surface.
Hold on, just a second. Hold on, Ala, can you put yourself on mute? We can get you in a moment.
Okay,
Who?
I won't.
All right, thanks. Okay, go ahead, Rusty. Sorry.
No, there's oxygen being produced on the surface.
Well, not just oxygen.
By using carbon dioxide.
Okay.
Yeah, there are other gases, maybe, but
okay. So I'm just asking, can you show? But like I said, I'm willing to accept that gravity can act as a container for a pressurized gas adjacent to vacuum if you can show me.
I mean, what am I supposed to show you? I can tell you when you go up in the atmosphere, the pressure is going to decrease.
Correct, but there's still pressure.
The mixture, there is still pressure, yes. And if you go further and further up, outside of the, outside of the atmosphere, something that is arbitrarily decided by scientists, or I don't know who decides that, but it doesn't actually matter. At some point, you're going to hit a...
Well, actually it does.
Pressure.
Well, why is that, though? Why is it? Is that because they don't know where it is, where it stops and space begins? So they just pick some arbitrary point?
Yeah, they basically do. Because why?
They don't know. Actually, they don't know where the Earth's atmosphere ends and space begins.
Again, if it's arbitrarily decided, it doesn't necessarily have to be that they don't know. But I think maybe it was when aerodynamics...
You think if they knew, that'd be the place, right, that they'd choose. They'd say, no, this is the place where Earth's air ends. They wouldn't just arbitrarily pick it. Would they? They'd be like actually identifying, right here, this is where the Earth's air stops, and this is where outer space begins.
I mean, if you had a gradient that goes from 100 to 1 or something, then where would you put this barrier at? It's arbitrary. You don't...
Right, you're claiming there is no barrier.
There is no barrier, no. There doesn't have to be a barrier. No. It's again, like,
it doesn't have to be.
The question is about gas pressure next to a vacuum. The vacuum is an arbitrary...
One system versus another system with no separation. I mean, no physical separation.
The thing is, you can like look up what a vacuum is in like...
Yeah, they call it a near perfect vacuum. They claim outer space is a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah, depending how far away from a celestial body you are, yes, it's not that easy to say. It's zero pressure, and that's the question.
They call it a near perfect vacuum, whereas on Earth we are not in a near perfect vacuum. There's pressure, gas pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level.
Yes. So the question, or the claim that gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum is kind of... It's not dumb.
So I get a container on Earth, right? And I have it divided in half. And in the bottom, I have pressure at 14.7 psi. And in the top, I get as near to a perfect vacuum as I can. Probably I could probably not even get it to 10 to the negative 1 torr, right? But we're gonna make it as close to a vacuum as we can. We're going to extract as much air out of that as possible, right? So we got 14 psi in the bottom half of the container and a vacuum above it, separated with a physical barrier, and we're going to remove the physical barrier. We don't expect the 14.7 psi to go into the vacuum, right?
No, then you expect it to go into the vacuum, as you call it, yes.
Right. There you go. Thank you. Outer space debunked.
What? Then you ignored completely what I said before. You can make that up, like that experiment up, of course. But if you have a pressure of 14.7 next to a pressure of 14.6.9999, they can exist perfectly clearly.
No, that's still the same system. That's still the same system. That's not a separate system.
Okay,
it's like you're claiming that outer space is outer space, one system, Earth's atmosphere, another system. Two separate systems, unless you want to claim it's one single system. Like I said earlier, you can escape this by claiming that the entirety of the universe is Earth's atmosphere. Then there is no outer space. It's just all Earth's atmosphere. It's just very, very low pressure.
Yeah, you know that we distinguish things by words, like by different words and stuff, right?
Yeah, you're not going to escape being able to call them two different systems. You must.
Yeah, no, you're not being able to escape by making up some experiment that is completely different from what I was talking about.
It's not completely different. It's claimed that there is gas, a pressurized gaseous system surrounding Earth, a volume of gas, and then there is this other system that is not that gas, an area for which is available for the gas pressure system surrounding Earth. Two separate systems, a near perfect vacuum system and a pressurized system.
I don't actually think you misunderstand this. Anyway, I was talking about talking with over fences. I don't even know why you would interject.
Hey guys, I have a question. So do you think like gas pressure decreases as altitude increase? It's for, I think, T-dub. Do you agree with that?
Can you repeat the question? Or Rusty, do you want to finish up before we move to the next question, or is this related to yours?
It's the same question.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, do you agree that?
Well, the point is there would be no air or water at the surface if there's not a barrier between our atmosphere and space.
No, I'm not.
The space vacuum, I should say, not just space.
Yes, which would be.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the barrier. Like when we go up, like, don't you think the air pressure decreases?
Yeah, that's correct, because in order to have an air pressure gradient, you have to have containment.
Exactly.
The air pressure would not exist whatsoever without that.
Okay, so if it's decreasing, where do you think it stops? Like everything
I don't know.
That's decreasing, there should be some point to stop, right?
I assume so, but I don't. I mean, I assume there's a barrier. I know that the space vacuum cannot. We cannot. I know that we cannot prove a space vacuum exists.
No, you don't have to observe or like do experiment to believe on this. This is just a logical question. If something is decreasing, there should be some point.
Not necessarily. No, I mean, how do we know that there is? How do we know that it doesn't increase again? Right? There's no way to know that. I can't test that, and neither can you.
Okay. But you believe that there is a vacuum, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you think. Okay. So you think
because
just continues indefinitely?
No. Okay. Let me ask you. When you picture flat Earth, are you picturing like a disk in the solar system, and like we're the only flat planet?
No, I don't picture Earth as a flat Earth. I'm not.
No. That's not my question. I'm saying when you picture what you think we are saying, you're picturing Earth as like a flat planet in the solar system.
Yes, I mean that's what you think, right?
No, that isn't. And so, I mean, I can understand the confusion. No, we reject the heliocentric model entirely. Okay, because we're going from a place of empiricism. So we're going with what we can measure and test to be true. So the Earth measures flat. We can empirically test that. Anyone can empirically test that. We know water is flat at rest, and 72% of the known world is water. Can't have a 72% flat sphere. We know that gas pressure requires containment. We can test that. We can prove that. The rest of the stuff, I'm not buying because there's no evidence of it.
Okay, so when you say evidence, is it something that you measure or something that you observe personally or something other people done for you? Or
it doesn't have to be, it has to be like, we need to be able to prove it's true, right? So someone telling me it's true doesn't make it true. Someone showing me an image doesn't make it true. Someone saying, no, really, I have the information. I can't share it with you. I just know it's true, and I'm the expert, so you need to believe me. Like, that's not sufficient, right?
Okay, so what's sufficient for you?
Sufficient is measurements and tests.
Yourself, right? Personally,
empirical. No, no, it doesn't have to be. Okay.
So who's
Let me ask you. Go ahead.
Who's doing the measurement?
Well, people do the measurements with lasers, with infrared. We know that water is flat at rest, right?
Exactly. So you're taking other people's experiments, right?
You don't do an experiment for flat. I don't know what you mean.
No, the laser experiment that you have mentioned previously. It was done by other people.
Oh, I personally have not done a laser experiment. I don't have a laser, but I've done other things myself. Sure.
Okay.
I've done observations over long enough distances to prove that there's no Earth curvature. So, and I've never observed it. So So the observation is just the first step, and then we can test it to see if our observations meet up with the measurement.
The problem with that observation thing is like you don't have to observe things to know if they're true or not.
Well, that's a straw man because that's not what I said.
That's not a straw man. I can give you a practical example. Like assume you are moving at a constant velocity in a bus, right?
Oh, now you're changing the topic.
Huh?
Right, but you're getting, well, for one, we can get to that, but you're moving away from the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
And that's what we're talking about here.
Sure.
Okay, so we observe it as flat. We measure it as flat. We know water is flat at rest. We know the Earth is 72% water. Where can I see or measure curvature? I need to see a measurement of curvature conforming to the rate that we're told. Do you have that? Does anyone have that?
Not only they don't have it, he doesn't have it. There's also the evidence that the opposite is true. That it is not curving. There's evidence for that. Repeatable, demonstrable, testable, verifiable. Again and again and again, done in all across the world, many positions, many locations across the world, done. There's evidence for that. The Earth not curving. Where's the evidence for the other side? None. He doesn't have it.
Right.
I mean, I can share some resources as you guys
Okay.
are sharing some resources of your side. I can share some resources if you like.
That'd be great. You have now what I'm really looking for here is like not a wiki article claiming something, not a calculation, right? Because we can calculate almost anything, but the calculation has to comport to reality. Otherwise, it's useless. Okay. Otherwise, it's just fun. It's just it. I don't want math. I want math that corresponds to reality. So, can you post an actual measurement of the Earth's surface, not a calculation? And I want to see who did it, and I want to see the primary sources and their data.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, when you say an actual measurement, what kind of measurement do you think it's like enough for you?
Well, I don't know, show me your best one. I mean, I would say that we can easily test with putting two people on opposite sides of a lake and seeing that they are not obscured by Earth curvature, right? Like that's good. We can use lasers. That's better. We can use infrared. That takes us even further. We've got radio waves. I mean, we've got 1,000 things. So just throw out your best. But I want to see the actual like data because in all the years I've been in this space, I've never seen an actual measurement of Earth curvature, nor have I ever seen Earth curvature. Hey, Overlord, as we wait, can you just kind of describe what you're going to post?
I just found this link. You can check it out. I mean,
okay.
It's from Princeton.
Okay, is it a calculation or is it an actual measurement?
No, it's not a calculation.
Okay, great. Great. Okay. Let me take a look. Oh, okay. Yep. All right. So the claim here is that different shadow lengths prove that Earth's a sphere, right? Is that the claim?
I didn't read it. I just searched it and shared the link.
Okay. Well, they're basing this on. Hold on, just one sec.
Yeah, I just want to. I think it's the historical thing.
Sorry about that. I'm back. So they're basing this on someone that we're told set up some sticks and measured some shadows. Okay. We have no primary sources or data on this whatsoever. And we can also achieve the same effect on a planar Earth if we have a more local sun.
Oh, by the way, I don't know about your model. How do you explain the sun?
Well, I don't.
Can you explain your model? I'm not that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, aware of these things. How does it work? Where is the sun? And how does gravity work? And what does the Earth look like? Can you explain those things?
Well, I don't attempt to explain everything, right? I don't want to substitute one set of beliefs for another set of beliefs. So I just try to go with what we can test, measure, and prove. All right. So we observed the sun moving. We can all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
There is zero basis for the sun being 93 million miles away in a vacuum.
But when you say the sun is moving, how do you know if the sun is moving or if we are moving? If you see something is moving, either you are moving or that thing is moving, right? How do you know which one is which?
Well, we have no evidence that we are moving.
Okay, so exactly. So now we can agree that
we see what we see is where we start. We start with what we see, right? We all know we can see the sun moving. Everyone agrees on that, right?
No, I mean, I can give you the analogy, the bus analogy that I gave you last time. If you are moving in two buses, if you are moving at the same speed and see the other bus, it feels like the other bus is stopped, right? But actually it's moving. You don't tell things by just observing it because you have to see it from outside, from the other dimension.
Okay.
You look at the bus speedometer. You look at the speedometer. It will tell you.
No.
You look out the window. You're not looking at the other bus. There is no other Earth that we're looking at that we're gauging our speed against. Right? There's no proof of Earth motion at all. So what we see is the sun moving, and it appears smaller than the Earth.
Okay.
And that can also explain the diverging. But I kind of want to stick with your first one because I really want to suss out the Earth's surface before we move on to other things. Okay, because all of this falls apart if you can't prove to me that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, just let me tell you this one.
Okay.
If you don't believe on this one, then it's okay. We can go. Assume you are living on the sun. Okay, you say that the sun is moving, right? Let's say you are moving. Let's say the sun is stationary, and someone who's living on the sun sees the Earth moving, right? Even if the sun is moving, it sees the Earth as a moving object because it's like a space, right? You don't know which one is moving unless you have a specific frame of reference.
Correct, and we don't have any evidence of that from the Earth.
So we can agree that either the sun or the Earth can rotate.
No, that's a false equivalence. Because there is no evidence of the Earth moving. We don't just look at a sun. There's all the stars. There's everything we see. We have no evidence that the Earth has ever changed position, and we have no evidence that the Earth is moving.
Because you're living on the Earth, right? You have to be outside the Earth.
Then if that's the case, then how did someone determine we were moving?
Oh, because we have satellites, right?
Okay, do you see that this is circular reasoning?
No.
Your proof that Earth is a ball is that the ball has things orbiting it.
No, even if like let's say it's not like a ball. It's like, let's say it's a flat thing, right? How do you explain the working principle of satellites?
Okay, first of all, you really want to get, I see you just are trying really hard to get away from the surface of the earth, and I'm trying to understand why you're doing that. Can you explain to me why you want to leave my request for a measurement of Earth's surface and get into things floating in the sky?
Oh, I just sent you a link, right?
Okay, is it a measurement?
But I just
Is it
it's
a
not
measurement?
but it is a measurement, right? Let me check. I think it is a measurement.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see it in the chat.
Let me check it.
So, Overlord, did I explain to you well enough why differing shadows is not exclusive to a sphere? Do you understand my point there? Yeah, and there was and with Aristophanes, we only have the claim that this person existed. We don't have any primary sources. We don't even have any mentions before fairly recently, within the last few hundred years. And we have no primary sources, no data, nothing. And what we're even told about it is that he made a bunch of assumptions that were incorrect. So the whole thing kind of falls apart. And also, supposedly, the Chinese did the same experiment at the same time and deduced that the Earth was flat. So I think on that basis, we can just toss it out that it's not evidence for or against, and instead find something more modern. So I would like an actual measurement of the surface of the Earth with this citation. I want to know who did it and how they did it, not that they measured some shadows and made the assumption that the Earth was a ball. I want to see an actual measurement of a curving surface, and not basing it on satellites or GPS or whatever. I mean, none of that. If the Earth isn't curving, none of that exists. So you have to prove to me the Earth is curving first. And I know you said you put something in the side chat, but I still don't see anything. So I don't know if it's me or what.
I mean, the proofs I'm seeing right now have some maths inside, but I mean, you don't like math, that's why. I don't know.
Oh, no, I love math. I love math, but math has to comport to reality, right? So if the ball is of the size that we're told it is, the ground has to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Mhm.
Okay, so where can we see that? And who measured it? Who can prove that to us, that that's actually happening? Despite all of our laser tests, despite our understanding of water, despite everything we observe, I want to see who measured the 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance.
Okay, so how do you explain the ships disappearing in ocean and stuff like that? Do you believe
There
in
could be
that?
a lot. There could be a lot of explanations for that, but that's still not. That's still not a measurement.
So, I mean, how do you see how do you want to see the curvature? Like, one way to prove that is like by looking into like far away objects, right? Vanishing. Okay.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. So, for example, I would need to see that, like across a 10-mile lake, that there's the appropriate amount of drop over a distance so that objects across it are not visible if they fall below that level.
You mean like they get diminished? I'm not talking about that. Even if they're in full size, but they disappear, like they go down, not like diminish in size from all dimension. You understand what?
No, because that's going to happen with distance. I'm talking about. I need to see that the Earth is curving at the rate we're told. That it is obscuring the things behind it at the rate we're told all the time. I mean, where did the number come from? Right? We're given this very specific number. I realize there's a little bit of wiggle room with that, like 14 kilometers or something at the max distance difference, if I'm remembering correctly. But someone came up with the number, right? Someone said this, we measured the Earth and this is how we did it. And this is the number. And everything is based on that. So who did it and how? Because surely they didn't just measure some shadows and come up with that number. Because as we've shown you, that doesn't prove the Earth is a sphere.
I mean, there are other modern methods that people use to measure, but I don't think you can buy that argument.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the last part of your sentence? You don't think I can what that argument?
You don't buy that kind of argument, right? If I tell you about the satellites and how
because
satellites revolve. Oh.
No, because for a satellite to be orbiting in a space vacuum, we have to be on a sphere, right? And you haven't proven the sphere. I mean, we can say, I don't have any problem with satellites. I just don't think they're in a space vacuum and they're not orbiting, right? I don't have a problem with things in the sky.
Okay, so
we obviously know things are in the sky, but they're not measuring the Earth, right? And in order to determine, go ahead. Sorry.
You don't think we have satellites above us?
No, I think we do. I just don't think they're in a space vacuum, and I don't think they're orbiting because the Earth is not a sphere to orbit.
Okay, that's a new thing. Okay.
See, you seem like a sincere guy, and I think you're running into the problem that we all ran into, because you have to understand that we all fully believed in all of this, right? We fully believed in the globe and space and rockets going to outer space and the whole thing, right? And for some reason, we at some point decided to say, well, where's the evidence for these things? And then when you start looking for the evidence, it all falls apart because there is none. And you realize it's like a house of cards, because you remove the fact that there is no Earth motion, there is no Earth curvature. We can't have gas pressure without a container, and then it all falls apart.
I mean, the problem is, like, you believe the laser experiment, right? Why don't you just believe this satellite experiment that people have done
because
to measure the Earth's curvature?
Because a laser test is done on the surface of the Earth, and it's not an extraordinary claim, right? And I've watched the videos with the setup, and they get into the details of it all, and they explain the observer height and the weather conditions and where they are, and they post all the like the nitpickiest of details, right? And it's not an extraordinary claim that someone set up a laser above a lake, right? Okay, the idea that there is a space vacuum in violation of everything we know about thermodynamics, and in that space vacuum, there are objects orbiting an Earth that no one can prove is spherical. Like, that's an extraordinary claim I can't verify. I can go buy a laser and verify it. I can go to a lake and look.
Okay, so what if I tell you that I'm the type of person who's working on satellites, and I know what the satellites are doing when they are first launched.
No, you're looking at data. And I'm not the satellite expert. We do have some people in our community that know a lot about this and certainly a lot more than I do. But I do know that you are looking at data. And that's what, and you believe the satellite is where you say it is, and you believe it's orbiting in a space vacuum. And so everything you look at is through that lens. But if you do work with satellites, if you actually work with satellites, we have some people that are really knowledgeable on this topic.
Okay, so you're looking for this kind of like a video or a first-hand proof of the Earth's curvature. Is it okay if I share with you a YouTube video? I know this guy is a YouTuber, and he used a hot balloon to show the curvature of the Earth. He just mounted a camera on the hot balloon, and he showed the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, first of all, that's not a surface measurement. But secondly, a hot air balloon doesn't go high enough. A hot air balloon doesn't go high enough to show Earth curvature.
Yes, it can go high.
A hot air balloon does not go high enough. Even okay, do you know how high the ISS is claimed to be? It's claimed to be, yeah, the International Space Station is claimed to be about 250 miles from Earth, okay? At that height, at that distance from Earth, they would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So even the claimed distance of the ISS is not far enough to see Earth curvature. So if a hot air balloon or a balloon, a high altitude balloon is showing curvature, then that's a lens issue. That's a camera lens effect. Because it's just not possible even with the globe paradigm.
So in order to show you the curvature of the Earth, I should be somehow above the curvature itself.
Right? No, I want to, no, because at the time that we're given this measurement, nobody was going up anywhere, right? It predates all of that. So who measured it and how?
No, I don't care about the people who measured it previously, but I'm talking about now, modern time technologies. Like, what kind of experiment do you want me to show? Like, do you want me to do to make you believe that Earth is a curve?
You have to show me water curving at the rate we're given.
Okay, I just mentioned the ships being disappeared.
Okay, but that's not
some distance.
Well, first of all, I've been to the ocean a lot, and I've never seen that phenomenon. And there can be a lot of explanations why an object would be obstructed at the bottom that have nothing to do with the ground curving, right? There's waves. With water, there's waves, there's temperature differences between the air and the water. There are a lot of reasons why that can be. And we've done a lot of things to show that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface as well. So that's not a measurement still. That's just saying I can't see the bottom of the ship anymore, so therefore the Earth is curving. So that one doesn't really hold up either.
Okay, so if you're on the ocean and see the curvature and you don't believe because there are other phenomena that can...
Well, I'm not seeing any curvature because what you're describing, if that was Earth curvature, the Earth would be shaped like a cylinder. Because if it's curving in one direction, it needs to be curving in all directions. And that's not what we observe.
So why do you say that it's a cylinder, though? It's curving in the
because from left to right, because it's even from left to right, and you're just saying ahead of you, the Earth is curving away, but not on the sides.
But if there is another ship going on your side, then the same thing would happen, right?
Well, we don't see that.
Because there is no ship, you are seeing ship only from your.
No,
phone.
I'm saying we don't observe ships disappearing over the horizon at a rate that. Well, we don't observe them going over the horizon at all, but they're certainly not appearing that way at a rate that would be consistent with a spherical Earth.
Okay, but how do you know the rate? Have you measured it?
I'm saying the rate that we're told, right? The rate that we're given. I didn't make it up. It's not my claim.
No, the way the ship disappeared. and the rate, how do you compare them? I mean, you know the rate that people have told you, but how do you know the rate in which the ships are disappearing?
So you're saying that I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying that the Earth curvature would vary?
Yeah, you say that the rates are not consistent, right? The one that we are told in the way the ship disappeared, it's not the same. You're saying that, you're claiming that, right?
No, I'm saying that one, we don't usually see ships disappearing bottom up. That's unusual. So that's not happening every time as it should. And two, there's a lot of good reasons for something to appear that way that have nothing to do with surface curvature. And three, we're not seeing it everywhere at the rate at which we're told it should happen if the Earth was a sphere.
Okay, so if these experiments are not convincing for you, tell me your laser experiment and let me hear it.
You want to see some laser experiments? That's
no,
great.
Just tell me like what was the measurement like? What did they do?
Yeah, let me just give me a second here. I'll post it in the side chat. If someone else wants to pop in while I do this, that'd be great.
Wait, which experiment did you said that she doesn't want to accept? Which experiment?
His claim that boats go over the curve.
That's not an experiment.
Right, I understand that, but yeah. All right, hold. I'm going on mute for a minute.
Listen,
Hey guys,
sir. Hello.
Hey, can I ask, what is the topic about?
You're gonna ask a question. You give me a second before you ask the question, okay?
No, I just joined and I'm asking like, what is the topic about? And that's it.
The surface of the Earth.
Like, as I can see here, this series is named like Flat
The
Earth.
surface of Earth, or the waters across surface.
Okay.
So, sorry, you're asking about boats going over the horizon, right? That was your question earlier?
Yeah, I mean that was one of the observations that I.
How many variables have you considered and check mark and checked, right? That it will bring you to the conclusion that there's nothing else causing the effect that you're observing. You're saying, what else could it be besides the curvature of the Earth that I don't see the boat anymore? Your question, right?
I mean, that was not my question.
We observe a boat disappearing. We are at the shore. We're looking across the water. We see the boat. The boat is moving, and eventually we don't see it anymore. That's what you're saying.
Yes, but no, it's not like diminishing in dimension. It's like disappearing instantly, like.
Yeah, and you think that the boat disappearing, that effect, the boat disappearing, that observation is caused by the Earth curving or the water curving.
Mm-hmm.
Have you considered any other variables like visibility?
I just mentioned that if you take something farther and farther away from you, it diminishes from all sides, right? Because it's getting smaller and smaller. That's it.
Yeah. That's the angle of view. That's your angle of view, right? The pixelation. But then there is a medium that you're looking across, right? Across the water.
Mm-hmm.
And you at the surface are looking through humidity, particles in the air. There's changes of temperature, like there's hotter in the air and colder on the water, right? You get that?
Mm-hmm.
So you looking at that long distance and seeing the boat disappearing from your view because by a bunch of other variables besides the belief that it is the curvature of the Earth causing that observation.
Hey, Overlord, on in the text chat, Matrix posted at 44 minutes past the hour a huge list of laser tests for you to check out.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Okay, good.
He's
And then
talking
I
about
also
a-
posted. I also posted the Salt Lake laser test, which I think he also posted. But I posted the Earth curve calculator there, so you can see how much curvature should be expected in comparison to what is viewed. So, and I gotta dash. So, thanks a lot for the conversation. It was good talking to you.
Thanks, you too.
So, guys, to be clear, like, who thinks the Earth is flat and who thinks it is round?
There was a question on the table. What's going on? Overlord, did you check the information that was sent to you? Are you looking at it? Overlord,
No, I'm checking it now.
you checking the text?
Yes, I'm checking the laser experimenting. Yeah, the Great Lake experiment. Is it a PDF
Yeah.
file?
Yeah, that's a good one. You can check that one. People have been posting some examples for you in the text chats.
Okay,
Look through that, and then you can come here and talk about it if you like. Your leisure.
Okay.
Guys, so if the Earth was like flat, why the sun is round? Like, I'm just asking.
Because the earth is terra, the ground below your feet, right? That's the earth. And then the sun is away from the earth, above the earth, not the earth. So the sun is one thing. Sir, the sun is one thing, celestial, up in the sky, up, above. The earth is below, not the same thing. So if you look at the sun and you say, oh, the earth must be a circle because the sun looks like a circle, that is a logical fallacy. That doesn't logically follow.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a question about the thing that you're standing on, the earth, you check the earth. You don't check the sun. Can you check the sun? Can you go test the sun, measure it? Can you do that? No, right? The answer is no. No man can do that.
So what about the moon?
So when we go to the earth, okay, so the moon, the same thing, celestial, not the earth. The thing in question, the earth. What is the question? How does the earth measures? What is the earth? What are the measurements? So we go to the earth and we check the earth.
Okay.
The moon and the sun are observable phenomena. We can observe it, but they don't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on.
Okay. So like if the sun is round and the moon is round and all the planets that we can see is all round, why are some that the earth is flat?
Because the earth is not one of those things. The earth has not look at those things and they are nothing like the earth. So the sun, the moon, planets, the observable phenomena of the luminaries that are moving across the sky are nothing like the earth. The earth is nothing like those. The earth is unique when you compare it to those things.
Okay.
So those things being something and doing something doesn't mean that the earth is those things or doing those things.
Okay, so have you traveled in a plane before?
How what?
A plane or a ship?
Can you formulate a question?
Sorry?
Can you
I'm asking you.
formulate a question?
Yeah, it's about the topic, so like I just want to see your experience.
So what is the question again?
I'm telling you, like, did you ever travel in a ship or in a plane?
Yes, many times. Yes, I've traveled many times. Yes, the answer is yes. I've traveled. Yes.
Yeah, it's not a personal. I'm not personalizing anything, just about the topic. I'm so sorry for that. Yeah, so if you travel in a ship and you saw another ship, you can literally see it like disappearing from the top, which is like literally proof that the Earth is round. Okay,
Are you talking about a boat or an airplane?
I'm talking about the boat, bro.
You're talking about a boat on the water. You are on the boat. You're saying you are on the boat or you are on the shore looking at the boat.
You are on the boat looking at another boat, and that boat like so disappearing. When that boat disappears, you can literally like, if the Earth is flat, that boat must like be smaller than disappeared. But when you saw another boat, you can literally see it like going down.
Have you ever heard of the day visibility in the weather channel in your nation? Today the visibility is 2 miles, 3 miles, 10 miles. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah.
You know when there's a storm and there's raining, a lot of rain, you cannot see too far.
Yeah,
Yeah. So when you're on the water, on a boat, you're looking across the surface of the water. There is stuff in the air, humidity, particles, temperature changes, right? And eventually, that boat that you're looking at you won't be able to resolve it with your eyes, right? But guess what? There is infrared opticals that will show you the boat back, and the militaries have lasers that they can pinpoint the target that they cannot see. So there's a target. There's a target that you cannot see with your eyes on the boat, right? On the boat. So you are in the military boat, and there's a boat that you cannot see, but that same boat is pinpointing a laser line of sight from the boat you're standing on to the other boat that you cannot see. See? That is not because you cannot see it. It's because curvature of the earth. Because if there was if there was curvature between you standing on that boat and the other boat, if there was a bulge of water in the way, the laser will not pinpoint the other boat. So the laser, the target lasering can go really far away. Doing it debunks the idea that there is a water bulge in the way between the boats.
Okay. So what about the shadow of the Earth?
What, nighttime?
Yeah, like when you see the sun, like it get dark, or you see the moon.
When you see the sun gets dark, you mean a solar eclipse?
Yeah, something like that. Solar eclipse and also the lunar. Can you define those things based on the Earth that is flat?
No, those things are observable phenomena. We observe the phenomena from the ground that we're standing on. We see what's happening with the celestials, with the luminaries, and then we label it, look, a lunar eclipse, because the moon is turning red, and then a little bit black, and then having this effect, and that phenomena, we call it the lunar eclipse, right? Then we see the sun doing something similar, and we label it the solar eclipse. Now you're asking, what are the causes of those effects? You're asking for the causal mechanism of how is that happening. That's what you're asking, right? How is it happening? Are all the variables in place that are causing that effect that we're observing?
Yeah.
That's your question? Know what's my answer? I don't know.
You don't know?
You know what I can tell you? That is not because the Earth is a sphere, because the Earth is not curving. So it cannot be that is because the Earth is a sphere. what it is
It's
in
good.
actuality, what is causing the effect. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to get on your knees, pray to God, give you revelation, because no man can go to the sun, the moon, and the heavenly bodies to determine the mechanisms of the celestials, to be able to give you a prescription of how it works.
Okay, I got you. But if you look at the definition of those two things, you can easily see that the Earth is curved.
Wait, you
So
what do you say? You're looking at something? Looking at what? And it's telling you that the Earth is curved. What are you looking at?
just type the solar eclipse and the lunar, and see the definition of them, and you will easily find that
Yeah, yeah.
the Earth is.
Listen. You have you ever been in a place and you observed this phenomena? Have you done it yourself?
So you are saying that this all definitions of all these things are just a bunch of crap?
No,
Nothing.
that's not what I said. Those are not the words that I said. I asked you a question. Because when you're looking at the phenomena that you're talking about, that I've seen it, I'm asking you if you have seen it. Because when I saw it, when I looked at that phenomena happening, the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse, you know what I didn't see? I didn't see the Earth as a sphere. What I saw was the sun being shadowed, right? That's what I saw. And then
Yeah.
I saw the moon turning red and having darkness of the moon, right? But you're saying that means that the Earth is a sphere. How do you came to that conclusion logically? How do you determine by looking at the sun or the moon that the Earth is curving? Because you saw a cartoon. I'll give you the answer
Let,
too of the question
let
that.
me
Listen, you know
explain.
why? You know why you think that? You know why you think that? Because you saw a depiction, right? You look. You saw a depiction of the Earth as a sphere, and that the sun and the moon in between, right? That's what you saw in a cartoon of that, and you're saying that
It's
is
not
what's
about,
happening.
it's like the scholars who found that.
Okay, show me. You're roboting, so fix your connection. You're roboting at the moment. Fix your connection.
Sorry.
You are lagging your connection. Is it me or is it him?
Don't know, bro. Am I lagging right now?
Yeah, you are lagging. You're roboting.
Don't know what is the reason, but okay. I'll just a second. Can read this, okay? You can just read this. Wait a second. Okay, go ahead and read this. Am I still lagging, bro?
You're good now. Can you read it for me? Because I'm eating something, so I would like you to read it for me. Go ahead. Just explain to me the claim. Make the claim. Go ahead.
Okay, someone is putting a wheelchair on it. Oh. Why, bro? Like you all think the Earth is flat, right? No one here like believe it's curved.
So you posted something. Can you show an example of what you posted? Okay, so there's words over there that say something. Can you show what those words are talking about? Can you show me in the real physical and natural world? Show me an
Yeah, you
example
want like
of
a
what
picture?
those words are saying.
Okay. Let me send you a picture about this for a second. Okay, I don't know how to send pictures here. But you can just
Send
go
it
to
to
this
me.
link. You can just go to
Send
this
it to me.
link.
Okay. Look, a cartoon, like I told you, the globe, the sun. Exactly. You said no cartoons, and look what you posted. A cartoon.
Cartoon? What do you mean cartoon? You can literally see the sun and you can literally see the moon. So why did you assume that the Earth is flat? Like imagine now you are looking at
Okay. Tell me where in nature do you see the earth like in the cartoon? You see the earth and the water, the blue. You see the blue on the globe Earth. You see that water around
Mhm.
it. Where can I
Yeah,
go to the earth and see water curving like that, like in the cartoon?
you cannot see this because it's like a very long,
You cannot see it.
a very long, a very long space. So let me tell you something, okay? Imagine you're looking at an Earth right now, at the sky, or any planet. You can see that this planet is like
Wait.
curved.
You say imagine you looking at the earth. Okay, when I imagine looking at the earth, what I'm
No,
imagining? What is it? What is
just
the image that I see? Do I see a globe Earth? Is that what I see when I imagine the Earth? I see a globe
now
Earth.
imagine. Okay, just imagine looking at the moon, and there is
Okay,
somebody.
listen. I'm
And
outside. I'm outside right now, and I think I can see the moon. I see the
that's
moon.
great.
Okay.
That's great. That's great, bro. So imagine there's like a dude right now in this moon, also looking at you.
That will be an extraordinary claim that you cannot verify.
Yo, yeah, that's it. Like, does that person on the moon have to say that the moon is flat, or
The
if he just
person on
looks
the earth,
at
me, listen, you and I on the earth can say that the earth is not curving. We can say that because we are on the earth. Check the earth. Do you know
so yeah,
anyone?
so
Do you know anyone that have been to so-called moon and seen the earth as a sphere? Measure
I'm
it as
just
a
saying,
sphere?
like, I'm saying, and a person that he is now on the moon, he just can say that the moon is flat, and he doesn't have any proof. Right?
You're gonna have to check
But
your connection though.
yeah, so for that, like now in Egypt, so the connection is fucked up or some sort.
You're roboting and cutting out.
Can you ask the people here, am I really reporting or something?
So, do you figure your connection? Is your connection working yet or not yet?
Hello.
Hello.
So,
So the
yeah, as I
example that
told
you presented. Okay, let's go back to the
What did
example.
you
The link.
mean?
The link
hello,
that you
What did he
Gustavo.
presented.
say? Sorry,
Listen to what
sorry to interrupt. But there's someone who muted me in the chat. I don't know what I said that was disrespectful. Really, they don't like to have a fair discussion.
Gustavo.
You're interrupting, Gustavo. You're interrupting.
Gustavo, you literally have the Earth curved on your profile picture. Like, I can see that you believe that the Earth is curved. You know what, bro? Like, for me, I cannot even prove that the Earth is curved, nor I can prove that the Earth is flat. So I'm just going to live with it.
But you're ignoring the information though, because it's actually been measured it, and it's practically used. And even
I'm actually,
the things that we develop, the things that we do on the surface of the earth have to be orientated to the flat earth, to the horizontal frame of reference, to the axiomatic reality of the
I'm not
natural
saying,
physical world that is not in motion and is flat.
but I mean, like, for the Earth that is curved, like, you can see it's like lots of scientific proof that there isn't any proof
All
that
right, bro. You're roboting. You're gonna have to check your connection again. Your connection is not good.
I think it's about market. So,
Figure out your connection. Let's check on Gustavo until you check your connection. Go ahead, Gustavo.
Sorry, no, I didn't want to talk. I didn't know that I was muted. Basically, here with the mic.
Gustavo, am I like now?
I was just basically asking why they muted me because they didn't say anything disrespectful. That's all. I think it's very unfair that while I'm trying to have a discussion.
Gustavo, I give you the floor, and you're talking about whatever else besides the topic. That's why you're getting muted, because you want to talk about other stuff.
But I'm not interrupting your conversation with the one here. I'm just talking in the chat with other people.
All right, go ahead and speak in the chat then.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. Like, I don't have any. Your connection is not.
So, did you check the example, the link that you posted? That thing has a cartoon. Literally a cartoon. No man has ever been to that perspective. And though the guy that drew the cartoon, he hasn't checked this. He hasn't verified it. He's never seen this. He drew a cartoon, and you believe that is the case. You think that the cartoon supersedes the physical and natural world.
Yeah, I watch Dragon Ball. Lots of planets there, and the Earth was also curved.
So you and I, we know Dragon Ball was written by Dragon Ball is anime, in the same category as Earth being a globe, NASA, Disney, Hollywood, Bollywood, space agencies, same stuff.
But the point is that in the books, a globe like studying the Earth is around.
Bro, we're trying to. I'm trying to talk to you, but it's difficult because your connection is not good.
Okay, so that.
I was gonna say, man, I guess Gustavo's the only guy we got left.
Yeah, but he wants to talk about his feelings.
Oh yeah, never mind.
Let's check if Gustavo already passed puberty and he wants to not talk about his feelings anymore. Go ahead, Gustavo.
Hey, Gustavo, you there, brother? Maybe he's still writing in his diary right now, talking about how mean we were to him.
Hey lads, you saw what Dev posted as evidence for the globe thingy?
No, actually, I didn't. What did he post?
Let me repost it.
It's
right here. I posted. I said here. Hopefully you can see it.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh yeah, there it is. Cool.
I asked him earlier. I asked him earlier about if it was going to be a cartoon or something. He said no, and look what he posted.
Oh, come on, bro. Bro, Jimsy is so nice. He even asked you if it was going to be a cartoon, and you showed a cartoon. Brother, what?
I think I haven't done anything to be in the Okay. I think they're lying to me like that for no reason.
Bro, your mic is so bad. I am sorry, I cannot understand a single word you're saying. I can respond to you to the side chat if you want.
You gotta figure your mic or something. Hey, I'm gonna post Gustavo. Look, now you, me, and Lats, we are part of the solar system. Look at this. That's see if that works.
Still don't want to talk now.
Hello, you can hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you. Look, I'm a sphere around the. Look, I am a sphere around the globe, and Lats is also a sphere around.
So yeah, you can make jokes.
You are also a sphere around the globe, bro,
So
and this is evidence. This is evidence that you.
That's how
This is evidence that you are a sphere.
Bro, look at the Yaga Bruno.
The good thing is that you're an admin and you can mute everyone, so that's why you abuse of that, basically.
Wait, but what about when you're not muted? Hey, Gustavo, what about when you're not muted? What about that time?
I'm still muted in the chat, and you can mute me whenever you want. You already did.
But you're not muted right now, Gustavo. You're not muted. How about that part? How about the part where you're not muted, Gustavo? What about when you're not muted?
Okay, but did you need to do that for real? Because did I say anything respectful to you?
Ask me about when you're not muted. Ask me about that. What about when I'm not muted?
We can address this. We can address this. We need to address this because I think it's unfair.
Okay, let's address it. Let's address this.
What this group believes in, you mute people. You threaten people by muting them.
Let's address this. So, Gustavo, since now you're not muted, how about you address the topic of the server?
I don't give a fuck right now. I'm going to talk right now because I won't talk whenever you want to, and I won't be muted whenever you want to. Okay?
Gustavo, that's kind of like you see, even Dev has been trying his best, even though he doesn't have the best connection, and you interrupted him and myself speaking just to complain about nonsense. Gustavo, just relax, bro.
No, that's no nonsense. Okay.
His feelings are not nonsense, Gemsy.
Guys, am I still lagging?
Why are you so insensitive, Gemsy, about his feelings?
No, I'm just addressing that everyone who agrees with what the group believes in, okay, they're welcome and can say whatever they want. But when I say something in the chat that goes against what you believe in, so that's when I get muted. And I think that what the fuck.
Bro, it's not belief. How many times have we told you this? Like you don't
I don't care if it's belief, if it's whatever, what you think, what you think is correct. That's what I'm saying. Your opinions. That's all.
Well, our opinion on the matter of the surface of the earth doesn't matter. It measures flat regardless of what anybody thinks about it. So you could think it's a ball, but it measures flat. Like I can think the earth is a safety cone, but it measures flat.
Okay, and if it's like that, why do you mute people? Why do you feel threatened by others?
You weren't muted because you were threatened. You were muted because you're a fucking idiot. Nothing more, nothing less.
You see?
How about from now on, when you start posting shit in the side chat, how about you stop talking through me because that's not going to help. How about we just fix this little problem now? Shut up, clown shoes. Right, Gustavo. Dev, hold still, mate. Just wait up. Gustavo, how about you post up your claims and any data that backs them instead of jumping all over the place? Or do we need to go back through and read the chat out loud so everyone at home can understand how much of a clown shoes you really are?
Guys, can I ask Jimsy a question?
You're more than welcome to, Dev. Please go ahead.
Thanks, bro. Jimsy, like, you're saying that the Earth is flat, and I don't like really disagree with that. Nor I do agree. But can you explain to me why we see the same sun, the same moon each day. Like, do we like travel like in the space and just see lots of suns, lots of moons? This is my question.
Okay, I'm not saying. I mean, I'm forwarding the information as is, right? So the surface of the Earth, what it is, without my opinion or your opinion, because everyone in this panel or across the world can check what the Earth is and the surface, and we can verify that it is not curving. So that's not a thing of my opinion, right? So you're asking, why do we see the sun from the flat Earth? Because the sun is moving above the surface of the Earth, and we have eyes and we can see it. Why do we see it? Because that is the observable phenomenon that it is. So you can see it when it's near your area, and then you don't see it during nighttime. I mean, why do we see the sun? I mean, that question, why do we see the sun? I mean, you have eyes. That's why. If you don't have eyes, you cannot see it, dude. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I totally understand that, but why the sun moves? Like, why it does moves? Why it doesn't
oh,
just
that,
keep, like,
so
just
that
keep
is the observable phenomena. We observe the sun moving and the luminaries moving. That's what we see, what we observe.
you are
Now,
saying
why? Now you're asking, why is that happening? That question will have to. I don't think it has. Cannot give you like a demonstrable answer because I cannot give you the mechanisms, the
that's it.
celestials, to tell you why the sun is moving.
That's it. So the scientific explanation about it seems more convenient to me because you don't even have any explanation for it.
So a scientific demonstration, we will have to manipulate the sun and manipulate the mechanisms that causes the sun to move to experiment and determine the cause of the effect that we observe, the sun moving. There is no scientific experiment that can do that.
Right.
You cannot science the movement. You cannot science the movement of the sun.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, if the Earth is flat,
yeah, it measures because the Earth is the thing that the surface is an orientation, a horizontal. So you are probably what, in the Middle East or something, maybe Europe, and your structure wherever you're located, near the shore or away from the shore, you have a horizontal, a level. So you have a floor that you can put a table and a cup of water, and that water is level, right?
So,
when you put water on your table, is that water level?
yeah, I do understand that, but like,
Yeah. Okay. So when that water is level, it's because of reason. Because the first brick, the guy that constructed that structure that you're standing on, right? He had to adjust his level to put the first brick. He has to make it parallel to the horizontal, to the water level of the sea. So that level is parallel to my level here in America. I don't know how far you are away, maybe Europe, but the level horizontal across the ocean, that water level that you translated into the water level on the table, on the bathtub, or on the TV that you're watching, that those levels are all parallel to each other, including my level to yours. So I can be pointing towards you, and you're pointing towards me, no matter where you're at, and we are pointing at each other parallel to each other. There is no curvature between you and I, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The flat Earth is the orientation of the world. That orientation, that flat surface, that level, horizontal. And maybe you get it, maybe not.
I got it, but you. Sorry, go ahead.
But you, the surface of the Earth has been measured. There is no curvature, so it cannot be curving. It's not curving. It cannot be a ball. Pretty simple, though.
So
there's many examples. Listen, in the text, I don't know if you've been checking the text. People have been posting many examples that you can look, check, and see for yourself. Let me repost a laser test for you so you can kill time later on with one good example. It's a 21 miles laser test.
Yeah.
Listen, a laser is a straight line, and when the laser is being shot from point A to point B, if there isn't any change rate of slope or drop over distance under the laser, we'll be able to measure that and we will be able to show it, right? But when we shoot lasers across surfaces of water, it shows that it's not curving. And the surface of the Earth, there's a lot of water. Would you agree, right? There's a lot of water on the surface of the Earth, and none of it is curving for it to be a sphere. So therefore, it's not a sphere. And people use the term flat, horizontal, level to describe the orientation of the world.
Right, but that what defines the gravity, I think. The gravity is keeping like those things not by curving. I mean, the gravity keeping you from not flying to the sky, I think. So there's like a scientific explanation for that, which is the gravity.
Gravity is not scientific. I mean, at least the gravity that you believe in is not scientific.
Yeah, I'm guessing that. But
listen, the gravity that you're talking about, you're saying the Earth is a globe because gravity causes it to be a globe. You cannot demonstrate that. No man can show that. Those are only words on paper or people's minds. You cannot find anything in the physical and natural world that you will describe as that on that wording. You don't observe that.
Actually, I do not. I mean, I don't disagree with you on this one, but I'm just saying, like, I just want to know, like, if the like, why do we see the sun, the moon each day? Like,
because they're moving in cycles. Listen, the sun and the moon are moving in cycles, and there's certain areas of the world. There's certain areas of the world that you're gonna be able to see it day and night, right? There's other areas of the world that you won't see the sun for a long period of time, or you will see the sun. It's gonna be there for the whole day, for weeks or months. So not one thing or two things are happening, multiple things are happening at the same time. It's just that your perspective from the ground is not curving. You're going to have a different... Go ahead, dude.
No, go ahead.
It's almost like every time I'm trying to tell you something, you just want to jump in the middle. So why do we see the sun and the moon? The sun and the moon are moving above the Earth, and once it's morning time, that the sun is getting closer to you, you're going to be able to see the light is going to illuminate the medium of your area, and it's going to shine, and you're going to be able to see the sun. And then when it's noon, you see it above your head, and in the evening, you see setting on the horizon, and then when eventually it's going to go away from your area, the light is going to attenuate in the medium. The light doesn't travel forever. You won't see it anymore in your area. But the other guy that is on the other area is gonna be daytime for him. I mean, why do we see the sun and the moon? That's the way it is. We observe the luminaries moving in cycles. That's the case. That's what it is.
Okay, so you are saying that it is what it is, but for me, like, I don't really grasp like why there's a day and why there's a night. Can you like explain for me why? Like why in some certain areas they can just see the sun, and they can see the moon, and in some certain areas, like there's like a day. I mean, there's like a night, and they only can view the moon. Like if there's like in a country that they can see the moon, and they also can see the sun, but how come when there's like some countries it's like dark, and they just see the moon? Why don't they see the sun?
Why don't you see the light in my house right now? Why don't you see it?
The light in your house, because I'm not physically right now in your house.
Yeah, the light is not physically above you, right? My light that is physically above me is not physically above you, right?
Right, but how come the moon? How come the moon is physically above you when the sun is not? So you are saying that the sun and the moon are moving with each other, right?
With each other? Oh my god, dude. The sun and the moon, they move. Listen, the sun and the moon, they move like clockwork for all generation, all cultures of the world. People have observed them, make notes about it, made calendars. People have aligned landmarks and positions on the ground to the movement of the luminaries. That's what the luminaries do. Listen. This is what they do. This is what the sun and the moon does, and the luminaries do. They move across the sky. Why is that the case? Why is that the case?
So basically, you just said that the Earth is curved.
Oh, you want to come back to the Earth? Okay, let's go back to the Earth. The Earth that we're standing on, when we measure it, is not curving.
Actually, Jimmy, you just said that the Earth is round because you said like the sun, the moon, they goes like across the Earth. So how
the moving
come
cycle? Are you saying, bro? You're missing the whole point. The sun and the moon moving above the surface of the Earth don't determine the shape of the ground below your feet. By you looking at the sun doing whatever it does, you cannot determine that the Earth is a certain shape. Do you get that or no?
But how come, like, I'm being like now confused.
You are very confused. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, like how come the sun? Like I'm being really confused. There's any like scientific proof about it. Like I do believe that.
No, the sun. There's observational proof about it, and you can also maybe make solar panels and catch the energy of the sun. That might be evidence that the sun is doing something. Yeah, the sun. There is we can see the sun. We can observe it. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that it exists. Yeah, well, nobody's saying that there's anything else about that.
Okay, I got you, but like, I'm just saying, like, why in some countries like the sun is there, but in some the sun is not?
Because when it's in one country, right, light illuminating that area, it's illuminating that area, and when it's not moving. The sun is moving, dude. It's above one position and then moves to another position. It's not on that other position anymore. It's on another position.
I got you. But how could you define the night and the day when the sun is just moving?
I'll tell you. When the sun is up, it's daytime. When the sun is not up, it's nighttime.
So how come it's like almost night? It's like almost day. How come does that happen?
Because the sun is not over there anymore, but it's not over there yet. But when it makes it there, it's gonna be day, not night anymore. Come on, dude.
Not over there. It's not over there yet. That's good.
No, you said for you it's gonna be morning soon, right? For you.
Actually, you know what, Jim's like, it's kind of confusing because you're not giving me a clear like answers. Like in some countries,
it's not clear that it's daytime when the sun comes to your area. That's not clear.
Jimsy, like, can you imagine like what is the Earth if it was flat? Like, can you give me a shape of it?
No, the flat is not a shape, dude. Flat. Listen, no one in here. Listen, to give you a shape of all of distance, we will need an outside perspective from reality to tell you this is the shape of existence. You don't have that. I don't have that. Maybe God will tell you one day the shape of the whole of existence, but no man can give you that answer.
You know what, Jimsy, like I do not really believe like 100% that the Earth is curved, nor I do believe that it's like flat. I'm just like going to wait till that tell me about it.
Listen. Okay. When you think flat Earth, what do you picture in your mind? What do you see? Flat Earth. What do you see?
Like a shape or what?
That's what you're asking. What is the shape? I'm telling you, flat is not a shape, but you're fighting for a shape in relation to flat. So it's like almost you have some type of imaginary thing in your head that you actually think that you know what
like
flat Earth means.
You know what, Jamesy? Like some do believe that the Earth is like, as in, like it's look like an egg. So yeah.
Yeah, and you think that dude has been outside of the Earth to be able to say that?
No, I don't think that, but I think
Exactly.
it's like all made up. You know, yeah, you know what? Like, I don't know what to believe right now. It's
So
really
no one
weird.
in here. No, it's not about belief. No one is here is making a claim. Well, at least from the FE side, because the Glober claiming that the Earth is a sphere. That's a claim of a shape. But the
But
FE, the flat Earth is not a shape claim. The flat Earth is an orientation of the surface that we're standing on, horizontal,
but you know,
perpendicular to parallel to vertical.
I got you. But you know what, Jimsy, for you to say that the Earth is flat, it's more about a belief. Because as I do say, as I do
Incorrect.
see here,
Incorrect. You're not looking at the information. You haven't looked at the laser test. You haven't looked at the infrared opticals
so there's
observation.
a
You haven't
way.
seen any of the evidence, and you're trying to come to a conclusion for what this means, even though you're lacking the
No,
information and the research.
no, actually, I'm just coming to a conclusion about what you are saying right now. I don't know. I
You're
don't
coming
have it.
to a conclusion without looking at the evidence.
As I told you, Jimsy, I'm not even believing that the Earth is flat, nor that the Earth is like round. So
But what I'm telling
I'm
you
a,
is
I'm a
not a
judge.
belief.
Just
What I'm telling you is not based on belief. What I'm telling you of the earth is an acknowledgement of the surface of the earth, the way it presents itself. It's not my opinion. It's not a belief.
so okay, I got you. I got you. No worries. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to this account named Problem. It's my account. Okay, just wait a second. I'm going to leave this one.
Jesus.
Hello, bro.
What's the problem?
No, this is my other PC.
I know, but what's the problem?
There's not any problem, but I was literally like just sitting on my.
It sounds like you have a problem with the physical natural world and the water and the surface of the earth. This sounds like you have a.
No, actually, I named myself problem like in each like when I go playing like CS, I named it problem. I don't know why, but that's it, bro.
Oh yeah, your name
Did you
is problem. Yeah, but that's besides the point. It sounds like you're projecting your name to um creating a problem out of nowhere and denying that the earth is measured and observed and verifiably flat and
No, bro.
stationary. Why do you have a problem with that? Tell me.
No, bro. Like actually, like the account that I was talking with you, his bread is my little brother account. Okay, so I just gave him his PC, and now I'm just moving to my one to my PC.
Yes, I get that. You already said that 3 times. You were gonna use a different account. I already know that. I already acknowledge. I know it's you. It's the same guy. I know, but it still sounds since before that you still have a problem.
Hey, okay, I got you. Yeah, I still got a problem about like the Earth being flat or being round. Okay, like I need just to search for evidence about it.
So look at the chat, and I posted for you a laser test. That's one example out of many That's for you to look at your own time, tagged you with it and everything. Let's see. Problem. Okay. I tagged you with a PDF file. Let me see if I can find a video here for you. Maybe a YouTube video of this laser test.
You know what, Jimsy? We have like a family group chat on WhatsApp, and they keep just fighting about the Earth being round and flat all the day. Like that's why, like, I just like I do just need the evidence. Just to just jump in this like conversation and have like clear evidence about whether it's like round or whether it's like flat. So just go ahead and.
Okay, so I posted for you the laser test FE core, and I posted for you the Great Salt Lake laser test 21 miles, no curvature. Posted 2 examples out of many others, and that should be enough.
It's yeah, bro. It's literally a book. Wow. Ooh, it's going to me. What? 121 page. Oh, like come on, like it's gotta be like either flat or round. I just need to know. Like, tell me the truth.
I'll tell you the truth. Since this is the English channel, I'm gonna tell you right now that flat and round are not mutually exclusive. Have you ever, in your house, do you have a flat round table?
Flat round table? No.
Have you ever seen a round table?
So a round table needs to someone just sit on it, like to not. No, it would not happen because I will just fall into this table. Like things would just start falling.
Okay, look at the round table. I'll post it for you. Look, round table. See the ladies going around the round table?
What the heck is this, bro? It's not what a round table that I imagined in my. I thought you are saying that you're round, just like the Earth.
Because you're trying to say spherical. You're trying to say sphere, not round. You need to use the correct terms. You're trying to say, let's see, sphere. Let's see, that's round, and this is sphere. Let's see about sphere. Look at the sphere. This might be a sphere right here.
Okay. Okay. Bro, like, it's the all things that you do in life is just arguing about the flat and the round, and really weird, bro.
You think it's weird? What if it's so weird? Why do they push it so much? Why do they push the globe belief everywhere? Everyone in every movie, every instance, news. They push the globe so much. It's so weird, right? You're saying that's weird, huh?
So you think that we are all like misled, so something like that?
Everyone is misled. No, maybe not everyone is misled. A lot of people are.
We gotta be among this like 1 billion. Hey, you got me. But you don't know what round mean. Like I'm saying the ball, the curved ball, Earth doesn't make anything of this table. Like it is like dancing.
So it cannot be that. It cannot be spherical because the Earth has been measured, and there is no curvature. And spheres have curvature. The Earth doesn't have curvature, so the Earth cannot be a sphere.
That's correct.
Exactly. That's my original point for you. I'm surprised you still don't get it.
Oh, I just need to go to sleep. Like, damn, it's really already like 6 a.m., bro.
Fine, go to sleep. Think about the topic and get more questions, and come back later and ask more questions. Also, ask your friends. Your friends like the number one evidence, the globe, and
Like, does
bring it here. Since you don't have the evidence, maybe one of your friends have the evidence.
you know what? Like, I'ma have to get like one like you, Jimsy, and another one that believes that the Earth is round, and I'm just gonna like to sit and just be like quiet, and just gonna to listen to them and listen to what evidence do they have, and then I will like decide at the end like on what team I will like follow, because I don't know like anything. Like, I'm not arguing you about whether it's like round or flat, because I don't really follow anything like any belief any things. Okay, that's it.
Sounds good.
All right, so it has been like a nice conversation, okay, Jimsy, and I wish you like a nice one.
You as well. Dev problem. You have a good one.
All right, bye bye all.
See you later.
Yeah.
Gustavo, mic in, so you just mute your mic so no noise feeds into the VC. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Gustavo, you're hot micing.
Hey, look at his profile pic. What did Matrix do to this guy? Who is this? Gustavo. Who's Gustavo? What happened with that?
Sorry, I needed to say that. By the way, I'm never gonna come back here. I just wanna say, you're so dumb and ignorant, fucking idiot. Suck my cock.
Can I do it, Gustavo?
Oh, man.
Háblame a mí, Gustavo, háblame. ¿Qué pasó? Dímelo.
¿Qué quieres que te diga?
¿Que por qué estás hablando tantas paterías de que te lo mamen y todo eso? ¿Qué son esas paterías?
Ah, bueno, pero si ustedes insultan a quien usted le da la gana, porque yo no lo puedo hacer.
¿Quién te insultó? ¿Quién te insultó? Cuéntame.
No, amigo. O sea, nada más viendo las imágenes que ustedes mandan por los chats burlándose de las personas. O sea, creen que la gente es estúpida. Creen que la gente no creen que ustedes creen es estúpida y ignorante.
¿Tú me viste a mí burlándome de alguien?
Bueno, pero básicamente al mutearme prácticamente se está burlando de mí porque, o sea, me parece como que un poco, ¿sabes? Como que cuál es el miedo de que una persona hable. Eso es todo. Y realmente te digo, no es que toda la gente que estaba en el chat, este estúpido Matter, Trix, no sé cómo coño ahora se llama él. El gafo ese, le dije una vaina ahí porque le dije que no me respondía, que porque no me respondía y me bloqueó. O sea, es pendejo, porque no me responde y porque no da argumentos y ya está.
Okay, Gustavo. Okay, I get it. So your issue here is against people. It's not about the topic. It's you don't like certain people. That's what it is.
Bueno, puse la foto por eso, pues. No es que no me gusten, es que, o sea, no es, perdón, parece que estoy hablando en inglés y en español al mismo tiempo. No es que no me caigan bien, es que yo estoy hablando normal en el chat, yo estoy hablando mis ideas, estoy dando mis ideas y me bloquean por mis ideas, ¿me entiendes? Si fuese por su personalidad, no los conozco, no sé quiénes son, no sé cómo hablan, pero ya con eso me dan a demostrar qué tipo de personas son. Y básicamente todo el rato que he estado aquí, lo que me he dado cuenta es que básicamente ustedes quieren que las personas simplemente les pregunten a ustedes cómo son las cosas, ustedes le dicen cómo son las cosas según su punto de vista y ya eso es todo. Pues. Y como que bueno,
okay, so let me translate Gustavo. He's saying that he's not doesn't like it because you guys muted him and you don't want to hear his opinions about the topic matter, and he doesn't like it. Is that what you said, Gustavo?
Oh, okay. What is it with people in there?
They don't want to hear these guys. I'm sorry, Tito. Gustavo, you're saying that these guys don't want to hear the other side.
Well, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying because I was chatting normally, like I was not saying something like disrespectful against anyone. So I was muted because basically I was asking questions like, you need to be ready to like people who are gonna come here and challenge your thoughts. Like we can't accept your thoughts just because. You know the same way you say that you can cross pictures from Frank Earth and all that. You also need to understand that there are others like me who won't come here just to ask, oh, what do you think about this and what do you think about this? No, I'm gonna come here as well to say, you know what, I don't agree with this. I believe the earth is round and this and this and that. And so what? What is the problem with that?
I get it, Gustavo. I get it. But you know, Gustavo, that me, for example, myself, right? And probably the other guy, because you know, there's individuals in here. Everybody's gonna behave a certain way, and you cannot judge everyone just because someone is doing something right. But anyways,
Okay. Well, I apologize because, well, of the picture, but obviously it isn't meant to everyone. It is meant just to the ones that were okay with me getting muted. That's all. Like anyone who agrees with that, basically, suck my cock.
Bro, I don't know. You look. The globe has had its time, right? And that's the thing that's being challenged, right? We're not here to be challenged. We're here because the globe is being challenged. Hey, look, it's fine. If you want to come in here and try and defend the globe, by all means, feel free. But you're not going to, you're not going to be able to do so without some pushback, right? And yeah, sometimes people get, get loud, gets heated, can be very contentious. It's a very controversial topic, isn't it? Right?
Okay, I get it. Like, I can't blame everyone for one person's attitude or behavior. I understand that. Like, but
Gustavo, 1 second, bro, 1 second. I wanted to tell you something, Gustavo. Nada de lo que se está diciendo aquí es personal en contra tuya. Es sobre la creencia. No es sobre ti, no es sobre Gustavo. De que tú te comportes de una manera y haya unas discusiones es una cosa, porque hay maneras de hacer las cosas, obviamente, de los dos lados. So Gustavo, what I'm telling him, guys, that everything that is being said about the topic is not anything personal against him, and there's obvious ways to deliver the message, and everybody has their own way to do it. He looks like he doesn't like the way Matrix was delivering the message, whatever, right? But it's nothing against him. It's more against the arguments, the belief of the the nonsense belief. It's nothing against Gustavo himself, unless you behave a certain way, and then that's you behaving, doing something because of whatever, right?
Well, you're rude, Gustavo.
The same thing, like you say that it's not against me, and I'm not against you as people. I'm just against your arguments. That's all. Like, so what's the issue? Because basically you haven't said anything against the people. Again, the people
that's
that are
perfect.
here.
I like that, Gustavo.
Right now right now I have because of the picture, right? But I needed to find a way to express it. Like, okay, I'm gonna create this picture right now. Profile, and I'm gonna get in
so Gustavo,
the channel.
So real quick, bro. What do you say about the? Go ahead, bro. My bad, Tito.
No, I was just saying. Look, about his profile pic. I was just saying. Look, man, that made me laugh. You gave me a laugh, so thank you.
Yeah, I also did it for fun, like.
Gustavo, you're making Tito laugh because Matrix is his identical twin brother.
Oh, I didn't know that. But in real life, like.
Kidding. No, just kidding. That they're from Australia. They're from under the earth. Upside downers. They're like under the ball. That's why they behave kind of weird, because the blood is rushing toward their heads. That's why they're hot headed and they start yelling.
Okay.
They're upside right on the globe. The Australians are upside down because you're not in Australia, Gustavo.
No, I'm not in Australia. I'm in Latin America. So, yeah, basically they're upside down, just as you said.
Yeah, does that make any sense to you in reality, Gustavo, that someone is upside down talking to you right now?
Yeah, it makes sense because, well, there is something called gravity.
It makes sense, he says.
Do you ever see it? Does it feel like that, though? It doesn't feel like that.
What doesn't feel like that?
It doesn't feel like I'm at a different angle to you standing up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Tito. So, Gustavo, the guy that you believe is upside down, that guy doesn't believe he's upside down. So what you believe about him, he doesn't believe about himself.
Okay, that's okay. He can believe whatever he wants. Like,
I feel like I'm just upright. I feel like I'm just like up the right way.
Okay. And if that's what you believe, okay.
But that's what it feels like. Do I have to believe what I feel like? Like it's not. It's that's my experience. I just experience being upright wherever I go. It doesn't feel like I'm at a different angle. It feels like I'm always standing up. Right.
Gustavo, are you from South America? South America?
Where do you think I'm from?
Venezuela?
Why do you think so?
I don't know, maybe accent. It's just that I think you may be from the region of maybe tropical South America, you know, like you're in the northern South America, maybe. Are you?
Where are you from?
I'm from the Caribbean. I'm from the islands. I'm an island boy.
Oh, I get it. But well, I see that you speak Spanish. So, are you from an English-speaking country or a Spanish-speaking country?
Both speaking both. They speak both in my
Are
country.
you from Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. I'm from Venezuela. I don't know how you guessed that. I don't know if you maybe
Venezuela.
If we bang another channel, maybe.
Well, I'm just guessing, and you guess mine's correct as well, based on the information that you had at hand. So that's the same thing I did.
Okay. Oh, and yeah, we also spoke Spanish.
Is your president back yet?
No, it's not back, and we don't want him back.
You don't want him back?
No, he can leave. He can stay in jail for life.
So you're happy America came and did that?
¿Qué tal, Gustavo? Y se llevaron a Maduro, ¿verdad? Pero, ¿qué tal el oro, la plata y los recursos que se llevaron todos esos banqueros? No, eso no lo han hablado mucho. ¿Tú sabes todo el oro, la plata y los metales preciados que se llevaron en esos días? Toneladas y toneladas. Pero ese metal, ese oro y esa plata es del pueblo de Venezuela y se lo llevaron.
Look, I would really appreciate if even though I like to speak Spanish, because I would prefer that because that's my native language. I understand that others won't understand that. So I'm gonna answer to whatever T-Dub said. I don't remember what he said. Well, basically, yeah, like us Venezuelans are happy about it. Like,
you feel liberated?
Yeah, of course, and not completely yet.
Wow.
But we do feel. Why?
That's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing that you guys feel that way.
Well, let me just explain why, if you want to know, and basically we can start that. And actually, well, for T-Dub, James asked me about, like if I knew about the whole resources that they took from our country during those days and all that. So, well, it wasn't those days because it was a one-day operation, okay, and it was like very quick, okay. But like, what is the difference if my government, the previous government, right, was governing for 26 years, and basically they stole the whole money from my country. So like we are poor here. Well, we struggled to eat many times. There were people starving, and 8 million of Venezuelans fled this country because there were no opportunities. Basically no opportunities. You struggle to even buy basic food, So where's that? Where was all that oil in that moment?
Wow.
And not only that, but that they also like they're millionaires. So basically, they have a double speech because they say they defend the poor, but they still poor and they don't give us anything.
They were running a dictatorship, basically, like communism, like a communist dictatorship.
Yeah, they're a communist dictatorship.
What was it? Was it supposed to be democratic though? Was it like a?
At the beginning, basically, Chavez said that he was Democratic, and all this thing that he believed in that. But then he started like closing, like taking companies from their original owners without paying any compensation for that, and he made those companies public. And those companies just broke like anything that they took, because anything that they took just basically broke. And all of the other things like, water, electricity was getting worse and worse and worse, because they took all the money from the country just to themselves, and they didn't make any maintenance, any updates to the infrastructure at all. So that was basically, we actually had a whole week, the whole country with no electricity in 2019. And that was because, like, how, if you have a decade with the highest income in oil, how is that we have no electricity? It makes no sense at all, you know. So how is it that the oil barrel costed $100 for a whole decade, and Venezuela was rich, and we have no electricity?
Wow.
That makes no sense.
So, is this a common sentiment, or is it is this amongst all the people that feel this way, or?
Well, I know that whatever I say, maybe some people will say like you can't talk for everyone, but like I live here, I talk to people, and like 80%, 90% of Venezuelans have the same feeling, like they don't want anything to do with socialism, communism, or any of these people that were, well, there are some of these people who are still in the government, okay, but this is a whole process. But basically, we don't want them anymore. We want them in jail. We want them to pay for all the things that they did, because they did horrible things to us. Like, many people got killed when they protested. Many people got in jail, were tortured. Many communication media was closed. A lot of them, like, you couldn't basically speak up or say anything against the government. Basically, if I posted something on WhatsApp on a status against the government, I could go to jail for 30 years because of that. And that's insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they keep him in jail then, for your sake. I had no idea that was what it was like for you guys. Sorry to hear that, but hopefully things will pick up now. Maybe some changes will happen.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I know, like, there are people outside, like abroad, who are concerned because of what happened. They maybe think, like, the United States is oh, sorry. Okay, I think there is someone with the mic on. But yeah, the United States is gonna take all your resources, or maybe they're worried because imperialism and that. But like, okay, I understand your point of view on that, because that's completely fine, and I don't support like maybe imperialism and all that stuff. But like, for us, that was the only way, that was the only possible outcome to find a solution, because they had the weapons, so we couldn't defend ourselves from them. So basically, if no one intervened, we would be in a dictatorship for the next decades, and that nothing was going to change. So we are thankful for what happened, actually, and we were expecting it. We wanted it to happen. And yeah, I know this is like a whole process that's about to come in the future. Like, it's not something it's easy or anything. And I know that there are interests in this, but like, we're better now. Even after a month, we're better now than we were a month ago. Now we're seeing the improvements now, and just a month. So I know that we will keep seeing the improvements in the future, and hopefully we will.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah, we're lucky. To be honest, yes, we are lucky, because after 26 years, sometimes you lose like hope. Really, like, you say like, okay, this is gonna be like this forever. I'm gonna move away. I'm gonna go somewhere else, no matter what. I even consider like crossing the woods, like walking from my country to another country. You know what that is? Like, be walking for a whole month in order to get to another place, because I didn't want to live here anymore.
Wow.
Hopefully, with
That
this
is good.
change is better, and you good thing that you stay in your country, and for your generation
Yeah.
and the future generations, you guys can work it out and make it better. And hopefully, that's the same case for many of the other countries, because this is the economic case is similar to many countries. So hopefully, it's better for everyone, including you guys.
Yeah, yeah, it's great to hear from somebody like that was at the hand of that government. I mean, because like like people like me, I only just get to hear what I see on in the media, and like you really don't know how much of that's true. I mean, you could be telling me a whole heap of bullshit too, but I doubt it. I highly doubt that you seem sincere about it. So it's good to hear from the perspective of someone that lives there. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because like there aren't like many people like willing to do that. Like, and I have talked to others that deny what I said, and that's like, man, I live here. I've lived through my whole life. I know people from here. How can you deny what I'm saying? That's not possible. You only see what you see on media. So I live
Some
there.
people might push back. Some people might give you some pushback because obviously things are not black and white, right? And the situation of the whole region of the world, including Venezuela, has a history that has taken decades and decades of events in many nations and many foreign policies between, all of these dictatorships that have been passed through the years, and even foreign nations like the U.S. Kind of like toppling governments in many of the Latin nations in South America and Central America. So that's why some people are gonna give you pushback. That is basically kind of like hopefully everything is better now, but it's part of a bigger picture. It's not just black and white. There's something bigger going on.
I get it. I completely get it. Like, I know that it's something, as you just said, like it's part of something bigger. Like, it's not only my country involved in this, but it's actually a geopolitical thing. Like, the whole thing about China, Russia. I completely get that. But honestly, like, we prefer to be with the US. Like,
Part of it, this is America, yeah. Then South America, North America, yeah, America.
Exactly. Like imagine like basically being with China and Russia is like challenging the US, and you have them like just beside you. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna support your enemies. That is what it is basically. And also, like, maybe you've seen like the news, like the whole Cuban situation, that they have no electricity and all this, and it's because, well, basically my country was giving it for free to them, but they stopped doing it, and that's why it's all happening right now. So it's like,
If anybody's struggling, it's Cuba. If anybody's struggling, is, I mean, in a sense, is I hope Cuba gets better.
I really hope so. And I'm pretty sure that we as Venezuelans, because we've lived like not the same thing as they have lived, but many similar things. I'm pretty sure that if we recover democracy like at 100%, like if we actually recover it, I know that we're gonna fight for that as well. Like, we're gonna fight for a free Cuba, free of dictatorship. I know that we will, because like we've been in a place like that recently, and we want everyone to be free. So like, if it depends on us, we're gonna do like the things that are in our hands, like what we can do to support them. And it's sad for them now because they're really struggling. I can't imagine the situation right now for the people who are living there. Like, it must be really hard. But like, I don't wish I don't wish that to them, but I hope someday they will
have an
get
important position on the national in the national commerce, and obviously they're gonna have puppets in positions of power. But as long as the resources are flowing, the economics should do a lot better, and hopefully, I would say Cuba is part of the benefit of Venezuela doing way better.
Yeah. I hope so. And what I hope is that like people have freedom. That's all. Like everybody chooses their own path. And I know that Cuba is a great country with great people, and can get they can get better if changes are made. How was your situation there in Puerto Rico? Like, I wonder a bit because I know that it's like a colony from the U.S. But I'm like, do you have elections or how is the economy and all that?
Well, this is far from the topic of the VC though, but Puerto Rico, it's like let's say an incorporated branch of a commercial entity and is administrated by the United States government and ran by families in high positions of power. So the families that run the government and make the decisions about where the money that is coming in going to, and also run by the biggest institutions like the pharmaceuticals that are huge in that island, and also the there is some other stuff going on in Puerto Rico, which is, there is like the other groups like the Masons and all that stuff that are really big over there as well. So yeah, Puerto Rico is like any other state of the United States. It's like Florida, basically, in the Caribbean. Okay. And yeah, it's a good place. A lot of good people, a lot of good things going on. A lot of corruption as well, but that's almost like everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. And sorry if you hear like noise, like music in the background. It's just my
TV in the background, family.
No,
vecinos, yeah, the neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the neighbors.
That's cool. Okay. I get it. That's interesting. I have never like spoken to any Puerto Rican so far.
Okay. I know Venezuela has, in comparison with Puerto Rico, has a lot of resources because the landmass is huge, and you guys have petroleum, gold. I was mentioning you the gold, and I asked you about the gold because when Chavez came in power, he asked that there was Venezuela had like I don't know how many tons of gold in New York, and Chavez asked the Federal Reserve, the Treasury, I think it was, to return the gold to Venezuela, and Chavez got the gold. We're talking about the gold of Venezuela. You know what that means, right? Like this gold is like actual money. That from if your country goes bankrupt in the monetary side, as long as you have gold and silver and precious metals and resources, you can still do something with that stuff because that's actual money, right?
Okay.
So yeah. So then Chavez got the gold, and then I have to double check this again, but I think he wanted to create like a new coin based on resources of Venezuela, and he sent the gold to the British, and the British have never gave it back, I think. But then you had because the British kind of like moved the monetary system. So if you want to do something in the banks, you have to kind of like follow the British rule on the banking system, or the military rule of the US.
Okay.
But there was some issues with that. And then Venezuela wasn't able to make a new coin, which is not allowed by the. Anyways, but then recently you had the Chinese and the Russians doing a lot of business in Venezuela for a long time, and they had a bunch of your miners, las minas de oro, plata y recursos. So they were administrating a bunch. They were mining a bunch of gold and silver, and they also took that. So that's why I was asking you. So when this stuff happened about the Chavez, Maduro getting out of the being taken out of power, there was also some exchanges of gold and silver away from Venezuela, which is a lot of money because have you seen the value of gold and silver right now in the international markets? It has doubled, tripled, and it's gonna go way higher.
Yeah.
So that stuff. If it was in the hands, all that gold that Chavez sent to the British and all the gold and silver the Chinese and the Russians took, that stuff will be in the hands of Venezuelans, and you guys will be able to have some money that all the nation will accept besides the petroleum, because gold, any nation, you can go to the Chinese and trade with the Chinese, and they will give you go to the US and the US will sell you stuff for gold. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. I don't know exactly about that exact thing that you just mentioned, because I'm not sure about that. But yeah, like as you just mentioned, like it's the same thing, because basically, like, yeah, you recovered the gold, but like it wasn't for the people. You understand me? Like they say, no, it's for the people, but at the end, it's not for the people. Like we never see that. We never have any benefit from that. So, and I know for a fact that he was found, like Maduro was found to have moved like 120 metric tons of gold, which is basically 5.2
Okay, tell me about that. Okay, wait. Tell me, Gustavo. Forgive me, Gustavo. My bad. I know you were saying that, but can you tell me specifically about what was said about the gold that Maduro had and what happened to it? Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so far, like it hasn't happened nothing with it. It just was found that he moved that amount of gold to Switzerland.
Who has the gold? Where's the gold at? Who said we have it? Who said
in
that?
Switzerland.
We have the gold. Oh, so it is. It's not in Venezuela. Okay.
No, mostly like these corrupt people, they always move their money to Switzerland. It's not like the first time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the gold from Venezuela is not in Venezuela. That's what I told you. The gold was in New York. Chavez got it and then sent it to Europe. And then the Chinese and the Russians came in, mined a bunch of gold and silver, and then took it away to their countries. And now you're telling me that Maduro had gold and is in Switzerland, which is not Venezuela.
Yeah, and like I don't know what will happen with that. Like, because like we can also ask, like, okay, why did you leave this person move that amount of gold there? Like, why did you accept that amount of money?
Yeah.
And
No,
I know
it's all part of the same thing. Yeah, the part of the corruption and that big transaction of gold. But these people knew that the gold and the silver was gonna go way higher in this coming new age of monetary policy that is coming in place. And
Exactly.
they took advantage of the Venezuela situation to take. Basically, Venezuela made basically billionaires in other nations instead of having billionaires right now in Venezuela.
Yeah, that's true, and that's why, so many people defend the government from outside, because they're paid, like they're financed they were at least financed by the Venezuelan government. So how is it that they finance you and you're not gonna defend them? Of course you will. Their interests. So like it's kind of like they're the same people. To me, they're the same people. It's just that they live in different places and they cover each other. Like they protect each other. That's what I do.
Yeah. Gustavo, let's change the topic real quick. Have you heard of Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela?
Yeah, I have actually been to Maracaibo like twice. Yeah, and I have like been over the lake, because I have like been over the bridge, the bridge of Maracaibo.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So the Maracaibo Lake, it's connected by the Maracaibo tiene como una conexión, and then it connects to the Gulf of Venezuela, and the Gulf of Venezuela connects to the Caribbean Sea, and the Caribbean Sea connects to the Atlantic Ocean. You know that, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so the Lake Maracaibo that goes over 100 kilometers, I think it's like I need to check again. I think it's over 100 kilometers that goes from the coast inland into Venezuela, and it's all sea level. The level of the lake is the same level 100 kilometers to the ¿cómo se llama eso? La conexión con el Gulf of Venezuela. It's called the
Okay. Well,
yeah,
but like
como
the lake,
okay, so
the lake is like
the,
a hopeful.
go ahead.
No, I mean like I think I get what you're trying to say. Like the lake is connected to the sea. That is that what you're trying to say?
Okay, so listen. Yeah. So listen. The lake is connected to this to the. It's like a connection, like a long connection. It's like I think it's like a 30 kilometers long, and then it connects to the Gulf of Venezuela, and that Gulf of Venezuela is like 70 kilometers, and then that connects to the Caribbean Sea. Okay, so you have from inland Venezuela to the Caribbean Sea, it's over 200 kilometers, and it's all the same level. The water is the same level.
Okay. Well, about that, like I have been to the bridge. It's just like I can't. Like how can we make sure that it's actually?
Oh no,
flat?
I'm not
Because,
asking Gustavo. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. There has been surveys. Listen, there has been surveys done across the lake. This is stuff that is known about the lake. And it's the lake. The water of the lake is mixed with seawater because it's the same level, and it's called brackish water, right? The lake is being filled from the water that's coming from the mountains, from the Amazonias, right? From all the water that's coming from up the land, from the high lakes, the waterways. Then they flow from the high level in the mountains. I mean, from underground, because tú sabes los ojos de agua, de donde viene el agua, arriba en la montaña. So the water springs come from underground, pressure upwards, away from gravity, right? Against gravity, going up to the top of the mountain. Then the water springs are born, and then they flow. The water flows down to the lake, then towards the sea level.
Okay.
And that cannot happen on a sphere. What I told you about Maracaibo, Venezuela, the lake connected to the Caribbean Sea, all being the same level, and the water flowing from the inland in the mountains down to the that wouldn't happen on a sphere.
Yeah, but
you need
like,
a horizontal.
I understand what you're saying now, but like, how can I make sure that what you that from the same logic that you're using, like, how can I know that it's actually true what you're telling me? Because like, what are the sources? What are the surveys? Where can I find that information that it's the same?
Well, you have access to the internet these days, and you can check the levels of Maracaibo, and you can definitely. This is an example that I did some research myself, and I found, researchers talking about it. You can even probably ask probably some AIs about it, about Lake Maracaibo, and what's the level of the lake in relation, how big the lake is, what is the how the dimensions of the lake, then the dimensions of the connections to the lake to the ocean itself, and you can add those numbers up, and you can see that the elevation of the lake inland, it's sea level, and that between that distance, if there was a curvature, right, between the shore of the lake inland towards the shore of the Atlantic Ocean at the other side, sea level, there will be a bulge, and there is no bulge.
But like, I could also argue that, well, how can I trust AI that if I ask them that? Because basically, how can I trust them? You know, if I
No,
can trust them,
you don't trust AI. You trust on the surveyors and the water level, on the way things are built, right?
Yeah, but like,
Gustavo, the water level that I'm talking about. Okay, Gustavo, tú sabes las casas que hay alrededor del lago, las casas que hay alrededor, todas las comunidades.
Let me finish like this my statement. Like, if I can trust internet or AI to tell me if the Earth is round, I shouldn't either trust them to tell me the water level. I should measure it myself.
Yes, you should measure it yourself. Yes, you should.
So that's like something that I shouldn't trust. Like, I can't confirm that the Earth is flat just based on that, because I don't trust AI. Yes, you know.
No, not just based on that. That's one example. That's one example out of many examples. That's just one closer to you.
I'm just saying that as far as I don't measure it, I won't assume that.
Oh, that's cool.
And
that's
like,
cool.
Yeah, and like, also, like, I think if I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, if we let's just pretend that you believe in gravity for a moment. Let's just pretend for a moment. If you believe in that, let's say that you believed in that, you could also understand that for different points, for different locations, the water level would be the same, basically, because it's attracted to the center, so there should not be any difference unless it was flat. Because if it was flat and it was diagonal, if it was like,
Gustavo, you ignore what I told you. Remember the water where the water was coming from the mountains, from below the ground, away from gravity? Remember? You're saying the water is going towards the center. No, from the water spring up in the mountains, it's coming from below the ground, away from gravity, away towards the center of the earth.
Okay, but maybe we'll have to look into why this phenomena happens, because you say like, yeah, but
pressure.
It's the same thing, when you take something like let's say, okay, let's say this element it's not oxygen. There's that the one's helium is lighter than air, and it, like, if you fill a globe, okay, I don't know how you call it, like a globe. If you fill it with helium, it will fly, okay, because it's lighter than oxygen. So it's the same thing. Like, okay, that doesn't mean there is no gravity, because if there was no gravity, like, everything would just fly. You know what I mean? So
if you're saying if gravity didn't exist, everything will fly.
Yeah, and like, if
eso da risa, loco, que tú digas eso.
Okay, but if things filled with helium fly, it's not impossible that water also rises. Okay, if it's not impossible, there must be an explanation for that if there is gravity, as I just told you.
So,
because it doesn't deny the fact that things can get away from the floor. It's just that there must be some power
yes, Gustavo,
energy that moves them up.
See, Gustavo, look, things go up, go down, and things go sideways. You know, gases go in all directions, omnidirectionally. So if I drop a pen, the pen goes down to the floor. If I have a a ball full of air and I put it on the floor, it stays on the floor. If I put it on the water, it floats on the water. If I take it under the water and then release it, it's gonna go from under the water upwards, right?
Okay, and what is your explanation for that?
Okay, there is density, there is buoyancy, right? There is the medium, the relationship between the object, its material, and the medium that it's in.
Okay, so you basically think that it depends on the material.
Of course, because, if the material is helium, it's gonna go up. If it's hydrogen, it's gonna go up. If it's vapor, it's gonna go up. If it's denser than the medium of air, it's gonna go down.
Let me put it like this. Do you know that air expands, right?
Yeah, gases, like I told you, are waiting that right there. Remember when you said everything goes, every gravity, everything towards the center of the earth or whatever? That's not the case. We do have things going down. We have other things going in other directions. So
Okay,
it's not, gravity is not doing, listen, gravity is not doing a magical thing.
Let me
to a sphere, but listen to me. The gravity is not a mechanism of causing the earth to turn into a sphere, because that's what you were trying to say, because we were talking about level, horizontal, not curving, and you started talking about gravity, like gravity is doing something outside from what we perceive it to do, which is displacing
but
in the medium.
you just said that helium goes up. But actually, you have just admitted that gases they expand. So when they expand, they don't necessarily go up. They expand to everywhere, like to the left, to the right, up, down. They expand everywhere.
Away from gravity.
No, they expand because if you feel something like can you tell me how do you say in English un globo?
Balloon.
A balloon. Okay, if you fill a balloon with helium, okay, you can fill it with basically a little of helium or a lot of helium, or not. Let's not say a balloon. Let's say something that has a specific dimensions. Okay, let's say something that has dimensions that are static that don't change because balloons change depending on how much pressure you push from the inside. Okay, but let's say something that is actually has vacuum inside and it has like a static dimension. If you fill it with a gas, the gas will expand depending on the measure or the size of the container. Okay, but you can fill it with a lot of gas.
So the volume of the container depend. The pressure of the gas is in a relation to the temperature and the volume of the container.
Exactly to the temperature and the volume of the container. But as I said, you can increase the pressure or you can decrease the pressure, but it will always expand as much as it is as much volume as this container has. So like
Gustavo,
when you say that,
Gustavo, this pressure that you're talking about, right? The expansion of the gases is gas entropy, right? Is the gases are moving in random directions, right? The gases, they're expanding, like you said, right? That's gas behavior. And then what is gas pressure, Gustavo? Can you define gas pressure?
but you mean like whenever a gas is inside a container, that's what you mean? Is that what you mean or not? Can you hear me? Okay, I think he doesn't hear me.
Just give him a moment. Just give him. Yeah, we can hear you. Just give Jemsy a moment. I think he lost connection or something.
Did lost connection. The last thing I said is we were talking about gases expanding, and this is an actual phenomena that is happening in the medium of air, and the gases exert. And we were gonna define gas pressure. Pressure is the first. The gases exert the walls of its container, right?
Okay, before we go over that, I'd like to explain why I brought up the topic, because I actually was the one who mentioned the helium and all that stuff.
Yeah, why we went from level to gas pressure. Yeah, explain that to me. Yeah. From level to gas pressure.
Yeah, it was because I was basically trying to explain that you just mentioned that things would move in one direction depending on the material, right? I was just trying to explain
what I was saying is that the water level on Lake Maracaibo doesn't curve from the insides of Venezuela to the sea level in the Caribbean Sea towards the shores of Puerto Rico. That is over there in the Caribbean Sea. Yeah, there is no curvature, that the water is level. That's what I was saying, but then you took it into...
Then I asked you, how do you explain that helium goes up? And you said, like, it depends on several things, such as the material. And I asked you...
Okay, so Gustavo, what about the price of rice in China? What about that?
But can I just explain my point?
Pero Gustavo, es que te fuiste tan lejos.
No, because we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about gravity, and I'm trying to explain my point with this.
But are you saying that the water level has a relation to gravity? Are you saying that the water level is being affected, and we measure a level horizontal, but gravity is causing it to be something else?
Basically, what I'm trying to explain with this is that actually things don't move in different directions depending on the material, but depending on the weight, the density that they have. That's the only thing that defines how they move. And basically, everything wants to move away. Okay, so if we were lighter, if we as humans were lighter than, let's say, helium, we would go up. Okay, we would float. But because we're dense, we stay down. And that's the same with gravity. As things are heavier, when things have more density, they will have the tendency to stick to the earth because there will be more force pushing things down to the earth. Gases, they are very light. They have no, like, they are not condensed. They are very, like, they can move, they can float, they can do whatever they want. So that's why the molecules aren't that stick together, and the molecules aren't thick at all. So that's why they go up. Not because they go up, they expand everywhere, okay? But because they're not sticking together. But that's why they go up, because they're not as heavy as to remain to the surface of the earth. So that explains why the water level is the same in one location and in the other extreme of the lake, because basically they are attracted with the
gas pressure,
the surface.
Is the water the water is also in the liquid state because of a certain pressure, right?
Yeah, and it's gravity. And basically they don't stay in that state because of pressure, but because of the molecular structure. That's why they keep in that state, in liquid state, and also you can notice that there are gases that are heavier, such as, for example, oxygen is heavier in a molecular level, and it sticks more to the ground. If you fill a balloon with oxygen, it will have the tendency to fall. Why? Because it's more dense, it's heavier.
So that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. That's all cool though. That's all pretty cool. But still, that all works on a level, flat, motionless Earth. That will never work on a globe though.
What do you mean by that? I don't get it.
It will never work on the globe because we have the gas pressure that we're talking about, and gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. The globe doesn't have a container.
Okay,
the globe has a very low pressure. The globe has a very low pressure system next to a high pressure, and the high pressure is not going towards the low pressure as it should violently. You know why? Because we are in a contained environment, and that's why we have gas pressure. You admitted that gas pressure, that pressure will be in relation to the temperature and the volume of the container. So since we have gas pressure, and gas pressure requires a container as an antecedent.
Okay, and from the same logic that we're using, like you just said that gas expand to whatever side. Why isn't pressure to the corner of the earth? Like if you go up, why isn't it?
You don't know, Gustavo. Why isn't what? You don't know the pressure up there. You don't know it. You don't know.
Okay, if you go to a mountain, do you think more air or less air? Sorry.
Less pressure, but is the same. The gases are in the same ratio.
Less pressure. Why less pressure?
It could be temperature. It could be something else, and also most of the gases are being produced on the ground level. So most of the heavier stuff is going to the ground, more pressure, and the lighter stuff is going upwards, less pressure.
Okay, so like if
that happens in a container as well. You can have a container. Tú puedes tener un contenedor, un tubo, y tú vas a tener más presión abajo, en el piso, en el tubo, y arriba vas a tener menos presión.
Okay, so you're basically agreeing with me that like heavier things are going down. So heavier gases are going down, and heavier are sticking up.
Yes, but then you cannot disagree, Gustavo. But then you cannot disagree with me that a container is an antecedent to this whole thing. Without the container, there will be none of this stuff happening.
Okay, so but do you think the container is round?
I don't know. I know it's the antecedent, some type of containment. There has to be containment. That will be the antecedent to the rest of what we experience in the gas pressure, breathing air, expanding our lungs to be able to breathe air and say use our vocal pressure with our vocals and say words.
Do you know what gravity is? Scientific. Do you know the scientific concept of gravity? The definition of it?
That doesn't exist.
Okay, but do you know, like, it doesn't matter if it doesn't exist to you. Like, do you know the scientific definition of it?
Well, we're talking about it doesn't matter, Gustavo, because we're talking about things that exist. We're talking about things that we can check and demonstrate, and you're talking about the scientific gravity. Okay, go ahead. Maybe you're talking about specific.
We do understand. Well, we do understand what the current theoretical physics definition is. Yeah.
Okay. What is the definition?
Would be the curvature of space-time due to the disproportional distribution of mass.
Exactly.
Causes the motion of things.
Exactly. When things have more mass, they attract each other. So as gas molecules.
Well, they've abandoned the attraction idea. They just say that due to the curvature of space-time, as an object in motion will follow that path in space, which has been distorted by a larger mass, a larger body. So there's actually no interaction between the masses until collision.
Exactly, but it's not that they're attracted by some other mass. Okay, they're both attracted to each other. Like it's not like, okay, I'm bigger, come here. No, they both attract each other. It's just that as one object is heavier or has more mass, that's why the other one, like, it doesn't have as much force. It's like you put two balls on a bed. Okay, the bigger one is going to create a bigger hole, and that is going to attract the other objects to that other one. Okay, so that is what is gravity. Okay, so it makes the whole sense. I don't know why trying to deny something that is so simple, because the gravity isn't like something like, oh, I'm a shear force or something like that. No, it's just like
Gustavo, tú puedes lo que tú hablaste ahora mismo. Can you show it? Can you show an example in the physical and natural world that this is actually happening? That things are attracting to each other because of mass. Can you show this?
Well, basically, you're attracted to the Earth. It's a huge mass. So basically, obviously, you have to jump in order to get up, in order to be higher.
But that's circular reasoning. That's circular reasoning.
But like, of course, here we have a huge mass, which is the Earth. Okay. Basically, no other force is bigger or is stronger than the gravity of Earth. So that's why.
Yeah, but when were you on a smaller mass to know the difference?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Can you repeat that, please?
When were you ever on a smaller mass to know that there's a difference?
Okay, well, I haven't ever. Okay, obviously I can't say that I have been to the moon or I have been to the space, because obviously I haven't. Okay, but like, obviously you're going to deny this because you basically don't believe in this and don't believe in these pictures. But if you see like any video or anything that is related to the space, you can see clearly like the moon is tinier, is less heavy, and it attracts objects as well, but with much less gravity than the Earth does, because it has more mass. Okay, so the people who have gone there, they are not attracted with as much force as the people who live here, basically. And that's why it takes so much, I don't remember the word for that, but basically the ship, the thing that they use to get to space, like so much energy to get there. Okay, because you have to push it up. Okay, that is why. And like, if we were in an empty room with two objects, they would attract each other. It's the same thing with molecules. Why does water stick together? Because it has the same molecular structure, and at the same time, because there are electrons, there are protons in the atoms, they move around, okay, and they basically create a bond. That's why. And it's all gravity because they have mass, okay? And there's also like a thing with electricity and all that. That's why they stick together, because their electrons who are attracted to the protons, and depending on the amount of protons in the atom, depending on that, that amount of electrons are going to be attracted to the other atom. So that's why they are attracted to each other. So we can see it everywhere. We can see it everywhere, in water, in gas, in whatever state that you can consider. There's gravity because objects naturally are attracted to each other, and molecules naturally, and electrons, atoms, and everything naturally is attracted to each other.
Because didn't you say that didn't you say that gases expand away, and now you're saying that the opposite is happening?
Yeah, because the molecules, let me explain something. Molecule.
So are the molecules of gases being attracted to each other, or what?
Can I explain? For example, if we take water, which is HO2, you have two atoms of oxygen and one atom of hydrogen. Okay, so it's a molecule. It's a molecule of water. That's two atoms of oxygen and one atom of hydrogen is a water molecule. It's what we call HO2. Okay, that is complete. Like, it doesn't need to get to another thing. Or maybe it's a whole more complicated thing. Okay, but the thing with gas is that basically the molecules are complete. They have no need to like to stick to another molecule of gas. They have no need because they are basically free. They are complete. They don't need any more electrons in their atoms. They don't need any more protons or anything because they feel very complete. Because gases naturally have only two protons in their nucleon, in their core. Okay, they have only two protons.
So none of this has anything to do with the globe belief, right? None of this stuff.
Yes, basically, I'm trying to show that gravity exists, and that's why things are attracted to the Earth because it has it's a huge mass that attracts other things to it, and that's why the moon moves around the Earth.
We see gases behaving and doing certain things, right? That's the observable phenomena, the gas behavior, right? Gauss laws, gas behavior. This is happening on the Earth, right? That's or in the medium that we're in, right? This happening gases coming from the ground. But when we check the ground,
what do you focus
listen,
on
Gustavo. When we all of this gas behavior, that is happening, all of that stuff is happening on the Earth. When we check the Earth is flat, stationary, and horizontal.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Can you explain it again? Because I really didn't understand that.
Okay.
The thing is that
we're talking about the gases, right? We're talking about the gases, the gas behavior, and the Gauss laws, and the gases do this and do that. Perfect. All good. Now, this is happening on the Earth, and the Earth, like I told you before, the surface of the Earth is not curving measurably.
But how do you know? Have you measured it?
Because, okay, how do we know? Okay, so I'm gonna post for you right here, laser test, okay?
No. Because okay, it's a post, but it's the same thing because I can share a picture of the Earth, of around Earth, and you will say that it's not true. So it's the same thing.
No, that's not pictures. I can show you video evidence, measurement evidence. I can show you a picture of Pikachu or Godzilla. That doesn't equal that is true because you got a picture of something.
Okay, but if you don't trust the scientific sources, if you don't trust that the Earth is round,
what do you mean the scientists? What
sources? Well, the scientists say that the Earth is round. If you don't believe them, why would you trust people?
Gustavo, but look at the difference, Gustavo. The scientist, that scientist that you're talking about, is only believe that the Earth is a globe. He doesn't check. He didn't measure the curvature. He believes it, just like you. He heard, he learned it, he read it in the book. Have you checked if the Earth is curving, Gustavo? You haven't. So
okay,
it's a belief
based. You haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, neither.
No, that's the issue. That's what we're trying to tell you. When I tell you laser test, is because it has been done. The measurement curve claim has been falsified. It's not there. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
What if I tell you that I don't trust them?
Have you ever heard of the Bolivian salt flats, Gustavo?
The Bolivian salt? What?
Salt flats. Yeah, have you heard of those ever?
No, I haven't really.
Look, let me see. I'll post for you. There's some gifts here in Discord.
And I saw that someone said feather fly, insects fly. Like, of course, insects fly because they have their arms. They basically, I don't know what they're called in English, but it's just alas. So of course.
Wait, what are you saying? What happened?
No, that someone said in the chat that the insects fly. That's actually something very stupid because winds, they have their winds. So they make a force again. I'm trying the same thing that happens with the ships that go to space. They need something to push them up.
Push them? What it
That
was?
force comes from the calories that they digest everything. That where it's, that's where it comes from. So basically, you base like the whole theory of the flat Earth on pictures and on something that someone told you that they made an experiment. That's all. But you
No,
ignore
Gustavo,
the
you
math.
gotta think about it. You gotta think about it in the geometrical sense of things. Like the sphere claims to have a specific radius and circumference. So those numbers, when you see the image of the sphere has specific measurements. So those measurements you can test for those measurements. So when you see the blue on the outside of the sphere that people call water on the outside of the sphere, right? When you paint the globe blue, water, right? So that curving water on the sphere that you see on the paper, on the table, whatever, right? We can go to the surface of the earth on the water and test if the curvature is there. And come to find out, the curvature is not there. The water is not curving. The earth is not
But
curving.
it's funny that you know something like I just noticed this by talking to you and by talking to the other guys in the chat that it always comes down to the curvature. It always comes down to,
well, what would it come down to? Seriously, you're here to prove whether it's curved or not. Why would it come down to how many flies are crawling across your back? Like, seriously, bro. Of course it's going to come down to the curvature. If there's no curvature, there's no ball. If there is curvature, there is a ball. How about you try to prove curvature? Yeah, stop yabbering. How about you just prove curvature? And I'm also going to warn you now, how about you fix up your little profile picture or you're not going to be in here too long. Change it or I'll boot you. So
that was GG, guys.
Gustavo, it will come down to curvature. That's what this discussion's about. And just so you know, Gustavo, I personally don't give a rat's ass what you say about me, but this channel gets broadcast to YouTube, Twitter, something else I can't remember, Rumble. That crap is not allowed, so fix it up. And while you're sitting there scratching your head going, I don't know what he talk about, it's your stupid background picture. As soon as he changes it, Jamesy, I'll unlock him. He's free to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I didn't see it coming.
He's just lucky I was busy doing other shit.
He changed it.
What do we got? Haha, you basic something or other. won't want to go off something because you fear losing. That'll do. I can't read half it, but I did say I'd unlock you as soon as you changed it. There you go, clown shoes. You got any proof of curvature?
What did I miss?
Gustavo bouncing around, being an idiot. What's this?
That's what they usually do.
So you don't basically don't want to go off script because you fear losing. Well, I'm not on a script. The script is this. If the Earth is a sphere, we should be able to measure drop over distance. It is ever so simple, Mr. Gustavo. We don't measure drop over distance. We measure dead flat. Whether you like it or not, whether everyone else likes it or not, that's how it measures. So deal with it.
Okay, can I answer to that? All that you basically like are affirming what I said before. Like all of this is about one single argument that you have, and that you don't.
Well, okay, let's just break this down. What else should we be arguing about? We're here discussing whether the Earth is a sphere or whether it is planar. So you tell me what we should be talking about in regards to those two objects or items or classifications or specifications or descriptions, whatever the fuck you want to call them. You tell me how we isolate the two.
Thanks for the background, Matrix. And this is that is the point. Gustavo, go ahead and reply to him, and then I'll talk to you for a minute. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was explaining my thing, and you muted me.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Gustavo, how are we going to separate or isolate sphere from planar? What are you going to do to separate those two things so we can tell the difference?
To separate a sphere from what?
From
the description of spherical versus planar.
Not curving.
Flat.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you please, Jamesy, translate that to me, because I didn't get that.
He said, how are you going to mark the difference? What will be the method to make the differentiation between sphere, curving, drop over distance, right? A rate change of slope to a horizontal, a planar, plane, flat, horizontal, not curving, no rate change of slope to a sphere that you're claiming. So the sphere that you're claiming will have a change rate of slope to a certain degree to make it a sphere of a certain degree, of certain degrees, right? So that should be measurable across the surface. Come to find out, when we measure the surface, it's not changing on a rate. There is no change rate of slope that will conform to the sphere. So when you ask, the only point you guys got is the curvature or the surface of the Earth. That is the whole thing in question. That is the elephant in the room. That is the whole point of a sphere.
The most important part.
If it's no curvature, there is no sphere.
Exactly.
That's let me just say this, like the planet. I'm gonna answer this, and then I'm gonna explain my point. Like the planet is huge. You know what that is? Like huge. So you can't see it with a phone. You can't take a picture and just pretend to see the curvature. You know?
We are aware of that.
That's it.
We're aware of that. We're not just dealing with one sec. We're not just dealing with the shape, but the size that they say it is as well, right? So it's the actual geometry of it specifically that we've got a problem with.
Gustavo, it's a misconception. Gustavo, it's a misconception that you have that it wouldn't be measurable because it's too big. Because remember, they told you boats go over the horizon over there, 3 miles away from you. We can measure 3 miles, Gustavo. We can measure 10 miles. We can measure 20 miles. We can measure beyond that. And when the specific geometrical claim of the globe will tell you that a specific spot, a specific area over there at the distance, there will be a drop, right? And behind that drop, there should be no visibility. It's going to be a wall, right? And whoever is burping in the mic, don't do that, or just mute yourself kindly, please. Thank you. So, Gustavo, the drop over distance of the specific globe will have to be to a specific ratio, and it's nowhere to be found in reality. You're saying, no, it's too big, but even if it's big, it's still measurable. We still should be able to measure it, but it's not there.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying now, but like, let me say something. If the Earth, and I know that you're going to say that you don't think it is real or whatever, but if the Earth is round, well, let's pretend that you think that it is round. I think for a minute, if it's round and it has attraction to the center of the Earth, like, don't you think, like, if we measured it?
And what has that got to do with measuring the surface? Have you ever dug a hole to the center to confirm this? Imagination? You're finishing. You're telling stories.
Can I explain my point?
Matri, let me talk to him, bro, because I know that I speaking to people like him. I get it. I get it.
The problem is, Genzi, you're letting him walk over you. Don't put up with that shit.
No, it's not. He's well trained in the belief, though. He's well trained in the belief, and he's just believing it.
Yeah, but he's telling stories. What did he just tell us to do? Believe. If you believe it's a ball. Well, we don't believe it's a ball because we don't measure any bloody curvature.
Okay, but let me talk. Like, you have been
Gustavo, you're making Gustavo, Gustavo, bro, listen. You are ignoring the facts of the matter, the things that you can check and verify, and you're saying, let's go to imaginary land and make things in our heads and talk about that.
Flat Earth is imaginary land.
Gustavo, come on, bro. Sé honesto, hombre.
The whole time I've been here. So, like, but why don't you let me talk? It gives like fear. It gives like scary.
Gustavo, because you have to be in a conversation. You have to listen to what's being said, and you have to go through that information. We are telling you stuff, and you're ignoring what is being said, and ignoring what is being said, and going to something else, not addressing what is being said. That's disrespectful, though.
No, because it is not disrespectful. I'm trying to make you think out of the box. That's what I'm trying to do.
Gustavo, I already know about the belief of the center of the Earth, even though you don't know anything about that. You don't. Do you know about the deepest? Do you know about the deepest hole you have ever dug?
Well, hang on. We've thought further out of the box than most people are willing to go. I mean, this is if not the most taboo topics, right? That there is regarding our physical world. I mean, you've got to admit that flat earthers get condemned as being stupid and science deniers and all this stuff, right? So I think we've thought outside the box fairly well, more than most people, to have reached the conclusion that we have, because the box is actually the globe, right? It's the globers that are not willing to venture outside of the box and challenge their belief.
Okay, I get it, but like if you've already come to this point where you've like thought about outside of the box, like we can always go farther, and it doesn't mean like if I believe something today, I can't like have critical thinking and go against what I already think it is. Because if you convince me that the Earth is flat, okay, I will. But if not, like I will keep believing what I believe right now, what I think is real. Okay. And the thing that I'm saying, I'm not talking about the center of the Earth. I'm just trying to answer the question, like why is there no curvature? That's what I'm trying to explain. And the thing is that if you have a sphere, and you get on a boat and you go somewhere else, and you take like I don't know, a thing to measure whatever, and we have gravity and we have a sphere. If you move 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 100 miles, whatever.
Gustavo, have you ever learned about
where did he get the sphere
fallacies? Gustavo,
where did he magically get that sphere from, Gemsy?
Gustavo, have you ever heard about logical fallacies, Gustavo? You put in a bunch of things that you cannot verify on top of each other and trying to mix that into an amalgamation of nonsense and saying, if we believe in this thing, then the other thing can be true. But Gustavo, this is a whole bunch of beliefs put together, though. It's a bunch of nonsense that you're trying to put together.
And why would I say is a bunch of things and fallacies? By what you say, I have to trust in that, like blindly.
That's what you're doing, trusting on what you're saying blindly.
No,
verification.
Actually, hold up, Gemsy. Hold up, Gemsy. No, Gustavo, we don't want you to trust us. We want you to go outside and test this shit for yourself. That's what we want you to do. That's the problem. You sit on your computer and go, I see sphere on my computer. I see sphere on my mobile phone. I see sphere on my television. You don't see sphere in reality. You don't see sphere outside. You don't see sphere when you're driving your car.
Have you tested it out yourself? Have you measured it?
Have I measured it? Is there a requirement that I personally have to do every measurement on your behalf? No, there's not. This is you measuring it, or at least you seeing how it was measured. Now, there has been multiple instances this afternoon where people have posted in the side chat, and this was pre you getting booted out of it, laser tests, long-range observations, and all you kept saying was, nah-ah, sphere, nah-ah, sphere, nah-ah, sphere. Well, nah-ah, it's now time that you start looking at some of that data. And by the way, you talking through people does not help the situation. You talking through people doesn't help. Hello, McFly, Sunshine, hello. See, everything you just said then, null and void. You know why? Because you said it through someone else.
No, it involved that.
It involves what? We did not... Okay, I'll try to repeat it again. We did not hear what you said because you said it through me. Your voice gets cancelled out.
What I was saying is that I have gone through over many topics. I have talked about gases. I have talked about.
Yep. Okay. So let's just go. Hold on. Gases. With the gases, and you're just going to keep rambling. We don't want you to keep rambling. One thing at a time. This is why you're struggling to understand. Because, and he's still talking. Gustavo, shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna shut
The reason you are having trouble understanding is you are trying to do 9 things at once. You are trying to look at gravity, gases, measurements, planes, moon, Jupiter. Stop trying to do 20 things at once, one at a time. Gases. What's the problem with gases?
Oh my god.
No, I'm not going to help you. What's the problem with gases?
I made a whole explanation about it already.
Yeah, you explained a lot of stuff, but you didn't provide any data to back it up. So what's the problem with gases? How do gases prove that you live on a curved surface?
Because the gases that are lighter go up. And the gases
So that's great. So what's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Gases go up and down. Congratulations.
The Earth is a huge mass that attracts things, and that proves gravity.
Incorrect.
Explaining gravity.
Incorrect.
Yes.
Your gravity, and now you're jumping straight to something else. Now you need gravity to affirm your gases going down. Well, what about helium? That goes up. So what's helium? Anti-gravity?
I mentioned helium, and I explained what happens with helium.
Yeah, it goes up. So that's not gravity.
Was one of my arguments. Actually, that was one of my arguments.
And he's not why does he not listen? And it goes upwards. That is not gravity. See, this is the problem now, Gustavo. You now have to prove to everyone that and why are you talking? You now have to prove to everyone scientifically that gravity, whatever the shit that is, pulls gases downwards. So please post up and tell us how gravity, whatever that is pulling gases in a downward direction.
Okay, and do you know absolutely anything about chemistry?
I don't care what I know. You are demonstrating to everyone scientifically how gases are pulled down via gravity, whatever that is.
I already did.
No, you have not.
I don't have a fault that you weren't here.
Oh, just because I wasn't in channel doesn't mean I wasn't listening.
But it seems like you weren't listening because I explained the whole thing. So you need
to... exactly. And again, this is the problem. You have explanations. You have not backed up any of your claims. So what have you backed up your explanations with, scientifically?
Why I have backed them up, all of them.
You have not. You've given explanations.
It's not my fault.
So what have you backed it up with? So let's tell us. No, you tell us now. Gravity pulling gas downwards. Where have you backed that up scientifically?
Okay.
How have you done that? So there would be some kind of scientific experiment. There would be some kind of scientific experiment showing this gas getting pulled downward, being caused by this gravity.
That it's very obvious that you weren't listening, because if you listen...
It's very obvious that you seem to be backpedaling, young fellow. Why don't you have an answer to it? If this is true and correct, scientifically, there would be an experiment. We don't want your explanations. We want the experiment that validates this.
Let me ask you something. In which direction gases move?
It's not about me. It's about you validating your claims.
Hang on.
Yes, it's about you validating your claims. C-Dub?
Well, one sec. Gustavo, you'd have to agree that it would have only been through experiment that they would have come to the understanding, right? Is that not how we learn about the natural world?
Each time I try to explain something, he interrupts me because he just gets bothered because he sees that he's...
We don't want explanations. We want the data that backs up your claims.
You know what?
Is that true, though? Would you agree with that, Gustav?
Look.
Would you agree with what I said?
But look, the reason why I asked if he knew anything about chemistry is because I have studied chemistry, okay? I was studying chemical engineering, and I know the structure of the molecules. So I explained the whole thing about the molecules, but he wasn't listening. So basically, gases are less heavy or have less mass. The heavy is not the right word for it, but have less mass. Okay, because their molecular structure. Okay, they have less atoms in it. Okay, and they're complete. Okay, their molecules are complete and have less mass. So that's why they are less attracted to the Earth, because, as I mentioned, gravity is the attraction between two masses, and
but that's incorrect. You're working back. You've claim stacked now, and you're working backwards from the premise. You're working backwards from the premise that gravity is even has this effect on things.
Okay. Do you
and that
believe
this is the reason? Right?
And check it out, C-Dub. This is the really funny bit. Let's give him his gravity, and let him have his gravity moving gases up and down. This still does not prove the shape of the ground.
Now do you don't want me to explain it? Now you want me to... So
we don't want explanations. How many times have we got to tell... Gemsy, can you translate to this kid's language? And tell him, we don't want explanations, we want data to back up the claims. Okay. Not just claims.
So Gustavo, hello, mic check. So, explicaciones no es lo mismo. Oh my God, can you guys hear me? Gustavo, ¿tú me escuchas?
Obviamente que te escucho.
Okay. Explicaciones no son demostraciones. Una demostración puede tener una explicación de la demostración, pero la explicación no es la demostración. ¿Entendiste? So, cuando tú explicas algo, tú tienes que demostrar lo que estás explicando. Si tú explicas algo sin demostrarlo, esa explicación puede significar nada.
Okay, but yo te entiendo.
Okay, guys, I told him that a demonstration is not an explanation. Okay, I told him an explanation is not a demonstration. A demonstration can have an explanation attached to it, right? But the explanation is not the demonstration. So if he's gonna explain something, he has to be explaining something that he can demonstrate. But if he's just saying something, explaining something that has no demonstration, the explanation means nothing. Is that okay, Matrix?
Awesome. Thanks, Jamesy.
So what do you say about that, Gustavo?
Okay, but let's clarify something. Do you guys believe in molecules, in atoms?
Our beliefs in molecules or atoms or any other minuscule little thing you can bring up has no relationship to the shape of the ground.
I was going to say the molecules and atoms are happening on a horizontal frame of reference, flat level, horizontal. That's where molecules and atoms are happening.
It's crazy. Oh my God.
What's crazy?
That, well, we're going like back and forth, and like we're in cycles. We're running in cycles.
You're going away from the claim, Gustavo. No, we're not going back and forward. We're trying to keep you to your senses and on the ground, and you're going away from it.
No. Let me say something. It's not that I'm going away or that you are trying to keep me on the ground or whatever you said.
Yeah, because that's the elephant in the room.
You just want to stick to the theme that, the surface, the pictures, the measure. That you don't want to discuss anything.
Well, that would be the ultimate way of proving whether it's curved or not curved, is just to downright measure the bastard.
ignoring all the other physical phenomena.
You're the one that just ignored what I said, Junior.
Everything. No, you ignore everything.
Yes,
basically. And
you just blatantly ignored because you're a rude individual and you think because you've done a chemistry class that your shit doesn't stink.
No, not a chemistry class, chemistry engineering, okay?
Well,
well, congratulations. So that qualifies you as fuck all in here.
Well, Gustav, do you think you could agree with this much? Well, Gustavo, do you think you could agree with this, right? Sure. Okay. Sure. You wait a sec. You have a proposition for like the reason why other phenomena is occurring, right? And it has to do with the Earth being a spinning ball, right? Now, that's fine as a hypothesis, right? That's fine as a hypothesis. But if someone comes along and demonstrates that one of the necessities for the Earth to be a sphere isn't present in reality, then you must disregard that hypothesis, correct?
But I'm trying to explain, like I said, if the Earth is a sphere and you move somewhere else, obviously you will have a curve. Like you won't notice, but
right.
You will have a curve. That's
yeah, okay. But there would be geometric consequences that you could both observe and measure on the surface itself.
I mean, like
there'd be geometric attributes.
The thing is, the thing is, I'm gonna say 3 things, and I'm gonna leave because, like, I see that it makes no sense to discuss with you because basically you won't ever accept any of the things that I say. So
because the things you say, the reason for it is very simple. The things you say have zero relevance to the shape of the ground. They don't validate or verify or prove the curvature or lack thereof. And you talking through people is 98% of the reason why you don't fucking listen.
You don't want to go straight. You're scary.
I just want you to measure the surface of the ground. Nothing more, nothing less. You want to talk about molecules. You want to talk about your false beliefs in gas. You want to talk about your theories of gravity. You want to talk about the moon. You want to talk about shadows. You want to talk about every single thing but the measurement of the ground.
You told me you haven't measured it, and you believe these crazy people who think that the Earth is flat just because they measure one thing. How do you think that is real? How do you trust that? What the fuck?
How do I trust it? Because I can go and do it myself. How do you trust photos from space?
You don't have critical thinking. You believe whatever crazy people go there and say.
You don't have critical thinking. You just told me I'm the one who's fucking crazy for trusting these other people, yet you're trusting somewhere that you can't go and do. You're a fucking clown.
Yeah, that's a good point because, like you say, trust the scientists, right? They've taken pictures from space. You can't replicate any of that.
No,
but you could go and attempt. You could go.
And you don't let me.
I know. Listen, but this is a good point that Matrix has made. Can you validate any of that photography that's been taken from space? Can you replicate it?
Any of those photographies that you have seen of the flat Earth?
Yes. At least it's verifiable or falsifiable. One could attempt, if they so wished, like you could go and perform the same method, which you can watch in any one of our videos, right? And you could go to a large body of water, like that lake that you and Gemsy were talking about, and perform a test yourself.
And the thing is that you criticize me because I haven't measured this or that, but you haven't measured.
No.
Not
criticizing you.
The shit thing
not criticizing you. I'm just showing the contrast between the two standards. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
No, there's no contrast because you haven't measured it.
There is no contrast because you haven't been to space. That was easy.
Made some long distance observations. I haven't performed any laser tests as yet. I'd love to go out and do some laser tests, but that's something that's in the future for me. If and when possible.
Jamsey, you are awesome, man. T-Dub, you are awesome, man. Like, you are the only guys who know how to talk and have a discussion. This other guy, Matrix, is just a monkey.
That's not what one of the last guys said about me. Sometimes I'm good cop, sometimes I'm bad cop. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, the last caller like a couple hours ago was saying, "Oh, I like someone else, but not Jamsey." Now this guy is like, "I like Jamsey, but not the other guy." Gustavo, todo bien, no, Gustavo, no me estoy burlando de ti. Es que como que I'm just saying that in other conversations, like people say like opposite things about people here. So it's not about you. It's just saying. But no, you're cool, bro. Tú estás bien. Respeto, Gustavo, para ti. Respeto para ti. Okay? Solo.
Yeah. I respect you because you ask questions, and I can also ask questions to you, and you answer. You know, like you don't try to. You know what I mean. But this other guy, he
So what you're saying is you like to be able to ask questions and then ramble on with shit and not have anyone pull you up for it. Because Jamsey's really nice. He doesn't pull people up. I hear people talk shit and I just rail them straight away.
You're very unpolite, you know?
You should talk. Mister, I like talking through people and then fucking cry because I don't get to explain. I don't give a shit about your explanations. I just want the data that backs up your claims. That's all I want. You have not backed up anything you've said this afternoon in the last 3 hours. It's just explanation on top of explanation on top of explanation.
You neither. And the whole thing is that you haven't measured what you firmly stand that is true. So you're a believer.
So what are you claiming that I've said? What are you claiming that I've said I've measured?
You believe in things you haven't measured, you haven't tested.
I believe in things I haven't measured. You have no idea what I've done.
You just told me that you haven't tested out yourself.
No, I didn't. You asserted that. Thank you. Oh, that's a big fuck in the ass, isn't it?
You're a religious person. Yeah, keep worshiping the flat earth thing. So it was nice talking to you guys, except for this monkey.
Go and see line elsewhere.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Jack the Caveman, did you bring any proofs of curvature? You have proof. Well, you better tell us about it, and you can post up your supporting data in the side chat. In the Quran. Yeah, sure, this'll be good. See that, Jamsey? He's got globe proof in the Quran.
In the beginning, Allah created the ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. He set it spinning around the sun. No, I'm kidding.
It turned into an egg. The ball. It used to be an egg, and now it's a ball. I don't know which one. I don't know.
I haven't read the Quran myself. I've seen snippets from it. But I've heard from some Islamic people that say that there's nothing describing a spinning ball in outer space within the text.
For the Quran believer believes in the globe, God created, made it like an egg, but now when we see the pictures, it looks like a globe. So they think the globe is the egg, which is confusing. I don't know, some type of what do you guys call it? Not a contradiction. It says who uses this term a lot? Paradox. Forget.
A paradox? Yeah. Yep.
Paradox. It's an egg, but it's a sphere. The spheres are not eggs. Are not spheres, are they? Anyways, just saying.
They are oblate spheroids. It's like an egg, turn on its side. Nah, it's not even that really. It's not really egg-shaped. Oh, I guess... No. Actually, it's kind of weird because... what was it, Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to say that the southern hemisphere is a little fatter? It's like pear-shaped.
Hey guys, I heard something on the radio the other day that was so stupid it really made my head hurt. There's this guy talking about how I guess Elon Musk or the Elon Musk crowd, whatever the hell people who's got work for him, have announced that they're considering, get this, putting data centers in space. You know, because why not? You know, those giant data centers that they, take up a lot of electricity and land and water, whatever, that keep the quote unquote AI revolution going, keep Google flowing or whatever. It's just like, I don't know, it just seems like another layer of absurdity to the whole facade.
Yeah, but what about the space hackers?
I'd like to know how they're going to keep them cool.
Well, I think it's worth pointing out, some people should have, more people should have more, it's just crazy the idea of oh yeah, we're going to put data centers in space, but you still can't buy a ticket to go there. The fuck is up with that? I don't know. I mean, I know it's maybe not everyone agrees with this in here, but at this point in time, anyone past the age of 22 that hasn't figured out that the Earth is flat yet is just fucking retard. Just fucking stupid.
Hey, it took me 32.
So that's the standard drinking age.
Well, the drinking age is 21 where I live, but I mean, whatever, 22, 25, fine, just 25. I figured it out when I was 24, and that was just because of the political activism I was doing at the time.
I think the drinking is what made me not realize it for so long.
But I mean, seriously, when I was a little kid in the 90s, I was born in 1992, so I would have been 7 years old in 1999. Back then, even in the 90s, I was wondering to myself, so wait a second, they said they landed on the moon in 1969. It's 1999. And no one's going back in this decade, no one's buying a ticket, no billionaires doing it for the fun of it. Even when I was a child, it seemed suspicious to me. And it's just the lack of suspicion that other people have just blows my mind. It's just people just have a hard time thinking. Most people.
I think the same for Islam. It's just a private equity acquisition religion.
I'm kind of inclined to agree with you there, Orion, because like I can, if I can think of myself if I was a rich entrepreneur, whatever, had a lot of money, and I could afford to like go to the moon, right, or just send craft there, right, to dig some dirt up, like even if it was a bucket a year, and bring it back and sell it. Like as moon dust. People would pay a fortune just to have a spoonful of moon dust. Like they really would. Like why hasn't that been exploited?
Like you kind of make me feel like I should, like just get some ashes of some kind, some charcoal or something, and just put it on eBay, being like, "Hey, moon rocks. Wants to buy them for $1,000 pound." I guess I have too much of a conscience. I feel like there's very few points in time in my life, very few scenarios I could ever be in where I actually can comfortably and effectively lie. I'm not sure if that qualifies as one of those things. I mean, like, back to the idea of like most people that can't figure it out are stupid. It's not really just that I think they're stupid. It's just that I think I think it's shameful for anyone to not have the mindset to seek out the truth. And it seems to me like that's most people. Like most people don't have the mindset to seek out the truth, and that's fucking disgraceful. Which means most people are fucking disgraceful.
Well, yeah, like our friend Gustav was, like saying things like, I'm just trying to help you think outside the box. Other people come in like, you're too closed-minded. It's like, bro, you do understand that, we're the minority.
Come back in the box. It's cold out there. Come back in the box.
They're like, are you open to being wrong? We're like, well, yeah, that's why we're flat earthers. we weren't open to being wrong, we never would have become a flat earther. We'd still be on the globe side.
Just another thing about that data centers and space thing that just makes my head really just hurt. Is just the idea of like, there's a lot of hardware and a lot of weight, a lot of heavy stuff involved with data centers. And so it's like just the idea of the, people at the top or whatever pushing the narrative that, oh yeah, we're going to put all this heavy gear, very, very, very heavy gear up in space and put it in orbit and use it, but you still can't buy a ticket to go there. And people just eating it up. Just eating up that nonsense. God, that makes my fucking head spin, dude. We kind of already had that going though, right? Because they've been like touching around with the narrative of, oh, it's too dangerous to send people to space, so we're just going to send robots there to keep the people safe. But trust us when we say the vacuum of space is a real place, and we're really sending stuff there, but you can't go there because it's too dangerous. We need to send just robots from here on out. Cameras.
Yeah. When was the last time they reported one of their pieces of garbage up there getting absolutely blown to pieces, into smithereens by an asteroid or like a meteor? They say, right, the Earth is bombarded daily by hundreds, if not thousands of particles, ranging from dust up to, volleyball size and bigger every day. ISS has just managed to swerve every single one. Come on, bro. Oh, they've had one little incident. Oh, there was a tiny little hole. I put my finger in it. I just chewed some gum and stuck that in there. We were okay. Bullshit.
So on the topic of flat Earth, I was watching this this documentary on YouTube about geography because I guess I'm just one of those kinds of nerds, those weird people that actually enjoys watching documentaries about geography. And I couldn't help but pause it and do a little research on the internet when I heard this guy. The guy was making his like, I guess his channel's called something like Geography Jeff or something. The guy's name's Jeff, and he was talking about these two mountains in California. I'm gonna go look at the screenshots to give you the details, but I just thought it was so funny because he's saying that you can see one mountain from the other mountain, and he was saying they're like more than 100 miles away from each other. And I was like, well, wait a second, how tall are these mountains and exactly how far are they from each other? It's like, it sounded like, he just falsified the radius of the globe on accident and didn't even realize it. And then I looked up the details, and yeah, seems like he did. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, so the mountain to the north, further to the north, is Mount Lassen, and let's see, and the one further to the south is Mount Diablo, which is just to the east of San Francisco. So Mount Diablo is peak. The peak of it has the elevation of 3,800 feet. All right, so let's see. And the distance between those two mountains is 181 miles, which is 21,800 feet of curvature between those two mountains. So let's see, how tall is the other mountain now? Oh yeah, and Mount Lassen, the peak is at an elevation of 10,400 feet. So let's see, we got 10,400 feet, the taller one, 3,800 feet, that's what I said, right? Yeah, 3,000, let's just say 4,000 feet, And they're both 181 miles away from each other with 20,000 feet of curvature that's supposed to be between the two. I mean, I feel like I should make a diagram of this, but, clearly something's wrong here, right?
Yeah, it was too quick, that one.
Yeah, even for me.
I laughed at that. I'm sorry, Matrix. I laughed at his profile picture. We probably should have made him change it straight away. But we did.
Well,
especially
I got pinged about it. It wasn't the fact that it had me in it. I couldn't really give a shit if he drew a great big cock. It doesn't worry me. I'm more concerned about the YouTube side of it. Not that my awesome language would probably help, but anyways. Yeah, I was just concerned about that side of it. And it's like, you can...
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, yeah, the server too and Discord too. They've got sort of stuff against that sort of thing, but I just
well,
love
it was funny.
it.
Don't get me wrong.
See what happened? Matrix has upset somebody. What's going on?
Oh, pick another day. Like, it was just explanation upon... Oh, man, that was driving me mad. I was like, dude, I get it. You've got the cool story. Now we just want the data that backs up your claims. Oh, but just listen. Nah, we've had enough of that shit. What a lot of these kids don't get is most of the time the data will speak for itself. Okay, you might need to put a little story with it. That's cool. But drop it down and happy days. Alright, I'm going to do something constructive. And grab me whippersnipper. And do as much of my lawn as I can. I'll be back.
No worries, mate.
Nobody knows. Welcome. To run away if you want to.
Jeez, what happened here? Nobody left. Just us.
Yeah, I mowed the lawn. I come, whippersnipped the lawn once I mowed it. There's no way I was pushing a mile through that shit.
What shit? The heat?
My lawn.
Oh, your lawn a bit long?
Yeah. Nearly a foot high in spots. I pumped the water onto it though, so
their freaking father-in-law is like lawn mad, man.
Like
just
golf green type shit.
Yeah. Well, he actually had a lawn bowls mower at one point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'd love to get
Had
hold of
two
one
of
of
them. Yeah, huge ass thing that rolls along and doesn't stop. No brakes unless you turn the bastard off. He got me to help him one day, and I fucking ended up on the road with it. I was surprised he didn't kill me. He just laughed. I couldn't turn the bastard quick enough.
Yeah, they go. The newer ones are not
Yeah.
too bad, but the older ones actually got along quite well. A lot of them actually had seat attachments for the back of them, so you hook up a seat on the back of it with another heavy roller that you sit on, and as you're riding along, you tilt down, turn, and you spin, and your back wheel will just trail behind it. Really, really cool.
Shit.
But yeah, they get along quite well.
that.
Like, you want to have a good power walk type speed going on.
Yeah. He's getting on now, so he's like, doesn't put as much effort into it. But back in the day, man. And like you'd say, you know, because he's like real old school, cocky type, you know, like farmer, you know. You'd say to him, people would say to him, how do you keep that beautiful lawn? Like, how do you keep it like that? And you know, he's like one of those guys out of the movie. He's like chewing on a piece of straw and he mow it. And that was it. I mow it.
Mow it.
Mow it. They're like, oh, okay. I mow mine. It doesn't end up like that.
You've got to mow it the right way for the right type of grass. And I'm not talking up and down as opposed to left and right.
Yeah. But there's more. There's more to it than that he lets on, like, because you'll see him.
Oh, fertiliser. He's probably spilling urea all over it.
Yeah. Dynamic lifter, and he'll just walk around the yard just like these little fork things picking weeds out, you know, like bendies and whatever, you know. Keeps all the leaves off it.
I spent when I first got off me job, and when I first went to the house, I had a few hours spare because I was off crook, and I spent days on my knees. I had this little foam pad thing I used to kneel on. I spent days picking bendies and catheads out of my lawn with this little fork thing. Days and days and days. I filled up probably 3 wheelie bins full without even trying of just nasties out of my lawn. And what pissed me off the most was when I got a tree cut down, instead of driving up my driveway and then just destroying a very small patch of lawn, they drove straight up the verge, straight across the whole front section of lawn. Now, just so you know, from the very front section where the gutter is up to yard level was a 1.2 metre incline. So they had to go up this hill and dug the shit out of it, dug 2 trenches in, and it's just like, guys, that's shit. You know, like, seriously, if you're going to wreck it, totally destroy it, wipe it out completely. Don't just...
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I was pretty dirty with that. And then they just left bark chips and shit there anyway, so... They cut down this pine tree out the back, fair dinkum, it was a monster. The thick end on its side, what was it, nearly 4 foot across. So it was a fair lump of a tree. And when they cut it down, they'd done all the stump grinding and all that shit, didn't do any clean-up. So I had my wheelie bin, the neighbours either side of me wheelie bin, across the road, and the one next door to them, and a couple of times one on my side, 2 down, and it took me, nearly 3 months to clean up the wood chips that were in my backyard. There was that much there.
Jeez.
The problem is you can't put too much in the bins. You can only a third fill the bins with it because it's too heavy.
Too heavy, yeah. Yeah, right. So just a slow process of getting it, unless you shovel it onto a trailer or something.
Well, every week it was the standard bin filled, and when the green week was on, I filled that up, and a couple of times I got a naughty boy sticker for overloading it.
The pine grows all right out that way, does it?
Everything grows if you water it.
That's true.
The area I used to live, pre-housing, when it was just farmland, it used to be called Pine Knoll. And apparently the pine tree that was in my backyard was the last of them in that whole city block. So, yeah, there's this massive old stone house on the corner that's still there. It's a freaking mansion. And it's on a, it's probably a half-acre block. And it was the original house for that area. And, yeah, I had the last of the pine trees. Oh, mad, I've still got my photos. Where is Discord? Something 06.
So, just one topic after the other. Just muted, banned, mute, banned. You just watch the mod vlog and you're like, wow, he's on a roll. He's going ham.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's so fun. Like I said before, I'm really, 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 really hands off with my moderation. I have a 3 strikes policy, so if someone's being disruptive, I'll ask them to stop and kind of articulate it and give them an chance. The second time I'll ask them to articulate it back to me so they can't claim that they didn't know why they got muted or why they're getting pushed back. And the third time I'll open it up to the room before I'll actually mute them. And if somebody wants to make an argument or stand up and say no, I think that's the wrong thing to do, then I'm happy to hear that out. I'm always happy to have people kind of make their arguments to get themselves unmuted in side chat or message me. But I feel like some people I see just they like I said, they wield it as a cudgel. They're very aggressive in terms of just using it as an effective 30-second silencer sometimes. Yeah, you can see it going on and off. It's funny.
So what I've noticed is that the different views, the world views. So in Flat Earth, science is a peacekeeping measure. It should have been the same in the globe side, but they don't. Okay, so in my worldview, a Flat Earth worldview, science will save humanity. They call it Newton's flaming sword. That all conflicts, all disagreements, will be settled by experiment. If a person can't present an experiment, then all they have is an opinion, and opinions are just are subjective thoughts. So if you have an opinion, you could have to use a logical argument, make an argument for why your opinion should be tried out or something along those lines. And if you think your opinion is fact, present your evidence, present your experiment. But yet here on the globe side, they run from that. They don't want to talk about science. They don't want to talk about observations. They don't want to do any of that. All they want to do is talk about how much they hate flat earthers. And their view of science is that somehow the science was settled, therefore no debate. And I'm like, if you think you've got settled science for the first time in the history of science, I would be like holding a draw 2 Uno card and you've got a royal flush. Why are you folding when I called your bluff? You'd go all in.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And again, I think that's indicative. To me, that just clearly indicates that, like I said, they're not engaging with the ideas.
Yeah, look at Fox. Look, just like I told you, look at Scott Mackey. Quick's building himself up by tearing others down again. See, I told you, all you got to do is just watch the observation. and
Yes,
they
the
come in
focus
here.
is clearly on the fight and on the win and on the domination, the back and forth, and the debate instead of on like the actual ideas, which is really interesting because I think that's, to me, when I see people doing that, I feel like I don't see a lot of productivity in that if you're actually trying to kind of like learn and engage with stuff. But obviously people have different goals and like people are welcome and have every right to have different goals. But yeah, it makes me sad because I feel like a lot of potential valuable communication interaction is lost when these people come in just like purposefully looking for a fight instead of to learn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I tell you exactly what they do when they come in here. They're doing TMZ BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers. Number one will surprise you. They're in here to just talk about flat earthers in this very sort of gossipy way. And it doesn't take very long, and they do it. Right? It wasn't any prompting. All they heard was a flat earth talking, and he just says this amazing squawk.
Oh, Dan's
Chris
here.
building himself up by tearing others down.
Dan is usually my like deputy moderator in my room. He's good people. But Dan, they were just saying apparently Geeks is like the number one enemy of the flat Earth server or something. Like it's
No way.
like I'm so blown away.
He talks about you guys so generously. Nice.
That's what I said. That's like when he brings it up in my VC, he's always saying it like I thought he had like a good time. Like that's like crazy to me.
Wait, hold on. You're telling me Geeks comes in here and fights with the flat earthers?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but he's kind of changing his tune a little bit.
Are you sure? Hold on. Are you sure he's fighting with you? He's kind of like a spicy
list.
character. It's kind of hard to tell if he's even fighting with you because he kind of overtalks. He's a little spicy.
I've never had a problem with Geeks. I've spoken to him a few times. He seems okay to me.
Yeah. He's way
he tries to stir the pot everywhere he goes to. Like I feel like every VC, like I don't know if it's like a personal thing with I mean, again, I don't know anything about this. I have no idea. I'm talking out of my ass. But like I see him purposefully try to like rile people up in every context of like every background and ideology.
Nah, Geeks is nowhere near as obnoxious as the guys we normally deal with.
That's good to hear.
The only problem with I've told Geeks, the only problem I have with him is when he's so drunk that he's like completely just incoherent babble, and he's like taking all the oxygen out of the room. Like he go this really loud oracle. Wait, hold on, what? Completely like unable to track what's happening.
Yeah, I feel like some of that too leans into. Yeah, he leans into that too, though, to be purposefully disruptive sometimes too. Like I definitely know what you mean. Like I think it's part of it can be part of the overall game. I know I've encountered last night. There's this kid ended up staying in his VC for a little bit just because I was a little concerned. It's not Geeks, some like random college kid, and he was like very, very drunk and was like drinking more, and he was like just doing the sad drunk, crying into quotes from Marcus Aurelius, and it was. I don't know. He was, but yeah, then he took like 2 more shots and then he tipped over into that like uncontrollable, the room just dissolved. Nobody could get a word in. It's like, I've definitely seen like way worse drunk people, but yeah, it's never fun. Do you guys get a lot of like that kind of disruption? Like, cause sometimes in my VC, I'll people who come in like not to actually engage. They just want to make noise or like yell or just like throw mud on the walls. Like, do you guys get that a lot too?
We used to, but we've kind of gotten rid of a lot of the drunks, to be honest. Or were you asking in a more general sense of disruptive people?
Oh, no, that was kind of what I was, because I mean, disruption broadly seems to be powerful. Because like I said, I think a lot of people see it and they look at it like going to the zoo. They want to poke you guys with a stick and rattle the cage and see what happens.
Yeah, I got this interesting because they talk about that zoo thing, that flat earthers are entertainment value. That they like going to the zoo and fucking with the animals. I'm like, dude, you're kind of an asshole. If you think the purpose of the zoo is to go there and laugh at animals and tease animals, like holy shit, dude.
I was going to say that's terrible. Like that's the worst. Like, oh my god.
I do find it to be at most animalistic.
I think it's the other way around. I think that they're in an enormous cage and we're just like outside of that enormous cage.
And but you know what? Actually, that is such a really interesting. I love that, because think about it, right? It doesn't matter if you're in the cage or out of the cage, if you're looking through the bars. And if you are in the cage, you're going to do everything you can to like deny that that's the case. You're going to never move your neck around, because as long as you don't look and see that the bars go all the way around you, you can tell yourself that it's the guy on the other side that's actually in the cage and not you. I love that.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I see it, because it's like, well, they are constrained to the opinions of experts. I mean, they've decided that they're going to be constrained to the opinions of experts. But we're not. We're not constrained to those opinions. We can wander off, and we can speculate, and we can look at different ways of looking at the same problems. And they can't do any of that. So who's actually in a prison? Them, obviously.
No, I mean, being rejected by mainstream society. This is something that happens.
Jesus, you're hot micing.
Yeah, Jesus was like, you're either hot micing or you're very low.
Yeah, infidel. I think you can hear a YouTube video in the background.
Or maybe. Oh well, I'm gonna mute him because I don't know what's going on. Sorry, bro. If you're actually trying to talk, then you need to be louder.
Another thing too is like this crabs in a bucket. If you ever heard of that analogy, Fox.
No, I haven't.
Well, if someone like a crab trying to climb its way out of a bucket, and the other crabs will grab the crab's leg and pull them down.
Oh, that's giving me so many weird images in my head. I need a handy wipe for my brain. I know what you're saying. It's just such a funny image.
That's kind of what you see on the globe side too. Like they're inside the bucket, this inescapable heliocentric mind frame, and they can't escape. And anytime someone is going to escape, you'll see them completely disrupt the conversation.
What are some of the best success stories that you guys have had? Like, have you guys had some good people come in asking questions and stick around and learn some stuff?
Well, I think just overall the Flat Earth community, we've had marriages and conventions and meetups. People have moved on, children being born, and on the globe side, there's still failure to launch. It's like
it sounds like you guys have a community, right? And that in itself is valuable.
If someone doesn't come around for a while, people ask, "Hey, have you seen this person? What's going on with them?" A lot of us they've got other social media they're connected to. They've helped each other out financially or through favors and stuff. Meanwhile, on the globe side, they're all kind of generally really hateful, disgusting people, and they don't really like each other either. So what you'll see is this one server called Gem Panda. When there's no flat earthers around, they do the circling firing squad, and they start making fun of each other. It's kind of like the internet wasn't a very good topic. So they like to say, oh, they side with science, they side with engineering. So here's all the scientists, all the engineers brought a product to market, a handheld device that you can access the full breadth and wealth of human information. You can reach out and touch someone, literally reach out and see what people are about, get other points of view, hear other ideas. And the globalists do quite the opposite with it. They shut down conversation. They try to destroy other ideas. They try to make one idea is only valid. All the other ideas are harmful misinformation.
Yes, but this helps social cohesion.
About othering. They need, in their worldview, they always need to have a scapegoat, a group of people who's to blame for when things don't work out. because they think they've got the experts already in position to do the shots, to call the shots. You're the shot callers. So now they've got the people with all the degrees and have been elected, all this stuff. They're in the position to make it work. The reason why it didn't work, that minority group over there is to blame.
No, it is working.
So, Fawkes, are you? What's your opinion on the Earth?
So, I mean, like I mentioned when I was in here earlier, like obviously, I think as with most kind of standard people, like I was kind of raised within the globe model. To every like interaction, like mine has been that I've had with it, or like using it, or kind of engaging with it in any kind of meaningful sense. Like I've never encountered any points of friction where I felt like the model failed to deliver in a satisfactory way. But like I said, it is not an active belief for me. It's not something that I've like really thought about or engaged with up to this point. So like I really don't like. I'm very open to, like I said, I'm kind of approaching it from I want to learn about the arguments and like the thoughts behind it, and, like the ideology itself. I'm not going to approaching this from like and I think I have the truth. I think I have the right answer, and I'm here to like challenge and like defend my position. Like that's not kind of my thought there.
No, that's actually a good thing. I mean, the one thing that really frustrates me about this room is that people will come in to defend a position they don't even understand very often.
Right.
And I'd rather, if someone doesn't really understand their position, that they're much more open to it. But it seems to actually be that there's an inverse proportionality to that. Globers who understand their model better seem to be less obnoxious. And obviously that's not always true, but the ones that understand it more.
Right. Because like I said, most Americans. Oh, I'm so sorry. You cut out for me. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
I apologize. No, go on. Go ahead. It's fine.
It's really good. This is what I was talking about in terms of the failures of our education system in the US, right? Because like you said, I think a lot of Globers, they don't even really understand their own belief set. Like they haven't thought of it. It's not an active belief. And when they do think about it, they're not thinking about it with any kind of scientific literacy. And I'm sure this must be so frustrating for you guys. Because I said, you guys are engaging with this actively. So you're considering these things and like challenging these principles and like thinking through this stuff. And then somebody comes in and you ask them probably the most like simple question about their model. And they just they don't even know what you're talking about. They can't even articulate the point. They're just totally lost in the weeds. And they're still shitting on you and dismissing your beliefs because they're so convinced that they have the right answer. Like that must be so frustrating.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, for a lot of Globers, you can ask them simple things, and it's not true for guys like Matthew Learns. He knows the model pretty well. But if you were to ask, like most Globers who come in here, how far away is the sun in your model? Most wouldn't know. They wouldn't have a clue. How far is the moon away? They wouldn't know. Yeah, and it's just like very basic things.
Yeah, but to be fair, lots of people believe things that they don't understand very well. I mean, I believe that my phone uses 4G, but I don't know the details of
yes.
like that.
But that's I love that example. I love that example because you're correct, right? Like the question isn't like it's impossible for us to really deeply on like an expert level engage and challenge every single belief that we hold. But I feel like we should strive to be at least aware of the beliefs that we hold and why we hold them. If you can, like the reason, I bet if you just, you have this faith in like the 4G, but the reason that you do, like your evidence is that it's consistently worked the way that it's been like said that it should work. Like you've never encountered any points of friction, right? Where, 4G has, you've been unable, like confused, or it's like acted in an unpredictable way, or like somehow it's not supposed to. Like, so of course that's when you're going to trust it because all of the evidence in your experience hasn't, resulted in any like reason to challenge it. But you're aware of like that justification, right? Why do you put faith in it? Well, because your experience has told you it's consistent. But that's like, even that level, I feel like a lot of people have some pretty deep-rooted beliefs that they just aren't even aware that they explicitly hold, let alone why they hold.
But also,
yeah, no, I think you're exactly right about all that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would slightly challenge one aspect of that, which is the appeal to pragmatism. Just because something works doesn't mean that the way you think it works is actually true. But regardless, we're not really talking about people who come in and say someone came in and said, "Oh, well, actually, I don't think that 4G is working how you think it is," and then they brought you some evidence. If you were to then start slating them and calling them names and and being very obnoxious towards them, versus the person who would be like, "Well, I don't know enough about that, so I'm not going to debate you." Like, those are two very different, let's just say, how would I even say? Let's say personality types. There'd be two different personality types. The first person who didn't know anything about it but was trying to just call you names and come at you and be aggressive is the subject of discussion here. So it's not just that there are people who would believe it and people who wouldn't believe it. It's the aggression that goes along with a subsection of those people.
That's really interesting thing about like how much that, because you said personality types, and that made me realize that people who do that, it probably doesn't only like it doesn't start and stop with Flat Earth, right? It's probably a safe bet that people who kind of engage in that way, and that's their framework for navigating this interaction, that's how any type of challenge to their current belief, anything that they feel like is pushing back or putting them in a space of cognitive dissonance, right? Because like we have to resolve cognitive dissonance. We can't just sit with it. And there are a variety of ways that we can resolve it, right? So sometimes people are like put in that friction spot. They'll either like start to reassess and reevaluate their original beliefs, and try and figure out like if they need to reevaluate and replace their belief set with the new information. Some people will do the opposite, and they will just like shove it down to Tumor Town and just deny that it exists, bury their head in the sand, just ignore it, just flat out reject that it's even a possibility, just on like, nuh-uh. And I feel like, sure, that'll make you feel more safe and secure and stable again. But is that actually the route you want to take? Is that actually going to get you into the best place with the most like effective and meaningful way of understanding reality? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, exactly. Completely agree. But we also get a lot of people who just come in and yaha as well. It's like the guy called Moon Earther in here he's a long-time troll in this channel, and even other Globers were calling him out for his ridiculous arguments earlier. So he said, "I know the Earth is a globe, therefore I know the Earth is a globe." Now, he didn't put it like that, but that was the argument. And he even had other Globers going, "Come on, man, that's weak as piss. You're making us look stupid."
Oh my god! No, I had an interaction with a guy, not on like, but an interaction with a guy last night, and he spent like close to an hour. Dan says close to an hour, working around and like trying to articulate and like struggling to articulate the claim that it is objectively true that that we're having our subjective experiences. And I was like, are you saying that like basically what I'm hearing is like the experiences that we're having like are experiences, like we are having experiences, like is that like and he just wouldn't, everything was private language, everything was overly verbose and nonsensical and like very just like out on a cloud. But boy, oh boy, yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes people have some really, you got to take a step back and you're like, what is it like to see the world through your eyes? What is your brain like inside? What is it like to be you? Because it seems novel.
Right, yeah. Kind of sad though as well, these people, the people act like this, because you think, how do they fit into day-to-day life? Because if you go around doing this in everyday life, you're not going to be very good at business, you're not going to be very good in your job, and you're probably going to annoy a lot of people.
Yes.
You're probably going to end up being physically assaulted by someone at some point. Right?
Yeah, and like, they probably, there's people who point the finger, the finger's always pointed away from them at somebody else. Any issue in their life, any friction, any challenge, it's not their fault. It's not their responsibility. They didn't cause it. Somebody else. It's something else. It's external. It's not them. It's so childish.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
No, I mean, I really appreciate you guys taking the time to let me. I know I've been very kind of long-winded and kind of rambly, so I really appreciate you guys kind of taking the time to answer my questions. And I mean, you guys have engaged with me in the most like polite and helpful and wonderful manner. So like, I just thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, do you have any questions about the actual topic? Because at the moment we've just been talking about psychology.
Well, because I you know what, I honestly, I don't, because this is really my first time kind of doing, and this is usually how I kind of engage with things, is like kind of just get a meta or like more abstract approach, and then kind of step away and like poke around, and I'll probably come in and have like a bunch of questions for you guys about stuff in like a day or two. But no, not at the moment, but I appreciate you offering to answer them.
Yeah, no problem at all. Look, anytime you want to come in, because I actually find the psychology element as interesting as the subject matter itself. I know a lot of people in here don't care that much about the psychology and just want to talk about let's talk about facts and maths and data and concepts, and all of that's great. But I find the psychology interesting, but I also don't want to, kill the room just by talking about this. But I'm more than happy to talk with you about this or a number of other subjects anytime.
Well, I super appreciate that, because especially with things like this, that in my mind, it's, you have to kind of look at a variety of levels on the ladder of abstraction, right? Like you're going to have like on the bottom, just kind of just the brute experiential data, the information that is then kind of collated and organized. And then you climb up kind of one step, and that's where you kind of have explanatory models, or you have ideas that kind of help fit together and explain the patterns that are observed in the experience. And then I think, like you were saying, it's also interesting to me, and I think important, to go up one step further and take kind of a more meta approach in terms of like, okay, how do these like models, these ideas, or these frameworks, how do people interact with them? What are the external factors beyond that are influencing the way that people kind of approach them and interact with them? Because I think they all kind of feed back into each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. So I suppose you could describe that as like a societal mesh, which is an interesting concept in itself. But I suppose it's similar to the three-body problem that globers have, but for societal and environmental effects on your sort of thinking patterns and ability to reason and discern information.
Somebody just asked inside chat, like, yes, I'm the Talks with Fox. Yeah, if you guys ever see like I said, I usually open up my VC downstairs, Talks with Fox. You're, of course, welcome to pop in and say hi.
Am I talking to someone famous and not realizing it?
Oh God, no. Good God, no. Like I literally don't even have social media. Like I just hang out on Discord.
Fair enough. Because I had a family member who accidentally bumped into Chris Hemsworth in Dubai, but the family member didn't know who Chris Hemsworth was. So they had like a chat in the lift for about 2 minutes.
That happened with my parents. My parents were at dinner, and they were at this like fancy restaurant, and at the table next to them was Ryan Gosling and, oh God, I'm forgetting her name. The actress, she was in like Gossip Girls, the blonde one. And they asked my parents to take their picture, and they did. And my stepdad, being like the boomer that he is, first took a picture with his phone. Like they asked him to take a picture for them, and his response was like, sure, and took a picture of them on his phone. And the guy like Ryan Gosling hands him his cell phone. He's like, yeah, can you get one with mine? He was like, oh yeah, of course, sure. But yeah, he had no idea. They had no idea. And then he like showed me, he's like told me the story. He's like, I was such an idiot. And I'm like, oh my God, do you not know who that was? Yeah, there's a really long-winded way of saying that. Like, no, I'm not some like weird famous person.
Do you mean Ryan Reynolds, by the way? Because I thought Ryan Reynolds was married to Blake.
Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do. I honestly, like, at this point, like, I'm so bad with, like, I just did the boomer mom thing. You know the guy in the movie with the girl with the teeth that dated the guy with the hair? Like, yeah, I'm sure it's like that.
I also don't give a monkeys about celebrities, really, but that's probably why my family
I'd
member
probably
was
be the person to encounter one and just be like, hey, do you like dinosaurs?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because in my trade I've met quite a few famous people, and so it's kind of like I don't really care anymore. But also, I wouldn't, if they were a TV star or a film star, I wouldn't know them anyway because I don't watch TV or films. So I'd be like, oh, you're famous? Cool, I guess.
Yeah, I watched the Super Bowl halftime show, and some guy came out and was like performing, and I was like, who's that guy? And the entire room turned and looked at me. I was like, do you live under a rock? And I was like, I literally sleep in trees. Like, yes, I actually do. I'm sorry.
Mm. You're getting people responding to you in VC. Let's have a look here. Use that flat Earth Riz. Yes, I'm sure Forks is feeling extremely rizzed up right now. I think more rigorously than almost everyone else. Scott gave you a genuine compliment, and Matt's talking shit. So that's pretty standard for both of them, to be honest. Anyway, yes, I may well come join you at some point. We can talk more about Flat Earth or whatever. You know what? I think, Forks, I think you might have a secret admirer here, actually. I think Matt's getting a bit jealous.
Yeah, I gotta run because it's I got some stuff I gotta do. But seriously, I'm glad that people were randomly making weird assertions and sending around weird pictures about you guys because it prompted me to come in here, and I feel like I'm gonna enjoy coming back and learning more from you guys. So, all of you have a good night. Thank you a million times over. Appreciate you guys giving me the space and the grace to talk so much. Yeah, have a good one, guys.
See you later.
Good night. Nice to chat with you.
Yeah, she seemed nice. I wonder if Matt's gonna slide into her DMs.
That's something you would do, I'm assuming, not me.
I don't need to do that, trust me.
Sure about that, man?
Yeah, I meet real women in real life. So.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You tell them you're a flat earther as well, or?
Some of them, yeah. Yeah, it's one of the best chat up lines you can possibly use. Is go up to a random girl and tell her you're a flat earther because they always think you're lying.
I'm
thinking of starting a business called Flat Earth Date, and it's going to be like the tagline's going to be level with me, you know, or level with her, you know. I'm working out the details, but yeah, Flat Earth Date.
So, Matt, what's your opening message going to be to Forks?
What opening message? I'm not working on one. I mean, you're the one admiring her so much. Maybe she's the globe Earth girlfriend for yourself, right?
No, that's what's called having a conversation with a female. I don't know if you've ever had one before. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Maybe she can open your eyes, though. You know, to the truth, to the light. You know.
No, I'm good, thanks.
What is Mojo posting in the chat, dude?
That's you right now.
I don't know, man. Seems like you.
I don't think so. It's funny because another Glober earlier accused me of being the whitest man on Discord, which he then got banned for being racist. And now I'm being accused of being very black. So, I don't know. You guys need to be consistent in your criticisms.
Interesting.
Which is it?
The guy has a big head.
Then he does. He's got blue eyes.
I think he actually does, yeah.
Oh, sweet. But anyway, yeah, the Earth's flat. Don't know if you guys realised.
Anyone in contention with that?
Actually, no, the Earth can't be flat because there's a tree.
Ah. So the Earth is curving. Oh my god. Can't believe it.
Well, no, it can't be curving either because there's a tree.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, that's...
Are you coming to the light now, Moon Earther?
Moon Earther?
I don't know, man. Might have to accept defeat, guys.
Okay.
Might have to join the right side.
Oh yeah. You'll be on the right side of history.
Right side of history.
Yep. Matt, do you think that men can become pregnant?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
yeah, I would agree.
You're not
Absolutely
fundamentally retarded. Oh,
so the thing, Greg, the problem you guys mix up with is you guys think every Glober is a radical leftist, and that's just not true.
Well, I know that's not true. That's why I asked. I wouldn't have bothered asking if I didn't think that there was a chance that you weren't.
Well, you probably thought there was a chance, but like you thought there was a likely chance that I would be more leaning towards the left side.
Well, yeah, but okay, Matthew Learns, right? We've had discussions. Me and Matthew Learns have had many discussions about this, and we actually agree on a lot more than we disagree on.
Right.
So yeah, these accusations aren't true, Matt. But there are some people on your side, you have to admit, are completely bonkers when it comes to that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, there are. I mean, there's like, I mean, the thing is, most people believe the Earth is flat, so you have leftists and right. Just they don't agree on most things. Like, for example, me and what's his name, Talon. You know, me and him will sit here and defend each other when it comes to this, but everything else, we're fighting each other in every other VC. So it's like, that's really it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I even spoke to one of your guys earlier. He's a voluntarist, which is very, very rare for a Glober, because you guys tend to be some sort of authority fallacy cuck, whether you're right-leaning or left-leaning. So for a Glober to be a voluntarist, that was very, very surprising for me. I mean, do you know what that is? Do you need me to explain?
What'd you say? I wasn't listening at all, dude.
Wonderful. Well, if you're not going to listen, pop yourself on mute, because I don't want to be talking to someone who isn't listening.
Yeah. Is it that serious that I wasn't listening to you for a second?
It's just disrespectful, man. Like, I'm trying to have a conversation. If there's lots of people here wanting to have a conversation, you're not listening, just go away. Like,
I said I wasn't listening, and I said you can say it again. Yeah, I see. It seems like you always want conflict with someone. You always have to have a little problem.
No,
So you can say it again, or you can cry, dude. It is what it is. I wasn't listening to you.
Now you're just trying. You're actually the one trying to cause conflict with me. Ironically, all I ask for is that you listen to what I say when I say it. I don't think that's.
And I said, repeat yourself. I wasn't listening. You're like, yeah, you listen to me or pop yourself on.
Yeah, but how would think about it? How would you like it if somebody did that to you, Matt?
Yeah,
somebody did. How would you like it?
Yeah, I'm done with him. That's really cringe. Like, he's literally accused me of trying to start a conversation, like a conflict while doing it. Like, the irony is palpable. Scott, do you think that men can be pregnant? I was asked to ask you that by someone else.
So Scott's on mute currently.
Scott Mackey is not on. He's not on. He's on mute, but he's not on server mute.
Right. So I don't know if he's here.
You're good. Yeah, have you noticed how Matt's accused me of always trying to be aggressive, and then he's in the VC text chat calling me an idiot? But yeah, okay, good. Funny. Yeah, again, just calling me an idiot twice. But I'm the one who's trying to cause an argument here, obviously. So Scott thinks men can become pregnant. Interesting. Matthew learns. I assume you don't think that that's the case.
Right. I think that the terms men and women are fairly well defined and should be defined, biologically. So
right.
Yeah, when you say a man, I think of the definition of a biological male. I thought
Right,
J.K. Rowling recently defined what is a woman in response to Matt Welsh's question of the movie, and I thought her description or her definition was fairly good, although I disagree with her about the religious connotations.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not religious, and I also tend to go along with the religious kind of ideas around this. I think the more modern atheistic interpretation of males versus men is just silly, to be honest. Because if there's nothing physical to anchor that meaning to, then what does it even mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then they start to, like Scott's just done it here, he's just conflated not believing a sociological assertion with treating people with disrespect. I just find that bizarre. Like, I don't have to just believe what people say in order to respect them.
What's up, everyone?
Oh, I was actually just talking about you.
Really?
Yeah. Saying how I was surprised that there's a voluntarist on the Globe side, because Globers tend to be authority cucks.
I see. Now I should go to the stream, verify this information.
Fair enough. And you can just ask Matthew, who was there when I said it, but
I know, I'm just being it.
Nah, you're good. But yeah, I mean, obviously you agree with that, right?
Yeah.
But I don't. I would say that flat earthers tend to be on the right libertarian side, but not always.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I get that.
Who's special agent?
Me.
Yeah, I know, but you sound familiar.
I've actually never been part of this particular chat, this particular flat Earth server.
Interesting. So why do you agree if you've not encountered flat earthers before?
I never saw any encounter flat earthers. I said this particular server, my good friend.
Okay. Which flat earthers have you encountered before then?
I don't have the particular usernames on hand, but if you give me a minute.
Tell me now. Tell me all of your information right now. Interesting.
And also, I'm not a flat earther. I'm also not a globalist, I think. I'm unsure. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, you can be a glober. It's fine. Like you're allowed to be a glober here.
I understand that. I'm usually a man of my beliefs. I see points on both sides.
You're not working tonight, Crypto?
Sorry?
You're not working tonight or today?
No, not on a Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday of my weekend, so I'll be I'll be working tomorrow until Sunday.
Who was that person that was that you were talking to?
Which one? There was a few.
The lady. She a part of the server? Or?
Yeah, she is. She's called Forks Day, I think. She seemed pretty cool. Let me have a look. So she's got her own room. I'm just seeing if she's actually in it. There's a room called Women Can Have Autism. That's brilliant. Any topic. Yeah, there's a lot of women's rooms in here.
Yo, Raiden.
Oh. No, you go ahead, go on.
All right. Yo, Raiden, I heard you were talking before. Can we have a conversation about the Earth, the shape of the Earth?
Raiden can only talk if he accepts the that you're the King Glober.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a question, actually, trigonometry man.
Yep.
Well, first of all, I don't know if you've noticed that we've got me, you, and Trinity is good, and I think that probably counts as a triangle as well. But, without getting into theology. So you know the concept of the Earth Moon Barycenter?
Yeah. I've had this discussion before. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it your opinion that because of the Earth Moon Barycenter, you would have to weigh less when the moon is overhead and more when the moon isn't visible?
No. Well, sure, I guess. But that's like saying I would way less if I have somebody standing next to me, which is true, I guess. If you subscribe to Newtonian, just because
It's true.
what? Yeah, I would say that it is true. Yeah,
It wouldn't be that insignificant though. Surely that'd be measurable. No, because the Berry
would be.
Center is something like 300 miles off of the center of the Earth.
Of the Earth Moon system, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be way more significant than your friend standing next to you.
Yeah, but what's the we're considering the Earth's mass to be significantly more larger role when we're on the Earth, not comparing the two masses of the Moon and the Earth on a weight, right?
But it would still be measurable difference.
I guess, but it's not going to be something you can measure with a scale, probably, just because of the distances involved.
Well, the distances involved wouldn't matter because you're talking about the relationship between the distance and the mass.
Yeah, but you have inverse square law
itself.
of the Moon. You have the
but the Berry Center is that ratio.
Yeah, but you're going to be predominant. You're going to be not even predominantly. You are going to be by a significantly larger margin inside of Earth's influence compared to the Moon. It's not going to be the primary attracting body is going to be the Earth in this instance, not the Earth Moon Berry Center.
Well, yeah, of course, but that's why you're on the Earth. I'm not questioning that you'd fly off the Earth.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that. I was saying that you would weigh less.
Well, the Earth Moon Berry Center is going to be in roughly the same position wherever the Moon is, regardless, anyway.
No, the Earth Moon Berry Center would be in a line between the center of the Earth and the center of the Moon, proportional to the mass.
Yeah, I'm saying it'll be roughly in the same place. It's just going to be
no, because if the Moon is orbiting around that central point, and you aren't having the Moon above you constantly, then no, it wouldn't.
It's not going to be in roughly the same position all the time.
I don't understand what you don't understand about this. If the Berry Center is the point relative to the proportions of the mass between those two masses, and you aren't in that line at points, and you are in that line at other points, then your weight would vary.
All right, so I'll post a GIF for reference, right? It should work, I hope. No, okay. How do I get this to work? All right, the red cross in the center of the image is the common Berry Center. So I'm speaking to the top image. That's going to be their shared Berry Center, right? It's going to be it's going to be in the same position regardless of where the Moon is.
No, that's not even the official explanation. Like that's just not the case.
I'm telling you what it is though, which is that it's going to be the foci of the elliptical bodies.
Right, but that doesn't jive with what you just said.
What do you mean? Is this not the foci of two bodies? The one that the red cross is not where that is.
Well, that's not actually describing this movement anyway. Because this would be true of, say, a pair of, I don't know, a pair of stars or something. The first image that you posted is much more accurate to what we're discussing than the second one.
Yeah, and that Berry Center is only useful when you're describing objects that are orbiting that, like where you actually have to take that into account. But for somebody standing on the surface of the Earth, the primary attractor by a large margin is going to be the Earth.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with what you previously said. which was that the barycenter would be relative to you in the same place.
It's going to be staying in the same place, yeah.
But it wouldn't be relative to you unless the moon is always over your head.
No, it doesn't change position. The barycenter doesn't change position based on where the moon is. Or it doesn't change the position based on like where the moon is for a person doesn't change. The barycenter doesn't change based on like an observer, like where the moon is for them. It's going to be in the same place.
I know that, but the barycenter is in a line proportional to the masses between the Earth and the moon. So if you're in that line, you're going to weigh differently than if you're not in that line.
Right, we got a QR physicist and somebody who's too lazy, or I'm too lazy to do the math, so I can check him if you want. I can do the math to make sure that this is consistent with the globe. I'll use all the globe maths to see if this is something that would have any effect. Check this guy, but it looks like surface gravity without that effect is reduced by 1.1 times 10 to the power of negative 26 meters per second. And the effect of the sun being overhead or underfoot is a reduction of 0.5 times 10 to the power of negative 6 meters per second. So,
yeah, what I don't get about this conversation is that you spent 10 minutes saying nah to the concept, and then as soon as the concept's accepted, now you're trying to show me the maths as to why it's irrelevant. But you didn't accept it until you realised that the maths made it small.
no, I always said it was. I always said it was irrelevant because I started off by saying that
you were throwing in like wrenches such as the barycenter would be in the same fixed position, right? But that wouldn't be true relative to the person if the person's position relative to the moon changed. That wouldn't be true. And I don't know why you said it.
Right. A person has nothing. A person doesn't affect the barycenter of the Earth-Moon system.
It's the person's weight that we're measuring.
Yeah, but the barycenter stays at one location.
Yes, but if the person's location changes, then their weight would have to change because of their relationship to the moon.
All right, and
so do you understand this concept now?
Yeah, and it does, but it's like I started off the conversation by saying it's negligible.
Right. But then you started saying irrelevant things, which made me think that you didn't understand what I was saying.
All right, maybe I was just trying to explain it too hard.
No, you don't need to explain it to me. You need to understand what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah, it's interesting because they talk about differences in sea level, which doesn't actually appear to be something that's measured. They just assert that it's 94 centimeters. Did they say that?
What about sea level?
I'm just reading the Quora answer here. So if the sun and moon are both directly above or below a spot on water, the sea level at equilibrium is around 94 centimeters higher than when both are on the horizon. That's an enormous difference. That would definitely be measurable. Anyway, Raiden, do you accept Trigonometry Man as King Glober?
Raiden, come on. I heard you talking before. There's no need to be scared of me, I promise. We still got some baby Globers in here. We got Moon Earther, Matt Nuclear, baby Glober.
Oh yeah, I muted him earlier because he started making accusations, so I got bored of it. Muted him.
Ah, okay.
Who's chasing GHZT? Chasing GHZT.
Yes, sir.
BU Glober.
Glober.
Yeah, are you a Glober or a Flat Earther?
I'm just looking around for curvature.
We haven't found any yet.
Not that I've seen for. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of back and forth on it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm still looking for that curve as well. Maybe Trigonometry Man can sort us out with some curve. Yo, Trigonometry Man, can I get a cubic meter second of space-time, please?
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Thanks.
Wait, what did you just say? Cubic meter second of space-time? You're a funny guy. Yeah.
To pay you in Bitcoin.
Yeah. Bitcoin seconds only.
Yeah, but they expire after a second. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Is that the unit for how fast Bitcoin changes? It's Bitcoin units per second meter squared or something like that. Like it goes up and down.
Yeah. How many forks there are going to be in the future? Forks per second squared. But I got Bitcoin Cash, so it's okay.
Crypto.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you a question.
You may not.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
All right. What is stopping like outer space from existing without a container?
I see what's happened. Matt's just gone live, and then you asked me that question. I'm good, thanks.
You're good? Do you don't want to answer?
No, seeing as I know what's happening.
Wait, what? Matt is he's baby Glober. You don't need to be worried about me and him teaming up if that's what you're worried about.
I'm not worried about him.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh, he's actually on Google Earth. That's fine. I thought he was doing something else. Yeah. I mean, it's not really one of my favorite arguments, the gas pressure without a container thing, but I do find it kind of interesting because you're talking about a gradient where it's disproportionately favoring the mass of Earth, which doesn't make sense to me.
What do you mean by disproportionately favoring?
Well, because you've got, I mean, what is the, let's just say that the proportion of the entire universe that the Earth takes up.
Yeah, a very small amount. Like,
it's minuscule, right? So why is virtually every particle of oxygen that the Earth produces not going anywhere?
Because the oxygen doesn't have enough velocity to actually escape.
Well, that would be true if the Earth wasn't moving, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's conservation of momentum. Those oxygen particles are moving with the Earth.
Well, no, because the Earth isn't moving in a straight line. You can't conserve momentum in an arc.
But the gas molecules are bound to the Earth. You can conserve momentum if you're bound to the Earth by gravity. Yeah.
But the gravity would then have to be making positional adjustments based on what side of the Earth the gas was on.
And conservation of angular momentum is definitely a thing.
No, you can't you can't conserve momentum in an arc. And if you can you show me the paper that says that?
You can't conserve momentum in a what? A line?
In an arc.
Oh, conservation of angular momentum. I'll show you.
Wait, can I freestyle for you?
No.
Hold on, listen.
Yeah, no. That's not going to happen.
All right, so I have a ballerina or a skater. It's fucking. I just ballerina. I'm an idiot. Skater.
So you're talking about spinning on a point, right?
Yeah, that's angular momentum. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the same, is it? So let's just say that you're hitting. Have you ever played swing ball?
Swing ball. That sounds like a British thing.
It probably is. Let me see what the American equivalent would be. I can say it in an American accent if you want.
Swing ball.
Tetherball is what he's talking.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Tetherball.
Okay, tetherball.
Tetherball. Okay.
All right. I've never played tetherball, but I
You've never played. Oh my god.
I know of the game. Yes.
Right. Okay. Cool. So you've got a ball going round. And if there was water on that ball, would that fly off the ball?
How big is this ball? What's the mass of this ball?
It's as big as you like balls.
Okay, so it's a mass of the Earth. It's a huge tetherball set. Yeah.
You got a huge tetherball, and then like Thanos like fucking punches it, right?
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
Go around the sun, okay, and then so you've got water on the outside and you got water on the inside, okay. So let's say it's. I don't know why Thanos is involved actually, but there was because the gravity is affected by mass, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the mass of the Earth should be affecting the gas. Obviously, there are slight variations in the acceleration of gravity. Whatever. Let's just pretend it's the same for this argument. So you should have an equal kind of pull on every gas molecule. Correct?
Depends on how high up they are, but yeah. I mean, if they're on the same height.
Well, yeah. Okay. So we're not talking about elevation yet. We're just talking about. Let's just say that every single gas molecule around the Earth that's 1 kilometer from the surface would have an equal pull.
Yeah.
Okay, so as the Earth moves in an arc, the gas molecules on the inside of that Earth would be forced inwards, and the gas molecules on the outside of that arc would be forced outwards.
The speed, it's not accelerating though. The Earth isn't really accelerating to any degree, so
we're not even talking about acceleration. We're just talking about the movement of the arc. Because you invoked conservation of momentum, which is true in a linear sense, but the Earth isn't moving linearly.
But conservation of angular momentum is a thing, no?
But I don't think that it means what you think it means.
And Earth still has a linear velocity.
No, it doesn't. It's moving in an arc.
It's moving in an arc, but it still has a linear velocity.
But that's irrelevant.
But it's still linear. That's my point.
It's not moving linearly.
But the force, the velocities acting upon the gases are linear.
No, they're not.
What do you mean?
Why would that be the case?
All right, I'm opening up Paint. All right, no, I'm not even gonna open up Paint. So there's going to be a vector that's going to be pointing towards the orbiting body. There's going to be a vector facing in the direction of the orbit going forward. That's going to be your speed, and then the vector pointing the body is going to be the force of gravity, right? Still linear forces involved. There's no like angular forces involved.
We're talking about the movement of the Earth relative to the gas particles.
Yeah, but this doesn't matter because it's still linear.
No, it's not.
I just explained how it isn't.
No, it's just not though. Like you've got an arced path. Oh, shut up, dickhead. You've got an arced path, and you've got say the gravity. Okay, so unless you think that the gravity of the sun would be pulling on these gas particles in any kind of significant way, is that part of your argument?
No, not in any significant way. No.
Okay, so we can discount the sun. Do you think the moon's going to have any effect here?
No.
Okay, so we can just discard all that shit. You've got the Earth moving in an arced path, and you have gas molecules on the inside and on the outside of that arced path. Correct? So so I'm not even talking about forces. I'm talking about, I suppose, dynamics. You've got a path, and we've got equal forces on both sides of that path. And so, since the forces are equal, but the movement isn't linear, so we're not talking about the forces being linear, we're talking about the movement being linear, then you would naturally have a compression on the inside and an expansion on the outside.
But since the Earth is moving in the arced line as well, the gases are being pulled with the, like, I think you're thinking about it as one whole body. Like the orbit is being a body itself, but it's not. The only body we care about in this instance is going to be the Earth.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Earth.
Yeah. So
what other body do you think is involved?
I try to explain it using another body, which would be that it's still linear. You're still getting linear forces involved, which the only thing that's facing downward is going to be, downward for the Earth is going to be towards the sun. You have two vectors.
I don't understand why that's relevant.
All right, I guess over-explaining again, like the glass thing. But since the Earth is moving in, this arced or elliptic path, it's still going to be, the gases are still going to be conserved. Like angular momentum is still going to be conserved because they're following the Earth as well.
But it wouldn't be equal on both sides. You seem to just always be missing this point. Or because you've only got one mechanism which should be equal.
Why wouldn't they be equal?
No, the mechanism is equal, and that's the problem.
Yeah, we're only thinking about the Earth here, so why do we care about its path?
Because the individual gas molecules on the inside of that arc would be compressed towards the Earth.
But why? I've already explained that.
Because the Earth is moving in an arced path.
Which is why the gas molecules don't give a shit, because the gas molecules are primarily attracted to the Earth, so they just conserve
the mechanism
the Earth provides upon them.
For that, in your model, is gravity, which is a problem because of the arced path.
But because of the gravity and them being primarily attracted to the Earth, they maintain the momentum that the Earth gives to them, right? By moving in that path.
You can't conserve momentum in an arced path.
I've already demonstrated how you can. Angular momentum is
a thing. You've just asserted it.
Angular momentum is a thing. Do you want me to bring you the Wikipedia
article? Isn't what you think it is.
That is, are you saying angular momentum is not along a curved path?
Right, so if what you're saying is true about the conservation of angular momentum, then why, when you hit a tether ball, would water fly off?
All right, we're talking about a
No, answer the question, please. Why would water fly off?
All right, because it's a tether ball. It's like weighs like a half a kilogram or something.
Right, but it's fundamentally because what you think the conservation of angular momentum means isn't what it actually means.
No, it's because it's small. It's a lot smaller. This is a false equivalence.
No, I don't think you understand.
On a couple levels, it's a false equivalence, and I don't mean to be. Hey guys, what's up, Instagram? I was just thinking that the gas molecules have this elastic collision thing that your tether ball would never have, right? Because if it's, it's not behaving the same way as a gas molecule. You know what I mean? So, but that again is also stronger. That elastic, that energy from the gas molecule is much stronger than gravity, and it wouldn't really be held down by gravity alone. Especially not coalescing on itself. There would have to be a surface, and that's, I know that's not what we're talking about right now, but that implies more to the solar model and stuff like that they're bullshitting you with.
Right, but okay, Mr. G, surely then you can understand what he's not understanding. If
right.
you have,
no, I'm there.
If you have gravity, and gravity it's only one mechanism, and it has to be equal all over the Earth. As soon as there's a non-linear path, you have an issue.
Probably. I mean, if you're going to ignore the energy of the gas itself, I don't know what energy states we're talking about here. You know what I mean? But normally, the energy of gas at almost any temperature, depending on the gas, is stronger than. It's just going to bounce right out of gravity. It's not going to be held down by gravity.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, I have a different understanding of gravity probably than you do.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be a multitude of things. That's why I don't disregard what you guys say, because it could be that, but what you're interpreting as that, but explained in like some flat earthers go as far as to talk about the electrostatic nature of each individual molecule and how they could be stacked and arranged electronically through a gradient, and all of those things do exist. So there could be an explanation there too. And so I kind of like fishing around in those thought ponds.
Right.
Well, nobody made that claim here.
Well, not yet. It's unfortunate. It's getting there, though. There's some people talking like that over in GeoServer and stuff, trying to bring the electric nature to the idea of what do you guys call it when it's just what it is already? It's been so long.
Well, the idea of that is basically they're trying to replace the G with the E. So.
Yeah, but the G is asserted anyway, right? So why not? Why not replace it with M for magic?
Of course, you would have to define what the G is.
Just trying to explain the observation of falling, through any mechanisms already known to physics. And
gas don't fall. You was talking about gas. Gas don't fall.
I was
really. Are you making a claim that no gas falls?
Yeah, that's part's not true. But what I think
gas
we're saying is like hydrogen and these lighter gases and stuff wouldn't be held down. We're not talking about like xenon, whatever it's called, and this heavier shit that we're like mercury vapors and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I didn't even start talking about different densities of gas, because you need to understand the already basic idea before then adding the dynamics of different density states of different gases, right? And then
that's
also
density states. Thank you.
Right.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, another explanation for density states.
Okay, so
instead of just saying it is density states and then that's it. Say, well, it's density states, and maybe because of the electric stacking in the from the structure of the molecule or the atom itself or whatever it is that we're calling an atom, could be a standing wave, and how it just organizes into a structure that can be predictive and its decaying model, that kind of stuff. Since we know those things happen, certain elements decay into other elements and stuff like that. Since we know that, but we don't really know the real process as to why that happens. It could be simpler.
Yeah, for sure. But I just wanted to present the argument in the most simple, basic form I could, just to make sure it was understood, and that didn't work. So there's no point going more complicated than that.
No, but I liked it though. It was worth it to do it. Because a lot of people come in here combative minded instead of like team building. Like, so I'm not a flat earther, so what? But can't we just try and build the idea together anyway? I don't have anything against it, but in that way,
Yeah, for sure.
It's not gonna hurt my feelings if tomorrow I go, oh my God, it is flat. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't bend. I already don't believe in just most everything else, so that just would be icing on the cake. I don't care. But more people weren't attached, to their beliefs in that way. Those when it comes to physics and stuff, it's like, this is what I believe to be true for now. You know what I mean? Because obviously everything we've ever learned has always changed throughout history. So.
Well, yeah.
Why would I expect this to be the best time if ever? You know what I mean? Like everything's known now, all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like we knew absolutely nothing for virtually the entirety of human history, but now is different.
Exactly.
Knowing barely enough to wipe our ass neat.
I mean, we're just now finding out after all of these years of fucking medicating people and misdiagnosing them that depression has its basis in inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the basis for almost all depression. And I don't know if it's like, I can feel that heavy thing in my chest. And then people are like, no, depression is a really real thing. And it's like, yeah, it's a real physical thing. And it's like, well, maybe it's not mental. If it's so physical, right? Maybe it is physical.
Inform each other anyway, So it's like, I mean, you decide what diet you eat. In the West, at least, you virtually entirely decide the diet that you eat. And so is your diet physical or mental? Because
exactly.
if you decided to eat something else, then you would have a different physical diet. So it's mental, at least in part.
Right. And how many prescription medications are you on? And are they acid forming or alkaline forming? Right. I mean, what are you doing to yourself? You never know. Like, people don't realize it's like, oh, well, it's just like, it's for heartburn. Yeah, but what does it do after that? Like, how's it?
Yeah. Well, people talk about drugs as like having effects and side effects. It's like, no, there are no side effects. Everything that the drug does is the effect.
It's right. Yeah. I don't remember where I heard that, but that was like a golden moment, a point. It's like, no, those are direct effects from the drug. It's not like.
Yeah, it's not like an afterthought. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it'll solve this, but it might give you cancer. But don't worry about that. Like, don't know about that, bro.
Oh yeah, no, it still blows my mind when I bring up like grounding and earthing and how it's a good prevention and treatment for autoimmune diseases and inflammation and all kinds of stuff. People are still laughing, like glazing over and laughing like, oh, some hippie shit. And it's like, no, look, all of this peer review publications about the scientific double blinds and all this stuff showing that it's absolutely true. And you're laughing at it as if, and on your way to McDonald's. It's probably a way to people don't like to fix themselves. Yeah, that's what it is. They start focusing on shit like that. And then they're like, oh, I am fucked up. Now I've got to work on it.
Well, often getting better is hard. So people just don't bother.
Say again. Sorry.
Often getting better is hard, so people just can't be asked.
Yeah, but I mean, if you get on that path, because I've done it, and it starts to feel good, then you just don't want to get off the path anymore. You just stay on that one, because I mean, you know what I mean, like cutting bread out of your diet and stuff, and it's like, wow, I got so much more energy for real, long-term energy. I don't crash in the middle of the day after lunch. You know what I mean? It's like that sugar rush, and then you get all glucosed up, and then it drops you, and right after, an hour after lunch, it's like fucking ridiculous. People wonder why they get so tired after eating and stuff, and it's like, well, you probably eat too much. takes a lot out of you to digest a lot of food. I used to eat way too much. I mean, I wasn't fat either. I just ate too much.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, I managed to solve a lot of my health issues just by fasting regularly. I thought it was a meme until I did it.
Exactly, intermediate fasting. I did it all my life, not realizing that's what it was. Like, I just wouldn't eat breakfast or lunch. I'd work all day, but I would drink a Pepsi in the middle of the day. Like, every fucking day I had a Pepsi. I know I'm not saying, but that was before they were corn syrup. Just, before we, get too far with it, but still not good, not that good for you. But I mean, not that bad for you either, really, honestly, because I mean, I was still doing backflips. I'm almost 50 years old. I'm still doing backflips in the yard with the kids and shit. I got a 9-month-old, 28-year-old wife. You know what I mean? And like, I feel good. And I ate meat and not many vegetables my whole life. Turns out, I was looking at some studies speaking about that. It's like, man, your body knows what it. If you've got a good one and you tune into it, it knows what it's supposed to have. I knew I wasn't supposed to always be eating all these vegetables and shit. Just I didn't have the body type for it. It didn't even make me feel good to eat them, right? And so I'm reading this literature like a few months ago, and it was like, you know how the FDA says that a carrot has this and much and that of it's vitamin K in it, and you know what I mean? But when you really break it down and try to realize about the vitamin K, it's not bioavailable to you. It's all locked up in the carrot and locked up in, and it's like, so you're not actually getting these vitamins they're telling you are in these foods. So they're like, this has 100% of your vitamins, this or that. That's an easy one to resolve, vitamin C and stuff. But certain other vitamins, they're just not bioavailable in some of these vegetables. So they're not even that good for you. And then the chlorophyll and shit like that, it's actually a poison your body has to deal with on a bunch of different levels. It doesn't like it. It doesn't want all this green shit sometimes. That's why some people get sick with Brussels sprouts. You feel like throwing up.
I do think we're like at risk of taking a hard right turn. I do feel like we're dangerously close to getting into a carnivore versus vegan thing, and that never ends well. So let's get back on topic. Before
we've all seen the vegan kids, right?
It all fucking
with
goes
the dark circles under their eyes and stuff because they're not getting enough protein.
All right, what's up, Moon Arthur? Can we talk real quick just to make sure, like, you said I don't want to talk to you, but I don't think that's true.
Are we going to have some hot globe on globe action?
Whoa.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't want to talk to you. When did I say that?
No, you said I don't want to talk to you.
I said that? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we scroll up and find that then? Or are we not going to find that?
Yeah, we are.
I said no, you don't.
We are getting some hot globe on globe action.
Oh no, I just felt that Trigonometry Man was trying to be an apologist. That's all.
Here we go. Here, right here. I said, I want to talk to you, and you said, no, you don't.
I didn't say I didn't. I said, no, you don't.
Yeah, that's
what he was saying in third person.
Yeah. You don't get it?
So anyway, you guys are going to talk now, right? So what you can talk about?
Yeah. Let's even it out. So like,
I was just mentioning the fact that I thought he was when he was calling out
the cream corn cans.
He was calling out Radiant. He kept trying to talk to Radiant. It just seemed like you were trying to be the cool glober too much, Like I think the flat earthers get it.
No,
because it felt like you kept trying to press Radiant and stuff. Like Radiant, come talk to me, Radiant. Radiant,
no,
come
I'm
talk to me.
I'm the token glober in this one, guys. Sorry.
Nah, I just want to like understand like the beef. Like I know like it's hard for you to understand that like I know
there's
more
only
than you
room for one magical Negro in this room.
Like
this guy's talking about magical Negroes. What?
Oh, you didn't see that? What's it called?
What are you guys even talking about? Seriously.
Key and Peele. You didn't see that Key and Peele where they did the magical Negro skit?
No, it's not. They did the skit. They did the skit, but the like the trope is well established. Like the idea, because it's a character, right? It's a character trope that keeps coming up in media, and they did a good job on packing it.
Yeah, since before the 50s, even there's a lot of old ones.
Crush is here.
Yeah, I was about to say, what you have a crush? What?
I said Mystery's crush is here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Who's Mystery?
Your Mystery.
You can tell when you're talking to someone who's like under 30 because they don't know shit about the past.
I'm Mystery, am I?
I wasn't finished. Don't get offended.
How old are you guys for context? Actually,
probably older than
I mean, if you were 30, I could be your dad.
Okay, damn, you don't sound that old. What about you, Trigonometry man?
I'm 18.
18?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I could be your
Are you still in high
granddad.
school?
Am I still in high school? No.
You already graduated.
Yep.
I'm 17.
Damn, you sound like you're 26.
Now, what have you like?
Yeah,
what have you done?
2 years ago, I sounded like I was 12. I don't know, man.
What have you done in 7?
Your mom hasn't been buying that hormone-free chicken, I suppose.
And what have you done in your 17 years of
Hormone-free
life?
chicken. I gotta.
You know, the growth hormones in that chicken will do it to you.
No, I was gonna say, what have you done in your 17 years of life
dude, I
that
don't-
makes you
I don't got hormone.
that makes you say like a project you worked on or something you found to be true that like you have to say undeniably that the Earth is a globe? Because I have a couple of those. I just want to know like what yours.
What
is.
are they?
What are they?
No, don't tell him because he'll just repeat yours.
For me?
No, I won't repeat it. I'm just curious on what they are.
You were like, we all know that's okay.
Using multiple radio telescopes, making observations of the Milky Way, working on rocket engines where I have to like assume certain things to be true about physics and stuff, developing them, working with other people in the industry on rocket engines who have flown these things. Also, just the fact that it must be true in order to keep consistency with our reality that we observe. So, what's yours?
Compartmentalization. That's one word that'll just shine a little shade on all of what you said there, because
What, to prove that the Earth is a globe?
that it doesn't satisfy me. Yeah, even though I'm a glober, that information doesn't satisfy. I mean, because that could be, if I imagine you're a flat earther, right? You just don't trust the establishment, but you're going, yeah, the establishment telling me that from the radio telescopes that this is this, and the establishment telling me that this and this is that and that. And it's like that's all they hear is the establishment did this and the establishment did that. Then I worked freely with people who did rockets. With rockets, I mean, doing a rocket on the ground here. You know what I mean? Like you build a rocket. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that.
Yeah, I know, but
about it, absolutely. So the physics involved in all of that doesn't really prove any of that. So for them, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, and talking to people that like working with people on these engines and stuff that have like actually flown them, and I'm like talking to them about it and everything, and they're lying to me. Like I have primary sources that tell me it to be true.
Well, they're not lying to you.
How many people listen to the doctor when they said that shot was safe and effective?
Yeah, I just want to say that this wasn't about proving anything to Flat Earth, or this was about like just his personal experiences.
Drops
Like
Mike.
like what was his personal experiences that like had to be like, what sort of personal experiences do you have that like lend credence to the Earth being a globe, or is it just?
It sounds like it's it brings to mind for me something similar to the idea of like the Leviathan, right? That like even if you recognize that the quote unquote states like made up of individual humans that work at like the post office and like the DMV, and it's just a whole bunch of individual people. But when you're home in your living room, you know, on your own at night, like in the abstract, all of those individuals, the idea of them all working in concert together in like this organized thing, like the abstract concept of the state kind of like looms in this like Leviathan-like way in your mind, and it makes it feel like this overwhelming force of kind of control and power.
Are you saying the state is not an overwhelming force of control and power?
No. I'm just saying that like that description of the way, it's just a description of the way that even though you could break it down and people could just say like, oh, it is just individuals, that like there's a reason that we feel the weight of it, right? Because
there's an intuitive factor to it all.
Right.
Some people like, I was thinking that right along those lines earlier, dude. That's a really smart thing to say, because you can't really, you know that your mind is basically recording everything that it interprets or sees and everything, even though you can't go back and draw it all out of there to memory, right? Your mind has it there. So and your intuition operates back there in that subconscious region, and it grabs some of that stuff that it knows from its past, or it's made pattern recognitions that you can't remember or understand.
It's Hebb's law, right? It's what fires together, wires together. And like the one little pushback that I'll give there is like, we know that our memories are incredibly fallible because, you know, when we're recalling a memory, when that recall is triggered, we're not just kind of replaying it like a tape. The experience of recalling it, we're having that recall in the context of our present experience, which actually impacts and like rewrites and creates new connections. That's what's happening, right? Like it's drawing new connections from that. So we're constantly reestablishing and recoding and then retransferring all of that information. It's incredibly lossy. But the benefit that we get is that pattern recognition and that intuitive drive to do.
For sure. That reminds me of when I was a kid, right? I got bigger and I was talking to my mom. I was like 18 and I was like, remember your friend Chastity? She had that big ass dog, you know? And she was like, how do you even remember her name? You were 2 years old. And that was not a big ass dog. My mind still remembered it as a big ass dog. It was a Cocker Spaniel, but I was a little kid. So I perceived it as this big ass dog in my mind. And then even though I grew up, my memory still gave it this big ass dog, you know, image. So that makes perfect sense what you're saying. I was altered by my present state.
That's a really good example. I feel like it's an interesting case where individual like experience and anecdotal examples kind of are the kind of primary evidence that you want to look for, because it's something that's so subjective and that everybody kind of experiences in their own context of their subjective experience. So you have to kind of like prompt people to draw those individual iterations of it out.
You know, people like you and people who are aware of that actual function or mechanism in the brain usually have better recall on actual, focus on memory, because they know that those things could alter their perception of their memory. So they
Oh, it's literally just, it's metacognition, right? So you're 100% correct, but it's not just that, right? So it's the ability to, having the tools to reflect on not just your experience, but on your processing of that experience, and kind of step one level up that ladder of abstraction, and be aware of those processes that are going on, so that you're better equipped to kind of like not just react, because we're always kind of prompted to react in an experiential way, but being able to.
It's an emotionally packed, experience.
Exactly. Yeah. So having that ability to take that extra step of reflection and processing to act, and not just be in that reaction state, can be very powerful and valuable.
That's why I think I agree with everything you said. That's why I think learning about stoicism and how to be stoic is important. To take that pause and that breath to think, and to lose the reaction emotion and come with a logical response as often as possible. Because obviously, when one flares up, the other side, like you said, with the wiring, the other wire flares up. That's true with people too, empathically.
We have to be careful though, because I think people, when people kind of colloquially conceptualize like stoicism, quote unquote, they oftentimes think of this like pushing away or minimizing the feeling of these emotional responses. But I think when we think about what emotional responses and experiences actually are and what they entail, to me, I feel like our feelings and our emotions are they're a way of our subconscious and our conscious trying to help us. They're orienting us in our experience of reality. So if something makes you feel something, I feel like it's important to be able to feel it, be able to sit with that emotional response and experience it, but then also be able to reflect on it and figure out what's prompting it. Right. I'm saying that's what you're correct, right? That's the appropriate kind of actual nuance to stoicism. But the cheap kind of pop
Oh yeah, the
psychology
watered
version
down
of it.
version is, push all your friends away and don't be. You know what I mean?
Right. People think that it's just like be a real man, like John Wayne, like just don't feel anything until you explode. It's like,
No, I
well,
feel like
that doesn't seem quite accurate.
Stoicism incorporates having the most feelings. Basically, it's almost like Dr. Spock. He actually feels the deepest. The deepest. You know what I mean? He's just oppressing and holding them down for a better outcome, and sometimes letting them go when the time is right. But I mean, just throwing them around all the time, it's like flailing. It doesn't really do any good. I'm going to react out of complete fear, maybe freeze up instead of logically start processing things in my head. Maybe I should move left.
Yeah, it's like what it really is like. You're having some negative emotional response or experience, making you feel bad, and I think so frequently we want to like push through that or like get away from it. We want to just like stop the bad feeling as quickly as possible. But in my mind, if you sit with that, if you really like reflect on it and try and figure out and orient yourself towards what is it that the root of that experience, the root of that emotion that's causing it and triggering it. Well, once you've established that dynamic, that relationship, now you're better equipped to actually address it.
I'm sorry, I'm not as funny as it is on paper. Okay.
So, I just wanted to ask if Moon Earth is. Oh, he's not listening. Brilliant. I was just interested because Trigonometry Man was asking him in VC what his reasons for believing in the globe is, and he typed in the text chat the consistency in the current heliocentric model with the power of predictability, which is circular, and also validating the Earth's curvature with geometric facts about what to expect, which is circular. Both of them are circular arguments.
Oh, is it circular if I prove that that's a fact? Because I've done that plenty of times here. Obviously, you'll deny because you're a flat earther, but that is something that I've already proved.
The argument itself is circular, so you've effectively said here that I know the Earth curve.
You can call it circular all you want to, but it's going to all result.
I hadn't finished talking.
I don't really care, to be honest. I don't respect you, so I don't really care if I'm speaking or not.
You can stay on mute then. That's fine. So, yeah, if you say that the Earth curves because the Earth curves, and then you say you don't care about my opinion, so you're going to talk over me, you can just stay on mute. So, folks, what I was saying earlier about how people come in and they're already triggered before they've even started talking? That's exactly what I mean.
You should try being vegan. It's 1,000 times worse.
I doubt it.
Oh, yeah? I'll invite you to a server.
Yeah.
So I used to be one of the mods in the feminism room, ironically, because I don't call myself a feminist. But because I moderated in the room, it's something kind of similar thing, where people would just come in literally screaming, telling me like what I believed, and saying just all of this stuff. And I would just kind of like calmly just try and engage with them and like try and explain like what I actually thought. And like so frequently they had this moment where it's like they would just kind of fumble because they were just consistently met with like not what they expected.
Have you ever asked them what rights are you fighting for exactly?
Sorry, asked who?
A feminist, a modern day feminist. Which rights don't you have? What do you want out of?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think my position is, I think a lot of people who call themselves kind of feminists in a modern sense, like aren't really engaging in a critical way with any kind of like active consideration of the ideology, the values. They don't know what they want. They're just kind of it's social posturing for the most part to kind of virtue signal.
Yeah, it seems weird.
I think today it's mostly about pay, representation, and implied roles.
Well, here's the difficulty, and this is why I specifically, one of the reasons that I don't like to call myself feminist, I feel it's really like I don't like it, because I think especially with something like quote unquote feminism, I think every person is coming to the table with their own kind of personal shades of meaning wrapped around like what they actually think of when they're thinking of those ideas in that term. And so for me, I think that it's silly to say, people coming in and we're using this word, we're using this label, and people just assume that everybody else is using it to mean the same thing there. It's like, I think the conversation or the engagement is much more functional if we start from a clean slate and say, all right, what do you mean when you talk about feminism, and then, you know, work from there. Talk about the actual beliefs and values people have, instead of just, you know, crosstalk over everybody asserting that, you know, people believe what they do.
Like that 40-year study, old study about the pay gap, wage gap, right? Like that, they didn't factor in that there were less hours worked on the women's, and so the men over their duration of work, life worked, had more money because they worked more frigging hours and days.
Well, no, look, I mean, this is something that I know an awful lot about because before I was into all of this stuff, I used to look into social issues an awful lot, and the wage gap is actually impossible because the second any kind of gap would appear, it would be plugged by people looking for an efficiency in the market.
Right. I mean, there's like a slight wage gap. Like I have employees, right? And some guys, they do more work and are better at the job than other guys, so they get more money. It's not because one of them is more effeminate or
not a wage gap.
Yeah. It's like one guy's a journeyman and knows how to direct everyone, and the other guys are like laymen, you know, and they're just, you know, moving.
No, well, the wage gap rhetoric says that it's, yeah, but the wage gap rhetoric is they want equal pay for equal work. So if you're saying that people are paid unequally because they give different work, well, that's what you'd expect anyway.
Right. It's like if I've got.
No, but then you're not.
Let's say I have let's say I have 100-pound woman and a 200-pound dude, both doing the same job, moving bags of concrete. Well, the 100-pound woman is moving half of the amount of the man during the day. So the man's making me twice as much money, but the woman is demanding equal pay to the man, not putting out as much work. Or so why is this not focused on? These are the type of women that we're talking about in these exact same situations.
Yeah. So obviously I agree with you there, but
yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
and modern day feminists, they make fun of women who want to be stay-at-home moms, and they think it's important to take care of their own children. It's the weirdest thing I ever saw. It's like, it's her decision until she does something you don't want her to do, right? Feminist.
Right. So there's something else that you've maybe touched on but didn't really fully explore. It's not just about hours worked. It's also that people who have full-time jobs and are therefore salaried tend to have a higher hourly rate than those who work part-time. So it's not just about I worked more hours, therefore I had more money. It's actually that full-time work tends to be more salaried more often, which comes with a higher hourly rate more often.
That is true.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's something on that. And also a lot of women prefer to work part-time, work close to home. They don't want to go Arctic crab fishing. They don't want to drive ice trucks. They don't want to do all that dangerous, dodgy stuff that men are prepared to do for high paychecks, you know. So it is what it is. Yeah. And also a lot of the time those men are doing that dangerous shit for a woman in their life that they are supporting. And why is that an issue? If that's how, listen, man, if that's how these people want to run their relationships, then who is it? You know, who gets to tell those people how their relationship runs?
Exactly. It just seems redundant. You know, we're fighting for women's rights. It's like, which ones exactly? I always wonder.
It tends to be the rights of whiny middle-class women that everyone has to worry about.
Divorcees and single.
Right.
I was looking at the stats on that. That's the Democratic Party. Women, it's like they're 70% not married. Maybe even not even marriable.
Yeah, but anyway, let's move on because this isn't that interesting, really. It's quite a low vibration topic, isn't it? To be honest. Like the topic itself is like getting men and women to fight with each other. It's just kind of sad. Yeah.
It's boys and girls to fight with each other. It seems like the men and women are like, yeah, I agree. The real, you know, the adults, they aren't like mentally deranged.
Yeah.
It's a family unit. It's shit. It's like, it's the deranged ones are the ones that are saying we don't need women or we don't need men. It's like, no, yeah, we all do. You just stop being silly.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
So many reasons why we need women, and there's so many reasons why you need men. Let's just stop it right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I was younger, I always thought of women as being like the glue of society. So even though men can do a lot of really useful structural things, we tend to be a lot more autistic than women on average, right? That
Very
women
true.
kind of glue groups of people together in a way that men don't,
Yeah.
And obviously,
Who's forcing you to come to the dinner table every day, right? Mama.
Right. Yeah. So it's just one of those things where it's about balance, isn't it? Like it's not that one's better than the other. It's like, would you say that the car, if you're looking at a car, would you say that the tire is better than the engine? It's like, well, no, they just have
gotta work together,
function.
yin and yang, man.
They work together to create the motion of a car. One isn't.
I mean, a wheel by itself ain't really shit, right? A steering wheel by itself ain't shit. I mean, you put all these parts together and you got some shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I see families and societies. And just a collection of moving parts that come together to form something better.
Right. It's people like you and me and other people who see it that way, who recognize these little attacks on the family unit. And then people say, oh, you're crazy, man. Yeah. And it's like, no, absolutely. Almost every commercial, for every show, for every, almost every song, everything has something to do with an attack on a family unit these days. It's so weird.
Yeah, for sure. And also an attack on stable relationships.
Exactly. And they make it so like it's not taboo to be a little cheater and a freak anymore. It's like, oh, I have 3 boyfriends. Yeah, it's normal. Like, no, those are, okay, I guess, yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's like, who is your kid going to listen to when he's growing up? That's what the teachers are for? Oh, okay.
I see Moon Earther decided to leave after being exposed for his circular reasoning.
In a roundabout way.
The Earth curves because the Earth curves. It was pretty dumb.
Somebody said the other day, why is it so dead in here? And I typed, because of refraction. Since that's the answer for everything. Or it used to be. I don't know.
So, Mr. G, what do you think about this? There's kind of there seems to be a split between the particle physics flat earthers and the ether flat earthers. What do you think about all that?
Quit fighting, right? I mean, you both are still on the same team. Stop being. I think a lot of that might have to do with personalities and people being, I don't know, not competing with each other for the for people. I don't know. Really, I don't see it. Like, I don't know why flat earthers would argue and fight with other flat earthers about anything. If they're really trying to just, unless it's some fucking, I don't know, fanatical shit where people are just like, I believe it because there's people like that on every side of everything. So it's probably a small faction of the weakest people doing that shit.
Oh yeah, I agree with that because I mean, I don't really believe in infighting. I think infighting is kind of dumb. You should be able to settle your differences, and if you can't, then
I don't think either model is a prerequisite for like a flat Earth cosmology. So it is kind of a derivative argument.
Yeah, I agree. I think it gets into the egos though. When one guy's trying to present his thing and another guy has a different idea, right, on the same lines, and they start getting, I'm the shiny golden bringer chocolate today,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I suppose a lot of these guys get like savior complexes about I'm bringing you this cool
let me steer the flat earth in the right direction. You guys are going off the cliff and shit like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm interested to hear what Matthew Learns thinks about that as well. To be honest. If he's listening.
Just about the way they were arguing? Or what specifically do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, so there's this kind of because I wouldn't even put myself in either camp. That's why I find it interesting. But you've got like the particle physics guys in the flat Earth, and then you've got the ether guys in the flat Earth, and they kind of don't really get on, to put it mildly. I don't know what you think about that from maybe from like a sociological point of view, but also maybe from a scientific point of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, just the idea that they have in common ideas about the shape of the Earth doesn't mean they have to agree on everything else, like what causes. Because it seems like there are two different ways of describing what's happening in the sky. I mean, you've got QE on one side, you've got like Whitsitt talking about some electrical toroidal field and stuff like that. So I think the disagreement is mainly on how to explain what we see, not the shape of what we see.
But Matthew, do you believe the
I don't
Earth
think
is
the
flat or
disagreement is the
globe?
big deal. It's the infighting. Once it's like team building, separating, dividing the camps. It seems a little bit counterproductive if that's what's happening.
I mean, do we have to be a team? I mean, I don't think we all have to be on the
gain
same
more
page.
momentum as not fighting, even though you don't have to agree. It's like, look how good the conversations have gone, even though I'm a baller, right? But I choose not to argue against flat earthers. I choose to try and uplift ideas that are alternative cosmologies because that's what I like to do. It isn't for anyone else other than really myself, but I found it's easier to have, better conversations and then, you know what I mean? Than scraping old scabs all the time.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I ask what alternative cosmologies are?
Yeah, I don't believe in the Big Bang and the black holes and the neutron stars and the explanation of gravity and I kill the mainstream model of the sun, and I give examples of all kinds of awesome shit from, electrons don't blue shift as they fall towards the Earth as they say that they did, which is called the equivalency principle. That's not true. And Ron Hatch, the guy who augmented the GPS systems down to the centimeter, he wrote a book called Escaping Einstein, and he explains exactly how the equivalency principle doesn't work and isn't real. And he showed a practical mechanism by fixing the satellites for everybody to where the carrier code and all of that stuff to the transceiver, and this is on time now instead of off of time, because they were just using relativity and saying that everything must work this way, so they incorporated it all into their program and it didn't work. And so they're like, what went wrong? There must be some in the equipment or whatever. And he's like, no, check this out. So he holds all these patents, and he's like world renowned. Ronald Hatch.
What's really interesting is they just discovered this fractal microbe.
You said microbe?
Yeah, like I was going to say molecule, but it's not a molecule. It's like a living thing. It's like some kind of microbe. It's like a natural fractal, like it's really, really trippy.
Yeah, I mean, they're just starting to understand that because electrical interactions are fractal, right? Like plasma is fractal in nature. Lightning bolts are fractal. Everything electrically involved with anything that has to do with electricity is fractal. And so, like, those things are developed and they ride along these electromagnetic lines that that's what's in the coding for your DNA and all of that stuff. And so it's the.
Do you think that we'd be like? Do you think we'd be a lot smarter of a species if we based our mathematics system on like fractal laws instead of base 10 laws? Because then we could always be dividing more infinitely.
Well, have you seen that Terrence? What's his name?
Where
he's talking about the flower of life and the secret vibratory codes and all this kind of stuff that he got into.
There's lots of guys talk about that.
It's that guy. He was Lucius on that fucking show. Fucking Lucifer. Or no, not Lucifer. Damn it. It was the one where these like they were all like a little rap empire, bunch of rappers and singers and shit like that. Family.
Okay, hold on. This is the story. First ever fractal molecule discovered inside bacteria. So it's part of a bacteria, and it's a fractal. It's like a triangular fractal.
Yeah, and you were right. It is a molecule.
Trippy, yeah.
Yeah. Your instinct, your memory recollection.
I've got a like
messed
I've
you
got
up.
like a photo memory disorder.
Well, I wasn't trying to say that you had that. I'm just saying when you second guessed yourself, that's when you were wrong. You were right the first time. That's what happened.
Yeah,
to you.
I knew there was two elements involved. I just couldn't remember how they related to each other, like
That's
bacteria
cool
and molecules and the fractal. But yeah, it's interesting because it implies that we know fuck all about the greater nature of how life creates itself.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's definitely driven electrically. Because without an electrical environment or electric field, life doesn't exist anyway.
Have you ever heard of these weird microbes they're found in like the atmosphere that like feast on electricity?
Yeah, and photosensitive. Yeah, because they're like the photoelectric effect. That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a theory, right? Stay with me. Have you heard of space euphoria?
No.
Well, I mean, if you believe that they're doing
You mean
something,
like a bacterial
you know what I mean?
infection from being in space?
Well, more like a response that the like if it's like a sea of plankton sort of thing.
Yeah.
It could generate these sensations on our parasympathetic system and like stimulate a like a profound experience.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if the electric field or whatever, if these things are eating electric charge, right? Then they're having probably discharging their electric
Yeah, like
field.
that feeling you get. There's like a little tingle on your skin because there's a like a microscopic like microbe that's like eating your skin or something, and all you feel is this weird little electrical kind of tingle.
I mean, I have to take your word
I
for
mean,
it.
like I don't know if you guys have like astral experience, like astral projection experiences and things like that, or what you make of it. But
I mean, I could interpret them as that. You know,
I've had a dream experience that felt exactly like space euphoria, and in the dream I was like floating just above the like rim of the earth, if you like.
How would you know what space euphoria actually feels like?
Well, having read how it's described, and then having a dream where I could
with you. I'm just messing with you. That's like when people are like, man, that tastes like shit, and I'm like, really? When's the last time you tasted shit? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
But it was weird because it was like the sensation coming from outside my body as much as it was like mirroring that sensation within my body, and that created the sense of euphoria. But I mean, it's the same way the astronauts describe like being immersed in a sea of living energy and it triggering this like euphoric sensory response.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, I think those are the reasons that they would be motivated to lie to us. Like people always ask the question, why the deception? Well, I mean, to me, it began with like the divestment from religion. You know what I mean? And like, whilst that had positive effects on society, it possibly wasn't the only way to those ends. And in the end, it's a very bad idea because the domination of the atheistic sciences is just Satanism with another word, with other terminology today. Like today,
I see all that as like a dog and pony show in a
militaristic
way.
empire and people just saying like, you know, there's no morality except what we invent for ourselves because we know the history of the entire universe. So once you've deleted the necessity for God to be there to create the universe, you can infer anything about the entire history of creation. So for a long time, people didn't have something big enough and present enough to like compete with God in people's psyche. But once they triggered like, okay, the known universe is now how you relate to.
The reason I don't see that as an argument for me would be because like, who's to say how God wanted to make it? Just because we figured out how God made it It isn't.
Well, I'm just talking specifically.
That's why I want to take another step and say from that. Hold on, from that right there, it's as if when we see it's like, oh, they want to take away our religion. They use that. That's how they're getting so much done in the Middle East is through religion, right? They're not really trying to take away the religion so much as they're trying to pretend to take it away so that you adhere to it even more fanatically, and then you'll be on board with going over to
misrepresentation.
No, I'm just saying it's an idea.
It is in the religion. Like the shape of the earth is described in pretty much all the religions, and it's described pretty much the same way in all the religions. And that's a key fact of why they needed a basis to get people to divest away from religion as any kind of authority. And the only way you do that is by challenging people's notion of God, by saying you've got like an alternative explanation for the entire history of creation. But I mean, this is
they already have other religions that do that to each other. So they have a well-working machine that accentuates, validates, and conflicts with each other. They already have that.
Yeah, but none of them
have fight among religion.
Yeah, this is because atheism isn't like overt Satanism. It very subtly leads people away from like the teachings that were laid down so that we know who we are and where we are. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it's just how like the devil operates in this world, you know? It's through deception. You can never tell what he's doing and why he's doing it until you can work backwards from the effects that it's
and we can't even be sure that he didn't write the Bible. Like, right? Because we're not supposed to believe in man.
Okay, but I'm just dealing with the raw fact of it saying in all these other different religions, not just the Bible, the shape of the earth, right? So why was it the point where they challenged the place that the earth is in the solar system, right? When Galileo came out, and it laid the foundation for people to start challenging the basis of why we should refer to the book anymore.
I just don't think they were doing a lot of physics back then. So there was a lot of ununderstood things. You know, magnetism was a magic trick too. You'd probably get burnt at the stake for levitating something with a magnet. Because
well, I mean, yes and no. They called them lodestones.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you put a lodestone inside of a straw doll and you levitate it on a pole in front of somebody, and you might get, and that story get told to the, you know, you might get burnt.
Yeah, but look, it's like what I was saying, right? Working backwards from the outcomes of having a world that's like committed to atheism means there's no morals that are guiding people's actions. This is one of the main reasons that I'm vegan, and I believe that like veganism becoming more popular in the world is like the actual will of God, because we've perverted all of these fucking...
Hold on a second. When a farmer farms like cows, right? He kills the cows and feeds them to you. But when a farmer grows beans, he kills every fucking animal in the field, every rabbit, every squirrel, every bee, every bug, vegans aren't saving shit. They're killing more animals than they ever take.
Let's just go over what you said just really quickly, because I'm not going to have this fucking argument that people have every day because it's so
it's just a fact, bro. I didn't want to get you pissed off about it. I'm just saying, you know,
it's a stupid argument.
Vegans think this high road, but there's no high road for a vegan.
It's saying here's a burning building, and because I can only save 10 people in the building, I'm going to sit outside in my fireman's jacket and laugh about how futile it is to preserve life at all, and just listen to the sounds.
I'm going to actually just bring them a couple fire extinguishers and show them where they are.
Fucking is. It really is. It's like saying you drive through clouds of bugs on the way to a burning house.
It's nothing like that at all. It's like saying I'm not killing. No. It's more like saying, hey,
completely flawed fucking logic, and you jumped on it like your total gotcha moment as soon as I mentioned veganism. Can we just get back to the flat Earth? I said I didn't even want to fucking discuss it.
Yeah, because you can't support your argument. I'm getting mad.
Yeah, I can support my argument, and I just did support the argument, and like every fucking straw man, you
didn't even ask for anything. You went on an angry tirade. You didn't even ask me for any data or information. You're not interested at all to see that you're on.
Conversation at hand, for fuck's sake. Go join the veganism server like every other troll who wants to disprove a fucking ideology with some
dude. I'm not the one who brought it up as a virtue signal. I'm not the one who brought it up as a virtue signal. You shamed me for eating meat.
Stop.
Yeah, you shamed
Fucking
me for
idiot.
eating meat.
I'll shame you for being an ignorant fucking
No, you shamed me for eating meat as if you're better
You just have no
because you're
idea
vegan.
how to have a fucking
That's what-
conversation.
Okay, that's that stopped. Dude, I'll unmute your mic. This isn't the vegan channel. If someone asks
Yeah,
you to
like
go
I
back
said,
to
I didn't want to fucking talk about it. He just kept jumping on me.
Yeah,
They
no,
always
dude, I know.
fucking do.
And you asked them to go back to the topic of flat Earth, and that's totally fair, my friend. That's why I had to jump in and moderate him. I'll unmute his mic and I'll ask that he goes back to the topic of flat Earth. And that's cool. If it's a two-way conversation, you're sharing the floor, not talking over each other. That's fine. But we can't have a rabble or a fight or a shout or a talk about cats and what cats should eat or whatever.
So yeah, there is a reason that you can work backwards from by seeing the effect of having this atheistic world where the lack of a morality guiding anything allows people to do all the horrific shit that they're doing to animals, point one, all the horrific fucking imbalance that there is in, like, you know, people starving to fucking death and just all the horrible fucking shit in the world, right? It's happened because we put technology above everything and we'll sacrifice anything for better technology. And it's because we're guided by a godless principle that's found, like, grounded in atheism. And when it came out, its main selling point was about the shape of fucking reality. So for you to tell me that, like, you can look at all these conspiracies,
Is he doing this again
like,
for real?
Satanic elite and everything, and say that's a separate idea to this one. No, it's the same fucking idea for the same agenda. Now I'm finished talking.
Yeah, I agree. You know, those satanic vegans do the same thing, man. They kill all the animals in the fields. I feel
So,
bad for
Mr.
it.
G, why did you bring up that word?
Well, because he literally just said, he literally just brought up,
that you got
because
muted
he
for
did.
it.
He brought up the ignorant atheist killing the animals again. Immediately, the first sentence out of his mouth, no one said, "Why'd you bring that up?" to him, did they?
Yeah,
No, but you said the V word though.
So what? At least I'm direct about what I'm saying. He was trying to be passive aggressive. That's fucking like lying. That's not an honest. That's dishonest.
Yeah, well, you don't challenge the argument.
And antagonistic. Look, it's weird that he brought it up as a virtue signal, and then I pointed out how it's not a virtue signal, and now he's mad. I didn't get mad. He got mad. He went on the angry tirade for 5 minutes.
Trying to justify your ad hominems because you don't actually have a rebuttal.
They're not ad hominems.
Oh yeah, everything you said just was.
You just said that I'm an atheist. Fucking.
Yeah, we're gonna move off this topic now. Sorry, guys. Would anyone like to talk about anything else?
Yeah, I'll contribute.
Sure, what's up?
Oh, I'm a flat earther. Wanna go?
Yeah, all good. Why are you a flat earther? What brought you to the flat earth?
Because I have a better depiction of what I know the flat earth is compared to the globe depiction.
Okay, that sounds like an interesting thing to say. What do you mean by that?
So, like, for example, tides. You know how the moon pulls water bodies of water towards itself. So that's why there's tides, right?
Right.
You're with me? So the sun is the same way, except it pushes, and that's what creates, like, wind cycles, like trade winds and westerlies.
I don't understand. So you're a flat earther, but you think that the moon is causing trade winds? I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, so there's trade winds, right? And that's in the Hadley cell. And there's a cell there's like wind cells, which it means it circulates in different latitudes. And within those cells, there's also wind circulating longitudinally, which means west to east. And, you know, because of that's because of the sun, I think. Not the Earth's rotation.
Are you talking about Coriolis effect?
Yeah, I don't think Coriolis is.
You literally read my mind. I was literally just about to ask about Coriolis effect. I was literally just about to do that. You literally read my mind. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think Coriolis is like because of the sun, not Earth's rotation. Because the sun moves east to west.
But that wouldn't change. Wait. How does the Coriolis effect work if the Earth's not spinning? You're saying because the Earth's spinning around the sun?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No. The Coriolis effect only works within the idea of the heliocentric model. I'm saying like the actual explanation, the flat Earth explanation to why like wind curls up north and goes westward, like trade winds go westward.
Yeah. The wind, when you're south, it goes counterclockwise. North, it goes counterclockwise. Yeah.
Yeah, but the sun goes westward too, which there's a correlation there. The sun is pushing air westward, but also outward.
Correlation is not causation. Also, the sun's too far to have that effect.
No, it's not. You could say the same thing about the moon. The moon's too far to have that.
No, the moon's way closer. The moon's way closer. That's why it has no effects on the waves.
You're telling me from your globe perspective the sun has no effect on the Earth? Like what?
I didn't say it had no effect.
Yes,
but the sun's effect on this, for example, the sun. There's a reason why the sun doesn't affect the waves. It doesn't. The moon does because the moon's closer.
You'd be surprised because have you heard of solar flares? They actually affect.
Yes, but that's when it shoots out towards us. It's possible for it to hit us, yes, but it normally. I don't think it has. Well, we would have an EMT from a sun. I think we got close recently. I'm pretty sure they said that there was a really big one coming that could possibly. But it hasn't.
Back in the 1800s, there was a big event in North America that shut down like entire states, like power.
But again, that was like once in a blue moon. Like that doesn't happen all the time.
Okay, I'm not talking about when it happens. I'm telling you that there is a connection between the UV rays, like the frequencies and the light frequencies from the sun, and electromagnetic frequencies, which is connected. The same thing. That compared
UV
to
rays don't what?
Yeah. Bro, that compared to a light bulb does give out very small amounts of electromagnetic frequencies, but it's basically minuscule compared to the sun. Like the sun is like a big ass like elephant, and like that one light bulb is an atom compared to
the moon is smaller than the sun, yes, but because of how close it is, that's why the effect is a lot more than the sun.
There are people also say that if you move the distance of the Earth and the sun further apart, like you actually affect the weather patterns and shit, which it does, right? And the Earth does.
I'm not saying it doesn't have any effect, but there's no. I mean, you can make assumptions, I guess, but there's no. I would have to see the evidence that the reasoning behind. I guess so. The reasoning behind the Coriolis effect, of course, is because you can take a flat disc, circular disc, and you can measure the outside and the inside, and the outside has to move faster than the inside for them to move the same distance.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Slower. So on a flat, think of a flat disc, right? Like if you have something like near you, it's a flat disc, right? Imagine a flat disc right in front of you, right? So for this disc to do the full spin, right, to get all the way around, if you take a point on the outside and a point further on the inside, right? Though the outside disc, right, going all the way around is further than the smaller one has to go. It's smaller.
Yeah, your point.
So there's less distance.
Your point.
Right? The inside is less. I'm coming. Okay. So, because the Earth is spinning, right? As it does. I obviously don't agree. This is from my perspective, right? So, because of that thing, the outside has to be spinning faster than the inside, right? For it to both make it the same distance.
Talking about gears. Gears.
This is why. No, this is what causes the Coriolis effect.
No, it's not the Coriolis effect. It's different.
Yes,
Coriolis effect is the reason why wind and current, water current.
Yes, and that's why the winds. That's why the winds. If you imagine a flat map, it's slower on the inside and faster on the outside.
That means nothing. That doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it does. I'm not saying it proves it. I'm giving you the.
An example of Coriolis effect is how wind and current curves north and south towards the poles, right?
Yes, right? That's because I'm trying to get there. That's because on the inside, closer to the inside of the Earth, it moves slower, and the outside moves faster. Hold on. Yes, it does. Listen, bro. Please listen. The clouds, when it's going up or when it's going inside, it's gonna fall behind because the current.
They get railed on the validity of the claim. I've always been amazed at that.
It's interesting.
Sorry.
They say everything proves the globe, except when it doesn't. Oh, then it's just inconclusive.
Yeah. Is that low again? Is it? Hold on, I haven't bumped any of my dials, have I? No. Oh shit, that one's down a ways. Is that better, DJ? I probably just blew his ears clean off.
Yeah, you sound good at my end.
Spot on. Excellent. I'm going to leave it alone then. It amazes me that I see people on like YouTube videos and shit, and they can basically lick their microphone. I can't even reach mine. I'm sitting back that far from it. Like, hold my hand out, can't touch it. Yeah, there's only one dial I need to touch on that thing, and it's the one for my headphones. So it makes you guys louder. But anyways. DJ, did you chuck, I think it was yours talking to, the Alberuni modified map in your map collection?
You mean the
your modified map?
Oh yeah, not Alberuni. Antonio Subrates.
Oh, Subrates, sorry, I couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was Bruni. Sorry, my bad. And look at that. We're not right all the time. Fancy that, eh?
Help me pick a GIF for today's news.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to switch back. All right, what do we got?
Okay, so there's the news. It's Sharktober is a real thing. So I got kind of like two funny ones, which is like this guy looking at two people talk about graphs. And then SpongeBob talk about migration patterns. And this one's sort of like I don't know, is that supposed to be sharks swimming around and then going back to the coast?
Alrighty, let's have a look here. I want to read the little thingy first. Scientists confirm Sharktober is real as decades of data reveal month when attacks spike. Right. The pattern appears to be driven by tiger shark biology, not by more people being in the water, marine biologists say. Yeah, I'm still not going swimming with them. Alright. I thought you might have put up
I was thinking that
Nemo, Bruce.
Yeah. Or that meme where it goes like ice cream sales correlate with shark attacks. So the first one is just kind of like a guy talking about that, like showing data and graph and rising bars. She's talking about like if I remember the clip, the reference is that like the female reproductive cycle has like waves of how much energy she has throughout the month.
Then we got SpongeBob. This migration is going to be a big one. Interesting. The trick is not to put the images to associate with the fine print, just the heading, because that's what most people read.
Yeah. What do you think, DJ? I feel like the last one is the best one because I want to always have it be funny. Okay, yeah.
I like that one.
Because you want to be somewhat, it's not always a joke either. Like sometimes when you post the science and space news, they're like, oh, okay, that's what's the majority of the sharks are just happen to be closer to the coast in that time frame. So like here, right? That looks good.
Yeah. I've just noticed it's easier to talk to people with the microphone unclicked too. Don't know if anyone else has come across that yet.
call it a coin, a disc as a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never our stand. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant sea while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting a claim that was never our stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win with a joke about where the elephants have been. Your logic is saying you're fighting the claim that was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look.
Scroll along, little Jew boy.
What's up?
I'll
Yeah,
see
what's
you
up,
in
man?
about 45 minutes. Crikey. Yaga comes out swinging. Paradox, are you going to take that? You can talk. It's probably easier than typing. Now, this is more of a respectable hour for Jedi to be on. It's probable he's had at least 2 coffees.
Yeah, that's true. I've been outside, chopped some wood. It's 10:30 on a Sunday morning and it's pissing down outside. You're right, it is a more reasonable time to be alive, mate. Good to see you.
How you been, young fella?
Yeah, man, not too bad, man. Not too bad. Just picking some splinters out of my leg, that's all.
Ouch.
Yeah, I shouldn't kneel down in piles of wood, should I?
No. Splinters are nasty. I remember when we were kids, one of my sisters, I can't remember which one it was, climbed over our fence because the neighbour had just had kids and shit everywhere. And one of them jumped the fence, and it was just your typical paling fence, and slid down it. And naturally, over the fence, hands on your bum, slide down the fence, legs hit the ground, keep running. Well, when she picked us off the fence, in each of her hands, she had these whopping great big splinters. And I just remember her screaming and running to Dad. It was putrid. I'd laugh now.
I remember I got screwed over by some of my friends. We went to go and watch a cricket match. I think it was Kent versus fuck knows who cares. And it was with and it was the wooden benches, and they were all like sliding from side to side, and they go, "Oh, Chris, come and do this." And I slid along this wooden bench, and mate, 10, 15 splinters went straight up my arse. Fuck.
They're cruel.
They are. Arseholes.
Being that I am a boilie, I actually find those tiny little metal splinters 1,000 times worse than a great big wooden one. For some reason, they just seem to, I don't know, make me twitch.
Yeah, right.
Probably because I can't see them, and they're tiny little things.
So, what's going down this morning? Anything exciting?
No, not really. Paradox was has just dropped in, said something silly, and Yaga basically picked up his baseball bat and just started swinging it. So inside chat. So I'm just waiting for the response.
Right, I'm going to quickly make some breakfast. I'll be around there.
All right. Well, Paradox, if you're going to say something awesome, I'd suggest you do it now before the heavy hitters get in here. One of them's just gone to do his stretches and come back. Welcome.
Hey, Matrix. Hello.
Hey, there he is. What's going on, Paradox?
Yeah, it's good, man. Everything is all right. Matrix, why don't you believe in satellites?
I didn't say I didn't believe in satellites. You just
Most people
assumed
don't.
that. You just assumed
Okay, so-
because I'm a flat earther that I instantly don't believe in satellites.
So, do you believe in satellites?
Ah, now we're learning. I have got no issues with mechanical devices up in the sky. What I do have issues with is where some people claim that they are.
So, do you accept the images that they have sent? Those satellites have sent?
Well, that's where the problem starts. So the images that they send us show this round thing. Now, okay, let's give you it's round. If they're showing that it's round, we should be able to go and measure this curvature, this roundness, quite easily. Now, this is where where we pick the nails up and start driving him into the coffin. When we do go out and measure it, there isn't any round, there isn't any curvature, it measures as flat. So, now we've got a bit of a contradiction. On one hand, we've got a group of people saying it's measuring as flat, and on the other hand, we've got a group of people saying, hey, look at this really cool picture. Now, this is where it comes back to you. Which one of those two things are you ever going to be able to verify and prove true or false? The pictures from space or the laser measurements across a large lake?
Laser measurements, because we can do. We
Excellent.
can check it out.
That's right. We can check it out. All the stuff from space is from very particular parties that don't like giving much more information other than, hey, it's round, look at our picture. Like, you do agree with me that if it is a ball, we should be able to measure it quite comfortably.
Yes, of course.
Excellent. I agree with that too. That's why we're in here. We are flat earthers because when these measurements have been done, no curvature.
But man, Matrix, I've seen videos where they were they found a curvature using laser light experiment.
Let me guess. Was there a fella called Jaren in that video?
Yes.
Yeah, that video is what we call a mockumentary.
Mockumentary?
Yeah.
Was it a hoax?
Yes. Well, it wasn't a hoax. What happened was at the start, they started off using a laser. At the end, they finished off using a flashlight. So they did not do it properly. So they may as well have just got halfway through the video and turned it off and said, I'll see you next episode. When you start doing a little bit of research into optics and the way light behaves, you'll notice something very interesting when you try to pass light through a small aperture.
I see.
You've heard of refraction. Well, there's another one called diffraction.
What's that phenomenon? Can you sentence
Basically,
explain that?
you know when you've got a flashlight and you can see the beam spreading out. What happens? And
Yeah.
it spreads out at say 45 degrees each side off center line. When you hit that hole, the light hits that hole and then does the same thing again and spreads out at the hole. And every
Correct.
time you have a hole, that light hits that next hole and spreads. If you're lucky, you might make the second one. And you can test this yourself at home. Grab yourself a piece of paper, put a pinhole in it. Grab a second piece of paper, put a pinhole in it. Hold one of them a couple of inches away from your eye. Hold the other one about as long as your arms can reach in front of that. And try to look at the sun through the two holes. Good luck. So what dictates how far and how well you can see is two things: the distance between the two holes and the size of them. So if you have a hole the size of a basketball and the second one's the size of a basketball, then light's going to go through it quite comfortably. But if it's only, well, let's just leave it the size of a basketball and stick it 10 miles apart. Pretty useless, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, so as you can see, we're probably not too worried about rockets and all that other stuff. And we get a lot of people saying, oh, but the scientists said, well, I don't really consider geometry a question of science. So now that you sit back and you think about it, the fact that it's measured as flat, all the times that you've heard people come in and say, but what about the sun, and what about the moon, and what about the planets, and what about satellites, and what about shadows, and all these other crazy things that they say mean absolutely nothing when you put them against a measurement. Unless they've got a measurement that contradicts ours.
Hey, Matrix, bro.
Yeah, what's up, man? Matrix might be in the restroom right now.
Hey, lads, how's it going, man?
Oh, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I was just having a little yak to Paradox.
Oh, he was asking for you right now.
Yeah. Matrix. What else do they lie about?
What is the lie about?
Yeah. Some people say evolution is a hoax. Do you believe it?
Say again, sorry, I was just switching my headphones over.
Yeah. Some people claim that evolution is a hoax. What do you think about it?
Does it prove the shape of the ground?
No, it doesn't.
That's a shame. That's what I think about
But,
it. Pretty easy, hey?
okay. But it might prove the ice age. And
Does the ice
climate
age
change.
prove the shape of the ground?
No, it proves that Earth revolves around the sun in a heliocentric model.
No, it doesn't. Remember the measurements earlier on?
Mhm.
Yeah, we've still got those. That's the
But
problem.
there are other things as well, right? That we need
Yep,
to
there's all
consider.
those other cool things. I'm not denying that you've got some cool stories. You do. Not when I say you, I mean the royal you, as in the heliocentric model or paradigm, whatever you want to call it. But the issue is, if it's a ball, we should be able to measure the sphericity.
A flat Earth cannot hold water, right? Cannot hold the oceans. It would have to be a bowl.
No.
A bowl.
I would suggest there would be a shoreline or something that stops the water. Like if I go to the beach, just the sand sloping up is enough to stop the water from chasing me down the street. So it doesn't take much.
But we don't have the boundary that you're talking about.
What do you mean we don't have the boundary? You do know Australia is just like a freaking great big island, dude. See, even your claim, the water must go somewhere. Is the water curving? No. Who cares where it goes? There's no curvature to it. But being that it's Sunday, you could probably speculate away, my little friend.
He's left.
Yeah, he got a bit to think about.
Yeah.
What are we working on?
We're in a flat Earth chat.
Nice. What's been the topic?
People trying to prove the curvature without any measurements.
How they been doing?
Not so good.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
My favourite ones at the moment, you tell them it's measured flat and they don't think about it. They're in, I don't know what mode you want to call it. I don't want to listen mode. Either way. And it'll be, yes, it's measured flat. This is how it's done. There's no measured curvature. Yeah, but what about the moon? There's no stopping for a second and go, what do you mean it's measured flat? How do they do this? There's none of that. Exceptionally rare for them to pull up and ask how, when, where, why, who done this measurement, because that's what we asked them for. So normally if someone was to say to me, XYZ has been measured, I'd be like, oh, who, what, where, when, how? And yeah, they just jump straight back into point to the stars, point to the moon.
Yep, I've seen it. I had about a 5-minute convo with a guy I'd never met before last night. He asked me about my hobbies, and I told him I study the Earth. So he was kind of interested. I described the limits of the geometric horizon and why there aren't any. And it was only about 5 minutes, but the guy seemed really interested. I think he's going to look into it. I was positive.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Oh wow, DJ is just about to get hammered with a whole lot of Naughty boy stickers. So, Paradox, which field of science deals with shapes?
Every field, man. There's no specific field for shape.
There's none. So it'd fall under geometry. How come you didn't list that?
Geometry. It's a
Not
field
that
of
geometry
mathematics.
is a field. Not that it's a field of science. It's a subset of mathematics, but yeah, or subcategory of mathematics.
Yes.
So not a field of science then. Why do you think it is when people come in here, they always appeal to scientists when it's not a scientific endeavor?
No, because the heliocentric model is a scientific endeavor.
No, we just worked
Earth
out that
being
it's a question of geometry. So why is it people appeal to scientists when it's got nothing to do with scientists?
It has everything to do with science, man. Why
Really?
do we have an answer?
So measuring the curvature, which is all we're after, or lack thereof, which field of science would be running out doing that?
Optics, probably.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, optical science, probably.
Optics is a science now. That's a word. We're talking about the scientific method, dude. Do you know what a scientific method is?
Yes. I know.
Cool. So do that for a shape. What's the first step of the scientific method?
Measurement.
Nope. Try again.
Measurement.
No. Try again.
Nope.
What is the first step of the scientific method? What do you do?
Hypothesis.
No. Try again.
What is it? You tell me.
Observation of a natural phenomena. You need your dependent variable, the thing happening, before you predict how it was caused. So you need to observe something happening. A circle's happening. Spheres and triangles and cubes happening. Are they phenomena? Okay. I've noticed you do this quite a lot, Paradox. You did it quite a lot when Indio was to you. You decide not to listen, engage with the text chat and decide to speak to them. I was asking you and talking to you directly, you rude little boy.
What was the question again, man? I got cut off.
First step of the scientific method. What is it? I told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we're observing a natural phenomena, fear that isn't happening a natural phenomena, if it's not doing anything.
Correct.
Good. So we can't apply the scientific method because we failed in the first frigging step. A sphere isn't something happening.
If you want to figure out what an object is, you observe it and you measure it. It can't fit into the category of science, dude. It doesn't follow the scientific method. You understand that geometry, like shapes and Euclidean, right, is completely different to cause and effect reasoning in the physical world. You understand this, right?
Yes.
Good. So please don't say the scientific evidence for a sphere.
So what should I call it then? Should I call it fairy tale?
Pardon?
What should I call it then? Should I call it a cartoon, fairy tales?
You can call it whatever you want, but it doesn't apply to the scientific method, so you can't say it's scientifically validated. If you want to figure out the shape of an object, what do you do?
Observe it.
And yeah, you observe it and measure it to describe its identity, don't you?
Yes.
Cool. Describing something's identity doesn't fit into the scientific method of cause and effect reasoning. The only identities are the causal phenomena and the effect that's happening. But this is different reasoning, dude. You understand this, right? It's been like a week now.
I get it.
Good,
So we have to apply geometry on it, right?
Sorry, is the claim that the Earth is a shape?
Yes.
So what do you think?
Yeah, we should apply geometry on it.
Yeah, no shit. Well done. Don't apply the scientific method. We're not trying to figure out the cause of phenomena. We're trying to identify something.
You're pretty cocky, Paradox. Is he still here? Oh, he ran away. Oh, he's still here. Yeah, you're pretty cocky for someone that knows fuck all about anything. You come in here and get schooled every single day, but you always come back with this arrogance. Like the other day when you were claiming that the ozone layer is the container for the gas pressure, and just the dumbest shit, right? That gases stratify based on their on the different densities. Like, it's just every single day it's just one thing after another.
That's interesting. That there's been no recorded incident of stratification of gases. even in caves that have been sealed up for ever. It's just less of everything up higher, not heavy stuff down the bottom and light stuff up the top. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's almost as if they mix. Like the mainstream says they do. It's crazy how we just have to, they come in here with an argument and then we have to teach them their own argument and then they'll continue on with their new knowledge arguing it that we taught them. It's freaking insane, man. These globers. Just brainwashed freaking Stockholm Syndrome at its freaking finest, man. Painful interventions. That's what the event should be called. Painful interventions.
That's funny. See what Stark put in side chat?
These so-called archaeologists, that kind of thing, that paradox that you look up to so greatly. Like they screw up so much, right? They screw up all the time, but you guys don't read the articles when they screw up. Like they think whale bones are ancient mammoth bones and things like that, and then they end up testing them. They've been sitting in museums for years, showing all the kids, oh, these are ancient mammoth remains, and well, it turns out they're whale bones. Shock horror, right? These morons had absolutely no idea how to tell the difference between a mammoth bone or a whale bone. But everything else they say must be correct, right? Like, they'll show you a fossil of some fish. They say, oh, this fish has been extinct for 65 million years. Here's the fossil, boys. And you guys are like, yay! Right? And then they find it, and then someone will catch one. They'll be like, oh, shit. It's still alive, and it's still exactly the same. Oh, it didn't evolve at all in 65 million years. Maybe it's not a 65 million year old fossil. But you guys don't even pay attention to that kind of thing, right? You guys just lap up whatever they tell you in the mainstream articles. You don't even question it, right? You don't have any, way of thinking for yourselves anymore. You've completely erased your critical thinking abilities and just bowed down and bent over in front of the mainstream science, pseudoscience. And that's it. And it's dangerous. Dangerous for humanity. And I'll be nice to you. I'll be nice to you time and time again, right? But then after a certain amount of time, right, you're still acting exactly the same. You still want to be a cocky, arrogant little shit. You kind of get what you get after that. If you keep coming back here after that, It's on you. No remorse, man. Yeah, Stark's exactly right. He's trolling at this point. You have no evidence for the globe, right? You have no rebuttal to anything that we're presenting. You're just like, what about this cartoon? Look, I put a new cartoon from Wikipedia in the side chat. Check, look, Jedi, look what I put in the side chat. And it's just some bullshit cartoon every time. Unrelated to the topic we're talking about most of the time as well.
Hey Nico, how's it going, man? Well, you didn't have to talk to me. No pressure. Oh, someone just dropped in. Welcome.
Oh, Jesus.
Namaste. Namaste.
Welcome.
Yep.
Hello, bro.
How are you?
What are you doing now, bro? Hello, hello.
Yes, we've done that bit. Hello.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I do hear you.
What's up, bro?
Oh, not a lot, my friend. We're waiting
Oh,
for
yeah,
someone to prove that they live on a globe and back it
yeah.
up with some kind of verifiable data. I guess you're not him.
He said, yeah, yeah.
know that. The flight path.
Welcome.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
How are you?
I am fantastic. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
No.
Alright. Sorry to hear that.
I know what it is. I've seen it before, but I've not played.
I just bought a set. Well, I didn't actually buy it. Someone gave it to me. I'm trying to learn it.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Do you think that'd prove whether we've got curvature or not?
I could do.
It could do. Ooh, interesting. How could it?
Well, Dungeons and Dragons is about harnessing your imagination, and then while harnessing your imagination, you might come to the realization that the Earth is either curved or flat.
So I've got to imagine it. I thought it'd be much easier just to measure it.
Well, everything starts with a little bit of imagination, don't it, mate? All scientific breakthroughs, all ideas, they all start with a little bit of imagination. Ain't that right?
Well, that's according to you. I thought they started out with observation of natural phenomena.
Well, a bit of both.
But anyways.
It's a bit of both.
Each to their own, I suppose.
Well, we don't have to both be wrong, right? We could both be correct. It's a bit of both. It's observation plus the use of your imagination, right?
No. Observation, and you go, is it flat, is it not? I'll just measure it. Not much imagining there. That's a question. It's not an imagine.
All right, let's investigate this. So, have you heard of the double slit experiment?
Yeah. And how's that going to prove the shape of the ground?
No, I'm not trying to prove the shape of the ground right now. I'm just gonna.
Oh, that's what this channel's about.
No, you made a claim that discoveries in science has nothing to do with imagination.
Oh, so that's a claim, is it? Well, you made the claim that it does use imagination. So here we are.
I'm proving it.
So this channel is about proving the shape of the ground.
I can hear
so if you want to prove what light does, that's great. Whether you want to go for the particle or wave duality, that's great.
Go ahead. Yeah. I can hear a little bit of a raise in volume. Are you perhaps getting frustrated?
You can hear a bit of raise in volume. My friend, you have no fucking idea how loud my voice normally is.
So I asked the question, are you perhaps getting
no,
frustrated?
I'm not getting upset or frustrated or lost. I'm actually really tired. I'm about 8 minutes away from going to bed. No, my loud voice is not a sign of defeat. It's not a sign of weakness. It's not a sign of any of the other passive-aggressive bullshit that you clown shows bring out. It's just my normal volume. But if it make you feel better, if I set a decibel meter in front of me, it normally clocks at about 87 decibels.
I think if we measure your heart rate right now, it will be accelerated because you're clearly, angry.
You've got no fucking idea. I'm not angry. This is my normal volume. Do I need to draw a picture for you, or you can't imagine that?
Right, how about you put 2 fingers on your throat and just check your pulse right real quick for me, and let's count. Let's see how fast it is. Because I feel like your blood pressure is up.
Really?
Yep.
How did you come to that conclusion? Are you still imagining things?
Well, I can hear you gasping for air while you talk.
Gasping for air? Really?
Yeah, because you're speaking so fast and so angrily that you need to breathe.
You think this is speaking fast and I'm angry? I'll show you what I do when I'm angry. I just go, fuck off, idiot. Mute. And I don't have to put up with yous. That's me being angry. Oh no, I muted somebody. See how easy that was? Would you like to try again, Mr. Passive Aggressive Clown Show? I'll give you one more chance to pull your head in. The discussion is about proving the shape of the Earth or not. Not me. So try again.
Is the point proven? I think I've proven the point to
You haven't proven anything. You're probably one of these silly fuckknuckles that was speaking the whole time through whilst you were muted. So have you got any proof of curvature?
I'm not a globe earther personally, so I mean I don't bring proof. I'm personally.
So what are you then?
I'm like either or. You know, I'm open-minded to the possibility that the Earth is perhaps not a globe. Okay, that's what I am. I'm like I don't know what you call me, agnostic.
So you've realised that I've shut your passive-aggressive bullshit down, and now you're going to sit on the fence and what? Sea lion? Or just pretend? Believe? Imagine?
Don't really know what you're on about, to be honest.
Yeah, now you're going to act stupid. The whole troll show doesn't work in here, bro. Seriously. Go elsewhere. We get your kind in here on a regular basis. Normally it's just easier to go, mute, fuck off.
Okay. Not sure why this fella's so angry.
Are you going to prove the shape of the ground or what?
The fuck? Wow. Why would I prove the shape of the ground? I don't have proof of that shit. Do you?
No, you're not. You're not going to. You're not going to do it.
I don't think Discord is the correct place to find proof of the shape of the ground. Maybe go outside if that's what you're looking for. Use your eyes. What you can do, I can give you an idea, an experiment you can do. You know how ships, when they go over the horizon, right? You know how they...
No, they don't.
Yeah, I know. Relax. See, why is this guy
Well,
angry?
you just made a statement as if it's true. Ships don't go over the horizon.
Oh my goodness.
It's an optical phenomena. You know how we know they don't go over the horizon? Because there's no measured curvature.
Right. So what was I going to say right now? What's the experiment that I was going to tell him to do? Go ahead, since you're so angry and so keen to...
Why do you think I'm angry, you fucking weirdo?
Well, okay.
What's the deal with that?
What was the experiment I was going to go tell him to do?
Go ahead. No one gives a fuck. Ships going over the horizon. You said going over the horizon. Instant fail, Mr. Agnostic. Instant fail.
Yeah, he fell for it. He wasn't going to prove anything.
He's just a troll. And he's not the first one that's come in here and done that either. They sit there and talk really softly and pretend to be all passive-aggressive, and then my fucking normal volume voice, and they sit there and cry how I'm cranky and upset, and it's just another fucking day of the week for me. I don't really care. Kenobi, pull your head out of your ass and stop thinking shit. If you'd like to talk to him, JC, you're more than welcome to. I think he's a clown show myself.
Yeah, chuck him off mute.
Yours.
Okay. All right, quotation marks. All right, accepted. Carry on. Kenobi with your question about the boats.
Oh, okay.
Quote unquote, going over the horizon.
Yeah. So as I was saying, right, like an experiment, which I'm actually kind of curious about myself, right, is if you go to the beach, right, you know where the boats go over the horizon, right, in quotation marks, as I said before, I was so rudely interrupted by this angry man, right? What you can do is you can go to that beach and then you can take like a pair of binoculars or a telescope or some shit like that, right? And then when the boat goes over the horizon, right, or so they say, right, just zoom in with some binoculars and see if you can suddenly see it again. Because if it is true, okay, that they went over the horizon because of a curvature of the Earth and all that shit, right? Then we should not be able to see it again, right? Even if we zoom in with binoculars, right? So that's actually a good experiment. And I've seen a video where someone's done that shit, right? And the bolt reappeared. But I don't believe it, right? So that's something I kind of want to do myself. Personally.
Right. Well, yeah, this has been tested pretty well. So usually what happens if you don't...
I'm so sorry. Yo, Matrix, stop calling me a clown. You're a fucking dimwit, bro. Okay.
All right. Yeah, so most of the time, if we don't have ocean swells, okay, we have nice clear conditions, no waves, and we don't have any miraging effects, right, which can happen often, like sinking, which is a type of inferior mirage. Okay, if we don't have those things present, then what will happen is the ship will just get smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then you won't be able to see it anymore. You'll still be able to see the horizon, but the boat will look like it's gone. Right, even if it's a giant cruise ship or something like that. Now, in that situation, you can pull your camera out and zoom in, and you'll be able to zoom in and see the whole boat again. Right, that's what happens most often. Now, if we were to add one of the things I mentioned before in, like ocean swells, it's gonna look like the bottom of the boat is disappearing bottom up, because as the boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller due to its angular size reducing as it goes further away, those swells are still going to be in the foreground at the same distance, rolling in constantly. And it's going to look like the boat's disappearing behind what would be technically called a local horizon, okay, which would be something blocking where the actual horizon is. Right, that happens sometimes. Okay, that needs to be taken into account. And then sometimes we can have different types of miraging effects. Sinking, right? So if you went to Google now, if you type in what is sinking refraction, it'll basically say sinking refraction is a type of atmospheric refraction where if you have warmer air down lower and cooler air above it, usually that would be caused by having warmer water than the air temperature above it. Okay, it makes a warmer layer of air just above the surface, and then as the light deviates back towards the observer, it's going to deviate up into the cooler air, because it has a higher refractive index. So it's gonna deviate basically, okay, due to refraction, and it's gonna make the object look like it's sinking. That's why it's called sinking refraction. So that can happen sometimes as well. Usually it's pretty easy to spot when that's happening as well, because there'll be like a mirroring layer right where the horizon meets the sky. And yeah, so that's been recreated on a smaller scale, on ponds, on flat surfaces, where it looks like the bottom of an object or a little boat is missing, even though it's on a flat surface.
So boats do disappear from the bottom up?
Only if you have the conditions that I just mentioned. If you have ocean swells, it can appear to disappear from the bottom up, because it's physically being blocked by the obstruction, which would be the ocean swells. And then sometimes it can appear like the bottom's disappearing bottom up, but it's not actually obstructed behind anything. It's just the atmospheric effect that's taking place.
And that's where you were talking about, like, for refraction and all that.
Yeah, like sinking, I got a good example of it here with a boat out in the ocean. 1 second. All right, just have a look in the side chat. 1 second. All right. All right, see that boat there? That's the boat that's in this observation. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and this guy went to the beach in the morning, and he checked his ship tracking radar, and you can see that the Mandarin Arrow is anchored, and it's 12.4 nautical miles away, so about 14 miles away from the shore. So in the morning, when he zooms in on the ship, right, all of this is in a video that I'll upload in a second. Okay, so in the morning, he zooms in on the ship, and it kind of looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, right? You can only see the top bit of the ship.
I don't even understand what I'm looking at here. It looks...
Yeah, see the ship that I posted in the first image that I posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that top bit there, right, you can see that's the whole top bit of that ship on the right hand side there, minus the whole, basically hull of the boat. It's completely missing.
I'm just trying to. It looks like part of the ship is see-through.
Right, the very bottom bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the indication that this is an inferior mirage happening, where it's literally defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, appears like it's hidden or obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically and physically unobstructed. Okay, and it's just an atmospheric effect that can happen.
Where is... Okay.
So just a second. Well, just a second. I'll just finish this quickly. Okay, so here's the same ship, right, zoomed out a bit. So what he did, this guy, is he kept zooming in on the ship over the next 3 hours. And what you'll see in the video is over the next 3 hours, as the ambient air temperature starts to warm up throughout the day, the sinking effect, right, the inferior mirage effect goes away. And then slowly you can see more and more of the ship being visible. And then 3 hours later, you can see the whole ship again. Okay, so that image at the bottom, that's 3 hours later. Okay, and if you look at everything in between in the video, it'll show you the ship slowly re-emerging. Even though the ship's anchored, the only thing that's changing is the weather conditions, basically.
And why, again, just why is the bottom half of a ship see-through again in the like first two pictures?
Because of the inferior miraging effect.
What is that again?
It's called total internal reflection. It's a byproduct of an inferior mirage, where the angle of incidence, right, where the light is deviating. Okay, it's deviating towards the higher refractive index portion of the medium. So it's deviating up, and it's going straight over the top of the observer's head. So the observer can't see the information can't see it. So what you're actually seeing is like a reflection of the sky in the background, and it'll look like a mirror. If you scroll just above that to what Jager Bruno posted, that's like a full-blown inferior mirage with the bridge. You've probably seen that before. It looks like there's a puddle of water or like a mirror on the ground.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
That's where the light's basically bouncing over the top of the observer.
So you're saying this is what's happening in that picture as well?
Yeah. So sinking's like a lesser extreme version of that. Okay, when you have an extremely warmer layer of air down lower and a cooler layer of air above it, it will deviate very abruptly upward, and it will skip over the top of your head, and that's when you'll get that mirroring effect, that total internal reflection. And it'll just look like whatever's in the background is there on the ground. Okay, so whatever's in the background, whether it be blue sky or whether it be some bushes or something like that, that's what you'll see instead of seeing the surface, the actual surface that's there. Because the light that contains that information is going... Do
you see what Spark just posted?
Yeah, that's a full-blown inferior mirage. Now, the reason that's happening is because the ground's really hot.
But is that a flat road?
Yeah. Yeah, this will happen over a flat surface. I can show you...
what if he's coming up over a hill, though? They could be coming up over a hill.
No. This can be demonstrated. So this is just according to mainstream optics. This is what happens. Okay, so you can demonstrate this on a flat surface as well. Completely flat surface. So even if that road's not perfectly flat, right? The bridge above it that Jager Bruno posted is flat bridge. But I'll show you a version on a little flat stretch of ground as well. This is just called an inferior mirage. Okay, you can look it up. It's not something that flat earthers are claiming. This is just a type of mirage called an inferior mirage. Okay, because the ground's heating up from the sun, it gets really hot. It creates a warm layer of air just above the surface. Okay, and then the air above it's cooler. So cooler air is more condensed, so it has a higher refractive index. So as the light travels through the air, it's going to deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. Right, it's going to deviate so much in this situation that it goes above the observer, so the observer can't see that light. It's going over the top of your head. So you see a reflection of what's in the background on the ground. And that's called an inferior mirage. Right, and sinking is just a lesser version of an inferior mirage. So rather than having extremely hot ground that's heated up by the sun, we're talking about water that's a little bit warmer than the air above it. So instead of getting that extreme deviation that causes the full-blown inferior mirage, you just get what's called sinking. Okay, where something in the distance looks like it's sinking, essentially.
So in perfect weather conditions, then.
In perfect weather conditions, where you would have uniform air temperature.
Yeah.
Like if you had the same water temperature and the same air temperature, then you don't get that miraging effect. And
So
in that case,
we should
the ship
everything.
Yeah, the ship will just disappear due to angular size. It will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you're basically depending on the clarity of the air on that day. Like, what's the visibility rating? So usually it's about 20 kilometers or something like that on an average.
But even if it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, you can just get binoculars, right? And then you can see it again. Or you can just get a more powerful zoom.
Yeah, you can. You can get more and more powerful zoom lenses, but eventually the ship's going to, it's just going to fade off into the opacity, like the clarity of the air is basically dictating how far you're going to be able to see.
Right, but I'm asking, like, is there a point where it disappears completely, or is it like hypothetically, if the perfect weather conditions exist and you can keep getting stronger and stronger?
No. So even if you have perfect weather conditions, there's still going to be an extinction rate over, say, about 250 miles. The light's not going to be able to go through all of that air. So there's going to be a limit due to the amount of air over distance that the light's going to need to pass through.
Light won't be able to go through air?
Not forever.
Not forever.
No. Under ideal conditions, which is just a technicality. So based on ideal conditions, the maximum visibility would be about 300 miles. But if you check the weather report, you're never going to see a 300-mile visibility rating on the weather report. Usually it's like 50 max or something like that.
Yeah. Visibility today is due to the weather conditions, right?
So even if it looks like a nice clear day here where I'm at, looks like nice clear air, sunny day, I'll check the weather the visibility rating, and usually it's like 16 kilometers. It's not even far. That's only 10 miles. Because you got dust and pollution and mist and fog and all sorts of stuff, in the air, making it opaque over distance. If you think about, if you go up a mountain and you're looking out at mountain ranges that go off into the distance, you'll notice that each one gets more and more hazy, more and more opaque, until they just kind of fade off. What's up, Jedi?
Not much, man. Just listening to the rain bounce off my roof at the moment. It's fucking hammering it down.
Yeah, man, we've got all the snow finally melted, and then I woke up today and it's all back with a vengeance. It's snowing like crazy, and it's -10 again.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, my car's buried in snow again. Kind of annoying.
Yeah, we keep getting threatened by snow, but it hasn't really turned up yet. It's just cold rain.
What's that?
They just got cold rain, mate. That's all it is. It's not snow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I enjoyed listening to you and that guy chat. That was good conversation. I like it when you get those photographs out, mate. They demonstrate a lot.
Yeah, it seems, the more I look into it, it seems super common for this mirroring effect to be happening in the distant horizon, if it's not always happening. Once you get to a certain angle, it seems like it's almost always present in to some level, especially when you start zooming in on sunsets and things like that. And quite often, like if you don't have a super zoom camera, you can't even tell. It just looks like a normal horizon, and you would have no idea that it's just a mirage that you're looking at. That's why I like to bring this one out. Like if you were just at the beach and you were looking out at this horizon, that just looks like the horizon. But in reality, there's a freaking boat there.
No fucking way.
Yeah, I just removed the boat, just for presentation purposes. So if someone went out and, if you don't have an object there as a reference, then it's kind of hard to tell what's going on.
Yeah, right.
And that seems to be the case quite often. Even sometimes with the sun, right? Sometimes the sun will set right where that boat is, and it just looks like it's setting behind an invisible horizon. I got a really cool picture of that. I'll just grab it. Yeah, check this one out. Now, someone wrote in this picture, horizon, not the horizon, but I would argue that there can only be one horizon, and that's why they call it the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. I would say that's that's the horizon. That is the horizon, but what is a horizon? It's just an apparent location. Now, it starts to get tricky at that point, and that's why if you look up like the actual comprehensive definition of horizon, I think most of the time the horizon that we see would be correctly defined as a local horizon. So basically, the horizon would be technically like the apparent horizon or the main horizon, whatever you want to call it, or just the horizon would be due to the vanishing point, right? Straight line between vanishing points. And if there's something stopping you from being able to see that perspective horizon, it would be classed as a local horizon. Okay, so if there was a mountain ranges or something like that in the distance.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or if there were ocean swells, right? So if there's any ocean swells at all, you can't really see exactly where the horizon is because you're just seeing a local horizon. And a local horizon's even if you put your hand in front of your eyes.
Okay. I get you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so anything, so it can even go deeper than that to the point where if you go up in altitude, you can see further as you go up higher. So as you go up further, you're looking through more and more atmosphere. And then that atmosphere becomes opaque over distance. So as you go up higher, say you can see now your perspective horizon would be, say, 50 miles away, but the visibility is only 20 miles on that day. So now you're looking at another type of local horizon, which would be blocked by the atmosphere. And it would look like from such a long distance away that there's almost a distinct horizon line and that it's lower than eye level now. But that would be blocking, the atmosphere's blocking the perspective horizon. So
I get you.
Yeah. And then the same with when we have this mirroring effect. I think it's we can't see exactly where that perspective horizon is because of the miraging effect that takes place, that total internal reflection or that mirroring effect or whatever you want to call it. It's so yeah, it gets complicated, I guess.
But it's worth knowing and worth understanding, mate.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put in a super comprehensive, like this is the American Meteorological Society. It's basically, they have a giant glossary of meteorological terminology that's dates back to the 60s or something, and they've been updating it since then. And if they want to update a definition, they get a team of, they sort of peer review it. You know, they get a bunch of experts and they're like, all right, we got to update this definition. So if you type in, you know, to try to get the definition of something, it's pretty much the mainstream agreed upon definition rather than a simplified definition.
Yeah. The correct meteorological terms. I get it.
Yeah, that's right. So I'll put here is the horizon definition from that site. It's much bigger than, you know, if you just type it into Google, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, I'll have a read of this.
Yeah.
I actually like this already. This is awesome. I like where it says at right angles to zenith. That's cool.
Yeah, definitely. Check out this video Yoda sent me yesterday. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think the sun doesn't set cleanly. It doesn't cleanly disappear bottom up. And I think if it appears to do that, it's usually because of a local horizon. Like if you're watching it set off in the distance and there's some obstruction of some kind that's acting as a local horizon, it will look like it's setting cleanly, bottom to top.
Yeah.
But when we don't have that happening, when we can see the perspective horizon, it seems like it kind of squishes into the horizon. It's kind of warps into the horizon, like it does in that video there.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Who is that? What's up?
Sounds good. About you?
Good, bro. How's it going? Welcome to the channel.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, hi everyone.
Hello, Avatar. Welcome to the channel. Guys, let us know if any of you have any questions about the topic.
I have. So basically, in this particular room, we discuss about that Earth is flat.
That's right. Yep.
Okay. So, like, can I ask
Hey
maybe
guys, let's talk about Valentine's Day.
like if I ask some question like it can be considered as a provocative? Like I'm not sure what to ask or what not.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Just
anything?
ask whatever you want. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, though, but like, why still it is a debate like Earth is a round or flat when we have satellites and all from where we can see that Earth is basically of the round shape or spherical. So why
Because
this
when-
is still
Because when we go and test the surface of the Earth, in reality, there's no curvature.
so like how far did this test? Like, did we take the longer radius, maybe more than 300 or like kilometers, or like it's very in smaller area we have done?
Yeah, we're testing the radius that's given. We're testing the
Yeah,
radius that's given to us
yeah.
by the mainstream.
Yeah, that I got it. Like, but in which land area you have done this? Like, what is the you have done that?
It's been
test
done
when we are talking
everywhere.
about-
It's been done in different locations all over the world.
No, that what I'm not saying. Like, how far was the test was done? Because like if we done in the kilometer
Yeah, so
range,
it's
then
been
we
done
cannot
from
able to
say
say.
10 miles or 6 miles all the way up to 1,200 miles. Different tests have been done over these distances.
1,000 miles. Surely we will get the result.
Well, even over 10 miles, you will get the result because on a globe, there should be 20 meters of curvature over 10 miles distance.
Yeah. Okay, but I have heard till now, like whenever the test have done, it is proven that we have this curvature. So I'm hearing this first time, like while we're
Yeah.
doing the test, these are failing.
Okay, so every test that I've ever seen shows that there's no curvature. And it seems like it's just a myth that there are the tests that show that there's curvature. And then when it comes to the satellite images and things like that, we can't
Yeah.
really go and reproduce those, right? We have to take them on good faith. We can't go up there and test for ourselves. But what we can
No,
do
but
is test here
the
on the surface.
like the astronauts who went to the space. So are we considering them as some part of bigger conspiracy theory
No,
or like what?
we can't validate, right? So that would just require trust and faith in NASA. Okay, so we're trying to not have belief and faith and trust in things that we can't check. Okay, we're going out and actually testing the surface of the Earth. I think that America faked the moon missions to try to beat the Soviets in the space race.
Yeah, moon mission can be false. I agree with you. But then what is the explanation why Earth is only the flat one? Like if you see in the solar system, which we can see from the Earth as well, like all are spherical in nature. Then why only Earth is special, which is not obeying these universal laws? So like either we are disobeying all the physical laws which we have learned in our childhood or our graduation. So where do we stand there
We
when we are talking about Earth is flat?
don't talk about that cosmology. The Earth isn't the third disk from the sun. The Earth isn't orbiting the sun like the things in the sky appear to be doing. The Earth might easily be termed as the floor of the universe that you stand on, and when you look up, you see the sky above, the sun, moon, stars, and wandering stars. But they are above the Earth. The Earth isn't within that system.
Okay. So basically, we are giving Earth a special position in this whole cosmology. Like the religious text.
The Earth is measured to be flat and stationary, so doesn't fit the category of planet which would be a sphere that rotates on its axis and orbits around the star. Measurably, the Earth doesn't fit that identity.
Yeah, so basically Earth is the only kind of thing in this universe which have this kind of property, like flat and
Yeah.
stationary, and everything revolves around it. Like Bible, or I think Bible also mentioned that. Like, I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Bible also focus on the Earth-centric universal model, not on the heliocentric.
Yeah. Basically. So look, but we don't attack the argument from any biblical perspective. We're going from real world tests. Now, we're not claiming that the flat Earth exists inside the heliocentric model of outer space, which would be the vacuum of space where you've got, suns, stars as suns, and planets are orbiting around this big giant space vacuum. When people hear about flat Earth, because they grew up on the heliocentric model, they try to insert the flat Earth inside the globe Earth heliocentric model. So try to think of this with a fresh perspective. Okay? So you could think of it like this, okay? Just forget about the heliocentric model. Okay? You could think of the flat Earth like the foundation or the floor or the ground of the system that we live in. Okay? Yep.
Yeah, even if we go by like completely the fresh model, then why we don't have edges on the Earth? Like, we go in any direction and we still reach the point. Like, you can say from America and Russia, like there is example, like if we see on the map, America and Russia are very far. Like, we go by that, but they are very close. If we go by the circular model, so how flat Earth explain that circular
Going around in a circle?
between the countries?
Going around in a circle. How does a flat surface explain going around in a circle when you understand that east and west are circles around poles? You understand what a circle is. It's a two-dimensional shape. If you're talking about circumnavigation, that's a direction of travel. So I wouldn't be surprised that you end up where you started if you went east, which is a circle around a pole.
No, but
it's like going around your house.
No, if we're talking about a 2D plane, in 2D plane, for example, we have a plate in a hand, which is a two-dimensional, and you take any particular point and start walking on the 2D plane. If you are walking on
what direction?
non-Euclidean geometry, where we are walking straight,
direction?
Any direction you can pick.
Any direction. So when we circumnavigate, it's any direction. I'm trying to be clear. Right. If we're going to be using direction, my friend, if we're going to be using directions, are we going to be talking about what cardinal directions, like north, south, east, and west?
And like, I'm just talking about, let's take any 2D plane. I'm not talking about like not 3D. Let's imagine Earth is a kind of a plane circular
a piece of paper. Yes, we got a piece of paper.
Yeah, okay, so it's a two-dimensional object. Now,
it's just a surface at the moment.
Yeah, surface. Okay. So on surface, this 2D surface, we start walking. Let's say any direction. And
which one? Which one?
Let's say any. Like, it doesn't matter.
So Avatar, you mean just going in a straight line?
Yeah,
and
going
not
in a
stopping.
straight line. Yeah, pick any particular point and just walk on the straight line. So by this 2D surface model, isn't we should reach some edge where, like, from where we fall off? Like, if it is a circular disc, then disc have edges as well. When we are imagining in the 3D, three-dimensional object don't have any edge.
Okay, so look, I'll simplify it for you. Nobody has ever done what you're suggesting. Okay, that's not possible to do, and nobody's ever done that. But if someone was to do that, okay, and eventually they would be going south. Okay, and if the Earth were a globe, they would come back to where they started eventually. They would go around the globe, they would cross over Antarctica, and then they would come back up around the other side of the globe, and they would come back to where they started, and that would be called a great circle around a sphere. Now, nobody has ever done that. And that's a fact. Yeah, so no one's ever just kept going in a straight line and come back to where they started again. So It sounds good in theory, but in reality, it's not such a simple task. Now, you could go east or west if you wanted to go straight east or straight west, which is actually a circle. Well, I shouldn't say straight east and straight west. If you want to go due east or due west, you can come back to where you started again. Because east and west are circles around the North Pole. Okay, that would work on a globe, and that would work on a flat Earth. And many people have done this. Many people have done approximate east to west circumnavigations. Okay, but on a globe, right, you should be able to do a north to south circumnavigation, the same as you did an east to west circumnavigation. But nobody's ever done that because the Earth is not a globe. That would not work on a flat Earth. You couldn't do a north to south circumnavigation on a flat Earth and come back to where you started again.
Okay.
Just to give you a general idea, if you have a look at what Triggering Triangle just posted in the side chat, okay, so it's not a flat Earth map, right? It's just it's just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So he's put a magnet in the center, okay, and the compass needle points to the center. It points to the north. Okay, now he's going west. Now he's going east. Okay, and that's a circle around the north. Okay, if he goes in a straight line, he'll eventually start going south, as you can see there in the picture. Okay, and if he kept going south and the Earth were a globe, you would come back around again, right? You would come back to where you started, but nobody has ever done that, which is interesting. Make sense?
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Not as of now.
Okay, if you think of any more questions, let us know. If anyone else has any questions, jump in.
You guys take his dog away from him? Sounds depressed.
Hey Jedi, you there?
Yeah, man. I just got my face out of the dried my fucking skin to a crisp. What's up, dude?
Have you looked into Antonio Sabrate's map?
Yeah, before, long time ago, dude. I can't even.
Yeah, I need to look up some more stuff about it. It's interesting. Do you know how he
I
made
haven't
it?
seen it, dude. No, is it sun or something to do with that?
I think it's to do with the shipping routes and sun and magnetic field lines and stuff. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
Need to look into it a bit more. There it is in the side chat there.
Cheers, dude.
Yeah, I might watch some videos about it today. Seems interesting. I was hearing Indio talk about it, and he said, if do you have a single map that you think has the best idea of what the layout of the continents would be, and he said this map. So if Indio says that, then it's definitely worth looking into.
I don't see how you can observe a twin.
On this map, yeah, no, I get you. Based off
my only concern.
Based off the sort of conventional way of imagining how the path of the sun would have to move and how the sky mechanics work and how we observe the sky. I think that it could be something way more complicated than what we can really comprehend when it comes to how the sky appears. And yeah,
I don't know, dude.
So this is the way I look at it. If just say you're in Australia and you want to go to Chile, and you get on a plane and you go in a certain direction, and it takes X amount of hours, and you're flying at approximately a certain speed. So let's say you're flying 500 miles an hour. It takes, just hypothetically, right? It takes 10 hours to get there. What would that be? 5,000 miles. Is that right? Hold on, I have to do my math properly. That's probably completely wrong. But say it's X distance if it takes X amount of time at X speed. Then it has to that landmass has to be a certain distance away approximately, right? It can't be some drastic distance further. It can't be some drastic distance closer. So if we plot it all out based on flight paths and shipping routes and things like that, then it has to be a particular layout to a certain extent.
Yeah. To a certain extent.
To a certain extent, like if I drive to Germany right now, it's going to take 8 hours or something like that. I can calculate my speed, and you can estimate basically how far away it is and plot it out. I think that's kind of what his map is more about, doing that kind of thing. And then, to have a large body of water, obviously we need to have some sort of containment, and it would make sense only to me that the world ocean is kind of like a big lake, and there would have to be some kind of edge shoreline of some kind.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be Antarctica, though.
No, it definitely doesn't have to be Antarctica. Antarctica could well be, just an island, continent, whatever you want to call it.
That doesn't explain why the sun rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest in the winter for me.
Yeah.
It's going a different direction from my point of view. One time of the year, it's coming from how I'm sitting, it's coming like I'm facing away from north. So if I'm facing away from north, it just goes poop from my left, up in front of my face, down to my right. If I'm looking same direction, it's from my left, but down towards the south, and goes up and then down towards the west, to the southwest, and it's just the way it is, and it changed in December. I paid attention to it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yep. So it appears to do a different.
To me,
rather than what
thinking about it, it seems like it's a different path.
Yeah.
Because we still get the same kind of sunlight, just showing up in a different spot. Like, I am blinded, completely blind now when I'm driving to work if I don't leave before the sun rises, if I'm going east. It's not like that in the summertime. Wintertime, blinded.
It's the only contention I have with this map. This is only one pole. I was talking to Yoda the other day about the equinox, this time of year when the sun is supposed to directly go from north to west, directly over observer's head on the equator. 6 weeks differential, though. You were speaking about times where it happened like 6 weeks before it was supposed to happen and stuff in different locations, so it doesn't always happen at the same time. It's weird. No, I think the equator is a slight misnomer or a big issue of deception.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Yoda was saying the same thing about that. What do you mean when you say it's only got one pole? Do you mean magnetic pole, or do you mean like a ground position of a celestial pole?
Yeah, go and stick in the floor underneath a point of rotation. Yeah, that type of pole.
Yeah.
Not magnetic poles, dude. They move.
Yeah.
It appears that the sky, not the sun, moon, but the sky moves independently one direction, to me, versus the way I see the sun. I just haven't gone south and stared at stars, so I can't talk about that.
What do you think about the star trails when you look at the star trails from the equator and it looks like a vortex, kind of like someone pushing their hand through some water and you've got two different...
I have a picture similar from taking a picture towards the south. It's actually, I thought I was facing straight south and I wasn't, and I got that effect or that look. It looks like they're swooping, going to go up another direct, but it's only how long does that start? 3 hours, that time lapse, so that's the most I can get.
A huge problem when I look at star trail footage is they use these extreme fisheye lenses. And then I came across this footage that Josh Ingersoll posted from Antarctica. Check this shit out. This is crazy. So this is star trail footage, Antarctica. This is Amundsen Scott Station, South Pole Station.
Pretty interesting. They got airplanes flying over.
So they're rotating around the observer then. If he was to turn around 360 degrees, he would follow the stars turning around him 360 degrees, right?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's the problem to not using these wide angle lenses.
What's it look like straight up? Yeah, if you pointed straight up, what are you looking at then?
That's the bit I want to see.
That's the bit. Yeah, that's the bit we need to see. Mm-hmm.
If you go to the North Pole and you point sideways, what do you see? This?
Yeah, this.
You do see this at the North Pole?
But in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. Because if you point straight up, then you should see a circle.
Yep.
Okay.
The point of rotation. Yeah.
I guess it's time to solve this problem.
But it is Sunday.
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess we can work on it. Work on this problem. We're going to draw all kinds of... They're going to hear us talking. We're going to draw in crowds today. Let's see. So basically what we're looking at is two separate places. It's just what is happening at that equator is the question.
Yeah, the sun passes through the constellations within the tropics, right? The main constellations, the ones that we time from when the sun passes through Aries, Leo, or Virgo, they all reside within the tropics.
What do you mean? We only see those in the tropics?
No, that's where they are. We can see them from other places. Right?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. But that's where those stars are. You stand in this location, let's say the equator, they're pretty much more or less directly above your head within the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Apparently.
So in the equator, you look north or south, you should see a circle. You look up, you should see straight lines. This is how this should be working.
Yeah. No, I'm going to say now that could literally just depend on where on the circle we call it equator that you stand.
That's what I mean. The equator is in question now. What is going on there? Because that analemma is what is the big elephant in the room.
Good point. Certainly is.
The analemma actually shows the sun going in two different directions. It shows it changing direction. It's not. It's just going on a different route, and we're seeing the shadow of that. I bet you I could plot that out with a stick in SolidWorks or AutoCAD. Let's see, I'd have to do it in 3D. I'd have to move. I'd put the object in the air, make a figure 8, and then a shadow on the ground will make a figure 8, I'm telling you. But not a figure 8. It's circle, 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 then change direction and still go east to west, east to west, east to west. Change direction and go east to west, east to west.
Yeah. It's like it's on a gear mechanism in the sky. It changes from one track to another at a certain point in time.
Yeah. Okay, the short one is in the summer because here comes the winter, and that's when the long one happens. It's because the sun is farther away, making longer swoops away from me.
Well, if we're in the north, for example, looking south, I guess, the fuck that is anymore, looking south and the sun is circling that southern point, we would only, because of the great circle of the sun, only perceive the arc of the sun that is closer to us. We wouldn't perceive the arc of the sun as that circle extends away from us. So I think that arc in the sky that we see within the analemma when we measure it in the winter, and the small portion of it that we have in the sky from, as it southeast to southwest, I think that's the top portion of its southern circle. We only see the top portion of it. That's when we have day. That's why our days are shorter, because we can only, or that sun is only on that top arc of that large circle around the south. When
Okay, makes sense.
You understand what I'm saying? Cool.
Uh-huh. So it's getting higher and lower too then. Because that's how we'd have to get, because if it's only swooping in that one shot above the moving one, it's only swooping and you're taking the picture at the exact same time it comes in front of you. Boom, click, every day, boom. It's always in a different spot. It's just getting higher and lower. So is it getting farther away, or is it getting closer, or is it getting higher and lower and farther away and closer? So you'd have to...
No idea.
I'm trying to just think of how I could set this up to draw it. So I could do that. No, the shadow would look different on the ground. Okay, but it would still do the same thing. I just know that from what I'm seeing, what I know for me, from what I'm seeing, the sun's not going 365 days a year around the North Pole for me. It can't, because of the way it rises and sets in the winter. It's in a different spot for me. Like, we barely have sunlight. We get it like 8 hours a day, if that.
Yeah.
Now we get it about 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sun just has no kick to it whatsoever, and it's even worse here in Poland. It's like in winter it doesn't get light until 8 a.m. in the morning or something, and then by 4 p.m. it starts to get dark.
Yeah. Further north.
Days are getting longer now, but that's exactly what we have. Almost the same exact amount of time of light.
Yeah, noticeably getting longer now. But isn't it? It's just crazy how you can see the sun up in the sky like that, but it just, it's still -20 or something like that. It has no heat, hardly any heat. Compared to summer, even if it's really low in the sky in summer, say it's 9 a.m. in the morning or 8 a.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, and you can see the sun. It's heat. You can feel its heat radiating like crazy off your face. It's really hot, even though it's at a way lower angle in the sky. Yet it looks the same size.
The other day I was driving to work. This is when I was blinded, when I realized how blinded I was. The sun was like 4 times the size it normally is on the horizon versus when it's at noon. It was so big. I was just like, but I can't take a picture because how is that going to show anything on an iPhone? So I didn't even try.
The evenings are different as well in the summer and the winter. I know we're talking about length of day, but that sunlight is still perceivable for quite a while after sunset in the summer. In the winter, you click your fingers, that light's gone. So that got something to do with the distance that the sun is having to pass its light through in the winter if we're in the north.
Yeah, because the sun's going over Australia, over that area. Yeah. Or whatever, however you want. I don't even know how you could lay that out. If you just tried to trace the sun and then lay out stuff underneath it, that'd probably be your best attempt. But you'd have to actually invest some money and go on vacations, a lot of them. So I'm out. I don't like vacationing. I'll just stay in my house. I like that part. My wife will go, though. She'll just go forever on vacation.
DJ, what you posted in the side chat, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Is this our upside down? No, it's not.
No, the moon looks bigger up on top.
It does,
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
it?
But it's not. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is. There's extreme versions of this as well. There's museums where you. I was looking at some footage the other day, and just how your eyes can play tricks on you. It's freaking
Yeah.
insane. This is mild compared to some of the other ones I've seen. You're looking at two lines that look completely different lengths, but they're the exact same length.
Yep.
What the hell?
Now I'm being bothered by where that shadow is, and when it's coming swooping towards you, you're taking one picture. What's really going on with that sun? Is it moving farther away, getting closer, or going up and down? I have to figure that out now. And I have to figure that out with. I got to take some pictures of my shadows outside so I can set my SolidWorks up to be exactly where I'm standing.
Pick that one out.
That moon bugs me. Doesn't matter what angle I look at it, it's always the bloody same. And if somebody else on the Earth is looking at it, it's the same side of the moon that they bloody see. It doesn't act like a three-dimensional object when you look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even on a globe, it doesn't seem to make sense.
No, they put that excuse down to distance. It's so far away that we can't perceive the three-dimensionality of the surface because our stereoscopic view from, say, North and South Pole still doesn't give us that ability to perceive it because of the distance. All right. I don't know what the moon is, but it doesn't act like a three-dimensional object. And then sometimes it does.
Yeah, it definitely does sometimes.
It used to perplex me. I remember it as a child, like driving home at night time from like visiting family with parents and stuff. And the moon would be out and the fucking thing's following me. Do you know what I mean? It's just weird. It's bloody looking at me.
Yeah. It's because it seems like it's projected into your field of view or your. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Right. In this, I like this this demonstration by David Weiss. There's the video in the side chat, but you can just look at the thumbnail. So he basically puts up a light source behind a sheet, and then he can see what looks like a sun projecting itself onto the sheet, which is meant to represent the atmosphere. And then as he moves, right, it looks like it's following him. Even though the source of the light's not moving, it looks like when he changes his position, it just looks like the sun's moving and kind of following him, because what he's seeing is the light projected into, by what's representing the atmosphere here. And then he draws a straight line to where he can see the sun on the sheet, and his wife's standing over on the other side of the room. And then she draws where she can see the sun, right? And the lines don't intersect, right? So she can see the sun personal to where she's standing, and he can see it personal where he's standing. And then if they move around, it kind of follows them. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, okay. So if you stand here, it will look like it's doing this, but it's not actually doing that. It's actually here.
That's what I've been trying to tell people. That's why it's just apparent. Like if I point at the sun, somebody 10 feet away from me is not even pointing in the same direction.
I get the sheet analogy trying to demonstrate that this would possibly be the atmosphere, but that's solid. I don't know. That just puts in my mind something like a barrier between the moon and us, or the sun and us. I don't know, or a change of medium. Do you know what I mean?
I would think it has to be we're looking at the sun through something. That's why it's a perfect ball shape. Got to be a medium we're looking through, because a device that is moving up in the sky I don't think it would look like that. I think looking through